Ta-da! Hello, hello. Oh my god, everything is breaking. Hello, good evening. How are you doing? Thank you for the pat. Okay, hold on. I've almost pressed enough buttons for this to work out. Almost. But almost there. Ah, I am perfectly prepared. Oh, thank you for the binary. Hello. Hello, 1 second. 1 more second. Maybe 2 more seconds. Okay. Yeah. Maybe more than 2 seconds. I thought I had everything already, but I thought wrong. Nothing is ready. Everything is going horribly wrong. Okay. Okay, there we go. No, not for... Now we go. Good new evening. Oh, good new evening is new. We've had evenewing so far. Good new evening is new. Haha, it's new. I hope you're all doing well. It is already Wednesday again. Okay, yeah, I closed my door. I thought I didn't close my door. Oh my god. Okay. So, again. It's Wednesday, my dudes. Time flies when old. Don't remind me. I did nothing today. I did nothing. I wasn't even tired. I wasn't even that tired. And for some reason, I took a nap in the afternoon. And then I woke up at like 4:30 p.m. I was like, wow, alright. Good. Love that for myself. Sure could have used the time to do something good. I don't know. Something like productive. But whatever. It is what it is. I have had dinner. Oh, I've also managed to entangle both my headphones and my phone charger. This is fine. Okay. I am slowly getting used to this scuffy setup, which is very funny. Like, it works. As long as it works, I really don't care how much scuff it is. It works. But still. Oh my god. So last time we had one bad ending, I think. We had one bad ending. I don't remember what happened. Oh yeah, we tried to escape the village, and then we just got a bad ending because you can't get out. Everything is kind of not nice, and you can't get anywhere. And now we have a bunch of people there. We have way more people than there should be. Also, I have a feeling that our mom... Everything is not nice. Yeah! I forgot her name, but the mom is going to slowly lose it because one of her children is already dead. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about the other one. About the glasses wearing one, if he's a wolf or not, or if he's just coping. Yeah, it's but I think maybe we definitely have one other bad ending to reach, apparently. Like, I can see in the guide that it says, oh, there's another bad ending coming up, but I don't know when that's going to happen. But the plan for today is we'll definitely try and get as far as we possibly can in around 3 hours as usual. Probably a little more than 3 hours to just find a good place to stop. And then the Nintendo Direct is going to happen at 11 p.m. my time. So I think I can make that work, and then we can watch it all together. Which would be nice. It's going to be my first time doing something along those lines, but I always think it's interesting. Like, maybe, listen, I'm not getting my hopes up for anything because then I can't be disappointed. But if they're actually going to show something that is of interest to me, that would be fun. You finished in and arrived? You have obtained sock. I have. Because I got up to my room. And was like, oh my god, I'm running out of time. Fuck. The good thing is, what I usually do is I set everything up to be ready. So I only have to like press play on 500 devices at once. I was like, wait, where's my sock? I can't sit down. Where is my other sock? But I have obtained sock. I have obtained a jacket. It is cozy. Which means we can now get killed in video game. Yay! But yeah, I want to see what the direct has in store for us. Maybe there's something interesting. It might be the first direct you see in years. Oh, I mean, it's at 11 our time. I'm going to assume you're not going to stay up for that long. So I don't think you're gonna see it. It's 11 our time. Which is also why I tried really hard to like start at 7 tonight. Again, so we have a few minutes in between where I can just try and manage to set that up to play properly. Is you gonna take notes for me? I will definitely write you about stuff that might be interesting. But yeah, for now, game time. I woke up at 5 in the morning. That doesn't sound good. That's not nice. The window was still boarded up, so I couldn't see anything outside. All I could do was sit around and wait. Eventually, I could hear the objects keeping me in get removed, and I was greeted by Yasunaga Oribe and Chiemi Serisawa. He does not look like he's in a good mood. Those two actually survived. I met up with Haru Makishima too. Her face was pale and she had bags under her eyes. No one here looked healthy anymore, but she was beyond even that point. Oh, yeah, sure, I'll send you some stuff that I think would be nice. She'd gone completely meek too. The defiance from yesterday was gone. She was just letting Yasunaga-kun guide her. She lost another friend after all. We arrived at the dining hall but found no one there. The door was unlocked. That was a bad sign. It was Kansa Makishima's place all over again. Uh-huh. With that knowledge, I opened the door. What if she was attacked? Even if she wasn't, considering her state yesterday, it wasn't unlikely she did something unthinkable, such as suicide. However, I soon found out my worries were for nothing. Kaori-san was standing all alone in the dark dining hall wearing an apron. The fact that she wasn't doing anything but standing was just eerie. Oh, she doesn't even have a light in her eyes anymore. Uh-oh. She turned around and greeted us. Her voice was the only thing calm about her. Her eyes were bloodshot and signs of malnourishment were all across her face. A faint, forced smile made her seem on the verge of collapse. She completely failed at acting normal. Her heart was probably swirling with panic and sorrow as great as yesterday. Everyone here could see it. After I volunteered to support Kaori-san, I thought about what purpose I could serve here. And called to Haru-chan before going outside. Wait, what's Haru-chan gonna do? She came with me but wasn't saying a word. During yesterday's feast, she'd had a fight with Kaori-san. The woman had voted for Haru-chan due to the change in her attitude and failed escape attempt, and I couldn't blame her for that. Considering her personality, I imagined that the exchange had been extremely intense. That was why getting her out of the dining hall was a good move. Problem was, we didn't really have anything to talk about. This was made worse by the hostility she'd shown me until just recently. According to Mochi, that was a product of her affection toward Yasunaga-kun and all the drama surrounding him. Normally, I'd playfully give her a hard time about that kind of thing, but it seemed in poor taste considering the situation. Oh, she's still very much mad at us. Look at her face. She was staring daggers at me. Maybe I just had to ask her.
Makishima Haru-san.
何ですか?
単刀直入に聞くが、君は狼か?
違うわよ.
She didn't hesitate at all. Not like that meant anything.
何よ? 納得いかないの? じゃあ、匠兄に調べてもらうわよ.
And we just asked. We didn't imply we thought you were.
気づいて言ってるのか?
は? 何を?
彼が生きていれば、食堂で香織さんを介抱しているのは彼だったはずだ。
Oh fuck. Yeah, he's right.
昨日も彼は起きてすぐ食堂に行っていた。香織さんが弱っている今。
Oh no.
そうすべき理由はさらに強まった。
Oh yeah. Yeah, I guess.
でも彼はいない。
I mean, we don't know. Oh god, I forgot which role it was, but the one that could protect someone. What if they're dead? They can't protect him anymore then.
嘘でしょ。
そ
んなこと。
that could be the spider. Thank you.
それを今から調べに行くから案内して。
分かった。
Uh-oh.
タイバー、起きてる？
Hana knocked on the door and tried to open it, but it was locked, meaning it wasn't touched. Her son came out sooner than later. She looked pretty displeased to begin with, but upon seeing me, she displayed outright disgust.
どうしてあんたが来なさったね。
Well, I mean, I'm still alive. Where else would I be?
すみません。香織さんの具合が悪くて人手が足りず。
匠はどうしたね。
Probably dead.
今から見に行きます。
そうね。
The gloomy expression told me she'd realized what might have happened. She said she had to prepare, so we excused ourselves.
必要なものがあったら言ってくださいね。
はいはい。
I mean, maybe
はい
she's a wolf. She shut the door on us.
女なら誰にでも優しいんですね。
I mean, isn't that just the right thing to do? What the hell was she saying?
お年寄りと女性を思いやるのが紳士ってものだろ。
知恵姉もそうなの？
彼女にはそれなりに好意を持ってる。
やめてよ。兄ちゃんがかわいそう。
Yes, Naga-kun, surely.
かわいそうとは？
よし君ももっちも死んじゃって、兄ちゃんには香織さんと知恵姉しかいな
But
い
do
の
you
よ。
even know if he wants to be together with her? Like, okay, he's been crushing on her for a while, but clearly she's not interested. She's not reciprocating. Like, why get involved with someone else's love life if they haven't even outright asked for your help?
それに知恵姉は私らの中で一番強くて、上藤吉のやつらや大人たちからいつも私らから知恵姉を取らないでよ。
So that's how it was. I wasn't sure how she actually felt about Chiemi, but there was definitely more trust and reliance than I'd expected. Yes, Naga-kun spoke like he'd given up on Chiemi, but deep down he was actually glad she had returned. Haru-chan was aware of that, and she actually liked Chiemi. That was why she concluded that they should be together. However, it was clear she didn't feel like giving them her blessing.
君の気持ちは分かったよ。
Some complicated feelings we got there, that's for sure. The end result depended on Chiemi, and since she hated Yasumisu, it felt like it wouldn't be something Haru-chan wanted. Then again, I really didn't know what was going on in Chiemi's head either, and I had no idea who'd survive, so making predictions was a waste of time.
とにかく今は宴を終わらせるという一点に集中すべきだ。僕には大したことができないかもしれないが、身内に話しづらいことでもあれば相談には乗るよ。
Like, we're running out of people we have. Assuming there's has to be at least one wolf. There is a chance that that one wolf is already dead, but it's not necessarily. It doesn't necessarily have to be so. But there's at least one wolf still alive. And we're running out of normal people. I feel like.
何それ？
いや、何ってこともないけど、君は悩みが多そうだし、あと外に逃げるって選択、僕はまだありだと思ってるから。
それは無理よ。
君は可能性にかけて逃げたんじゃないのかい？
Excuse me. Hi, Barry.
でも逃げられなかったじゃない。だから分かった。逃げるなんてできないのよ。
それはたまたま怪我をしたからじゃ。
Mom's the spider, and part of the reason for disabled state is a failure to protect. Ah, Yoshi something. What was his name? Yeah. Maybe. How you
たま
doing,
たまなんかじゃ
Barry?
ない。
君も神様を信じてるのか？
何を聞いた？
Uh-oh. Oh, I don't think she liked that.
そんなものいない。そう考えなきゃやってられない。
Working some homework. Oh, hope you can get that done soon. I'm doing fine. There was a weird aura around her for a second, but then she walked away, leaving me no choice but to follow her. Our little sheep is also still alive? We arrived at the houses. The mysterious girl was on the verge of crying.
おはよう。どうしたの？
はっきり喋りなさいよ。喋れるでしょ？
大人げないな。はい、おはようございます。
Okay. This was hopeless. Haru-chan glared at her while I stayed patient.
リカ子さんは？
お姉ちゃん、
うん。どこ？
出てこない。
ここよ、あいつの家。
It really was. I'd been here yesterday. I knocked and called out to her. There was no response. Haru-chan and I looked at each other and I tried opening the door. Ah, it was locked.
リカ子さん！
Still no response. I hesitantly put my ear against the door. I heard some sort of rustling sound.
多分着替え中か何かだろ
じゃあ、やっぱり。
う。まだわからない。まだ清之助しかもしれない。
私がどうした？
No, of course you are still alive. Well, I did expect him to live.
リカ子さんは大丈夫かね？
あなたはそればっかりですね。一応大丈夫そうですよ。まだ出てきてないですが、どうかしたんですか？
嫌な予感
You
が
also
してな。
expect him to be a wolf.
杞憂ならいい。
Hmm.
しかしそうなると、死んだのは山脇老人か？
タイバーは生きてた。
なんだと？
Why was he so positive?
はるちゃんはメイコを連れて食堂へ。
Heh.
清之助さん、
Hmm.
手を貸してください。
Yeah. The thing is, he was revealed to be a human. But that doesn't mean I trust him. Just because he's not a wolf doesn't mean he's not an awful person. But yeah, he was revealed to be a human. But aside from the one brother dying, Motsi, the small one, and the old man who cried wolf both died. Though I still think either one of them killed the other, and then for whatever reason themselves. Because Motsi was a monkey, and the tiny girl is the other monkey, so he tried to say something but decided against it. He must have realized what happened to the one who'd usually be given these annoying jobs. As expected, the door to his house was unlocked. The tiny girl, you mean the sheep? Yeah, I mean the Mako. The one who only does bah sounds. The reek of fresh blood was so strong you could smell it outside. I thought that was enough to help me prepare, but once I saw the source, I couldn't keep down what few contents my stomach had left. Oh no. The two from the first day, Kanse Makishima and Yoshitsugu Oribe, they'd lost all semblance of form to the point their corpses felt unrealistic. On the other hand, Shikamotchi Kamoshida and the old wolf guy's corpses were far too clean. Their faces were still intact after all. However, Takumi Muru-san's corpse was an even balance between ruined and intact. It was spread out on the floor, surrounded by splashes and splotches of blood, as well as some bloody footprints. Scattered brain, grey matter, bone fragments, eyes. About 60% of his face was gone. This time the method was clear. There was a rifle lying right next to his corpse. The weapon was actually on the scene for once. And it was a gun. What did it mean? I wanted to think about that, but I was too shaken by the clear agony Takumi-san's death had brought him. You could see suffering on the still present half of his face. His hands were on his head too, as if to cover his face or reach for a clearly fatal wound. He died while holding onto his shattered brain. Though fatal, the first attack hadn't killed him instantly, he could still move after it, which was a testament to his strength and willpower. His life had ended as he suffered overwhelming despair. It was written all too clearly in his death visage. My emotions bubbled and overwhelmed my thoughts, and I vomited once again. Ooh.
大丈夫かね？
Not really. Sheep is a monkey, yeah. Yunosuke, she asked, clearly avoiding looking at it himself.
誰か銃の扱いがわかる人を連れてきてください。
I never expected you to come along. Her expression was too stern and serious for me to even say that.
匠兄ちゃん。くそ。
She cursed and looked at the gun.
これ、肝臓じいちゃんのライフル。
Yeah, I'd expect not many people in this village would have a gun in the first place. She grasped its long body and picked it up.
5発全弾撃ち切ってる。空薬莢落ちてる？
探す。
I found them real quick. They were covered in blood and flesh, but yeah, I found the metallic cylinders, 5 of them. They were 2 meters away from the corpse, very close to one another. Either the culprit fired from there or gathered them
見
afterwards.
て、握りの部分。
Jamie extended the rifle to me. I did as told. Compared to the rest of the gun, which had blood on every part, the handle was clean, like it had been wiped.
指紋を拭き取った。
I mean, makes sense. I doubt they could really check for fingerprints here that much, but
かもね。
Jimmy then held it like she was about to shoot and aimed at Takumi-san's body.
ここから撃ってる。
どうしてわかる？
血の飛び散り方。あっちに向かって勢いよく飛んでるでしょ。かなり低い
From a
角
low
度で
angle,
撃
so
った
someone who was
証拠。
smaller than him. Though I guess everyone in the village is smaller than him.
それに普通のライフルはかなり至近距離でもないとこういう風にめちゃめちゃな傷にはならない。かといって銃口を押し付けて撃ったらいろんなものが跳ね返って銃口がもっと汚れてるはず。
You know what I'm actually glad about though? That they just make the CGs for, you know, the corpses and stuff just these very basic things. It's just, okay, red, a little blood scattered everywhere, and then not like super hyper realistic corpses or something. Like reading about it is one thing, that's fine, but you know, some games do that. It's like, I am not actually interested in seeing the gory insides of anyone, thank you. And that was why it was natural to think it had been fired from where she was standing near the cartridges.
狙って当たるもの？
What do you mean you don't want to see half his skull and brain scattered parts? Yeah, right?
ちゃんと狙い方を知っていることと対象が動いていないこと。これが揃えば大丈夫。
Does the rifle have a lot of
ということ
knockback?
は銃が使えるものの
Like, clearly firing 5 cartridges would
ちな
take
みに
a while, no?
照準から小生を除く。それだけ。銃って誰でも簡単に人を殺せる便利な道具なんだよ。
弾の装填とかはその辺の一般人に渡してすぐにできるとは思えない。
それはそうかもね。でもタイバーちゃんあたりなら撃ったことあるだろうし、休みずないで選別は無理かな。
Don't like his pretty middling knockback. It's unlikely to have been used by a child. Okay. This was a settlement where the people went hunting. Basically, everyone here must have touched rifles before. All we could really assume was that Meiko-chan couldn't have done this.
そもそも全弾命中してるわけじゃない。どうやら1発は耳に、2発は胸と肩に。あ、ここにも弾痕。
She pointed at a small part of the floor that was ruined.
頭部に当たったのは一発だけか。
そうだね。もしかしたらそれは致命傷じゃなくて、胸の一発がとどめだった
Oh,
のかも。
that's fucked up. You get shot in the head and that one isn't even fatal. Ooh. She looked at the body's pose and made the same conclusion as me.
ちなみになんでそんなに詳しいの？
私も狩猟免許持ってる。銃も罠も網も全部使える。外ではクレー射撃何度も行ったし、それなりに慣れてるよ。
Okay.
なんとすごいな。意外な一面だ。
まあね。
いずれ戻ってここで漁師になるつもりだったの？
銃を持ちたかった。それだけ。
She said that as if it was no big deal. Her tone seemed kinda dangerous.
ええ。まあ、人を殺しかけたりとか。
中学の時かな。安水の子らをいじめてた分校の上級生らをバットでボッコボッコ。
I think that was a good thing, though. Bullies getting beaten? Sure. I mean, what? What's the impression you get from a girl capable of random acts of violence? I was probably jumping to conclusions, though.
もう片付けてもいいかな？
春明さんがいいなら。
じゃあ片付ける。
何か分かった？
一連の殺人が人間の犯行だってことに確信を持っただけ。
The culprit used the gun and wiped up the fingerprints, acts that demonstrated a very human level of cunning. If you were up against something supernatural, they just used their mysterious powers instead. If something mysterious can be explained using mundane means, then it was caused by mundane means. It was a general rule I lived by, proving through both knowledge and first-hand experience. Hello, Weird! Good evening! Supernatural powers that required carrying out occult rituals were prime examples of things it applied to. The more detailed the preparation required, the more opportunities to notice something amiss. If the trick relied on concealing the method, it was safe to assume the method was something mundane. Even if this death wasn't caused by some kind of supernatural force, it just happened unobserved. We had people who could do it and the methods that fit. That was the best way to look at it, right? I think he's actually very much right. I'm also going to keep holding on to the fact that no matter how supernatural it might appear, it has to have a very realistic explanation without any magic or supernatural whatever happening. I am doing fine! Red as frozen, no moon or soul. Or none of these things.
そうかもね。
I hope you're
認
doing
めるん
well.
だ。
多分殺してるのは私の知ってる誰かと誰か。
でもそれは。
Did the girl get the whole god story? Oh, excuse me. I wanted to ask that, but seeing her eyes made me fall silent. Her eyes were wide and cloudy. Oh, there's no light in... I don't like it. I don't like it. When the eyes lose the light. Your back hurty, but other than that, you're fine. Oh, why your back hurty? Her lips let out clear
神
words.
様からは
I looked away. I probably wanted to cover my ears too.
誰も
I don't
逃
like...
げられないんだよね。
Oh, I don't like her whole thingy about God, though. I found her words so irrational it began to frighten me. Your chair does Azkaban, oh no. I asked Chiyomi to call Kiyonosuke to help carry the corpse, but she insisted on doing it herself. I caved and we began the unpleasant task. Following Takumi-san's example, I removed the door and placed his body on it. Chiyomi and I each took an end of the door and lifted it up. He was as heavy as he looked, and I wouldn't have been surprised if it was too much even for two men. However, Chiyomi lifted her side without letting out a single grunt of exertion. It felt like active rejection of the idea that she might need help. We slowly began walking. Kiyonosuke was outside. He was anxious about something. It didn't look like he was waiting for us, so maybe Rikaku Uematsu hadn't come out yet. I couldn't afford to stop and chat. Relaxing my arms or lower body could lead to me dropping Takumi-san. I kept walking forward without a single word. Sighing and stopping was our sign that one of us needed to rest. Every time one of us did it, we lowered him to the ground, dropped our aching hands, adjusted our grips, and resumed walking. As we approached the cliff, Chiyomi's expression grew darker.
匠兄ちゃんは安水で一番年の近いお兄ちゃんだったから。
Yeah, he was in his 30s, right? I wasn't gonna ask how that mattered. I didn't see a point in questioning it. I simply nodded, continuing to play the role of audience.
昔はいっぱい遊んでくれたし、怒られた時はかばってくれた。こんな何もない湿っぽい場所だけど、匠兄ちゃんは安水をここ。
そうだね。
まっすぐな人だった。捨てたくないよ。
ああ、当然だと思う。僕だってこんなやり方はしたくない。やめる？このやり方にこだわりそうなのは、匠さん本人とタイさんくらいしかいないんじゃないの？
しなきゃダメ。
汚れか。
I continued asking if she was sure, but she didn't change her mind, so we ended up throwing his body into Saranaga. You know what I don't understand about them throwing the bodies into the Saranaga, though, is I doubt that funny little river is actually that deep or that strong. So, like, them throwing several bodies in there over the course of a very little time is going to clog it up at some point somewhere, maybe. Like, you go further downstream and it's somewhere all of those bodies are just like, okay, I'm gonna stop talking. We walked through the graveyard, careful not to trip. We could now see the hanging pine through the mist. Our destination was near. We carefully closed in on the cliff and pushed the door toward it.
さよなら、匠兄ちゃん。
She said that right as I felt the body slide off. It was falling. I'd done this several times now, but it still made me feel empty. It would eventually hit the water, make a splash, and that'd be it. Huh.
水音した？
さあ。
聞き違いか？
あるいは、サラナガの底が抜けて、黄泉の国に繋がってるのかも。
There's nothing supernatural about all this. Stop talking like that.
本当にファンタジーだね。
霧の向こうに何があるか、誰も知らない。誰も証明できない。
Girl!
今から降りてみせようか。
あなたは帰ってこない。
That was how she saw the world.
戻ろう。
We returned to do another investigation of Takumi-san's house, but something strange had happened while we were gone. Yonosuke was still in the same spot, in front of Rikaku Uematsu's house, waiting for her without even trying to hide his frustration.
まだ出てこないんですか？
まったく大丈夫そうと言ったのは君だが、どういう根拠だったのか。
But we heard clothes rustling, but I mean maybe she hung herself and there's some wind going on and that's clothes rustling. I don't fucking know. Break down the door if you're so fucking interested.
音がしたから。
待ってる間に あなた自身で呼んでみればよかったんじゃないですか？
そんなぶしつけなことができるか。
God, this guy is so annoying.
なんでそんなにリカ子さんにだけ気を使ってるんです？野里は上松より格上でしょうに。
That was an interesting bit of info. I hadn't realized that the head families had a hierarchy.
女性に気を使うのは当然だろう。
私も女性なんですけど。
あえて敵外心をむき出しにしてくる相手に気を使う必要があるのかね。え？
Okay, so it's just if it's convenient to you. Okay.
勘弁してくださいよ。ついさっきそこで死人が出たんですよ。
That was probably one of the reasons why they were so agitated, but my comment was enough to shut them up.
とはいえ心配ですね。中で病気やら怪我やらして
Thank
た
you
ら
for the
大変
posted
だ。
check.
最悪踏み込みましょう。
そんなぶしつけな。
Bro, if she's dead, we have something way worse on our hands, not gonna lie. Was he the type of guy to report someone who undressed a girl to give her proper first aid? What was up with this guy's priorities?
上松さん、上松里香子さん。
I bashed the door almost violently. I heard the sound of rustling clothes. Had she collapsed or something?
上松さん、戸を開けますよ。
No answer again, only sounds. Was it really Rikaku Uematsu in there?
戸を破ります。
Chimi nodded while Kyonosuke gave a disgruntled sigh. The door was made from thin plywood and a wooden frame. A solid impact would break through. I looked around and saw a few aged farming tools lying against some houses. The old wooden hoe and mallet were too rotten to work here, but the old axe looked just right.
せーの。
I lifted the axe and started counting, but had to stop midway. There was a sound of clattering. The door suddenly moved. Surprised, I jumped backwards and glanced at the other two. They were just as shocked, if not frightened.
何なの？
何ってリカ子さんだろ。
But why wouldn't she answer
上
them?
松さん。
There was no response at first, but a few seconds later the door shook again. A moment later it fell silent once more. As she collapsed on the door. If she wasn't well and was lying next to the door, breaking it open was dangerous. I put the axe down and walked up to the door again. The moment I approached it, I heard a clicking sound. I didn't even have time to question what had happened before it creaked open. There was a gap of about 20 centimeters. It was pitch black inside. And there was a face all covered in blood. Good morning to you too! It sank back into the darkness the very next moment, but it was soon replaced by an inhuman scream and an arm that snaked out and grabbed for my neck. The grip had inhuman strength behind it. I ignored Chiyomi's and Kyonosuke's screams and tried to pry myself free. My throat was on the verge of crushing. The groans continued ceaselessly. The nails dug into my neck and I was being dragged inside. How the hell was she so strong? This arm clearly belonged to Rikaku Uematsu, so why?
手を貸してくれ。
No words got them out of the stupor and they ran up to me. As panic and lack of oxygen dimmed my vision, they grabbed, bashed, and tugged at the arm that was holding on to me.
この離せ。
の指離れれば。
I don't know how long it took, but when I was eventually freed, Chiyomi swiftly slammed the door shut.
早く何か閉じるもの。
そんなことを言っても。
ああ、もう斧でぶっ刺せ。
Sitting on the ground in shock, I simply stared at their exchange. I could still barely breathe, my vision was hazy and I couldn't think clearly. Something inside was trying to get the door open and possibly escape. What it was though, I had no idea. What had happened to Rikaku Uematsu?
これでどうだ。野里さん、ここ押さえといて。みんな連れてきて戸を塞ぐから。
You know what's so weird though? He clearly waited for us to come back. To make, you know, any kind of contact with Rikaku Uematsu. So now we were the ones who got the neck scrapped and everything. Why did the other guy call out to her even once?
春明さん大丈夫？立てる？
That's so weird.
ああ。
Actions were more important than words here. Stealing my resolve, I rose to my feet. I mean, unless he's not actually human and the other guy was lying and the actual person who could see what role someone else's was already dead at that point, but that would, you know, that way we would have to throw over the entire role selection so far. We gathered everyone who could still move and sealed off Rikaku Uematsu's door and windows with planks, nails, large farming tools, and whatever else we could find. The small house was basically a pile of flimsy barricades now. Everyone was tired from all the work and sat down to rest. What's the point of doing this, though? Someone asked. We could still hear groans and crashing sounds from the inside. No one answered the question, but we all understood that letting that thing out would be a mistake. But what exactly was it anyway? That seemed like an answer. Of some sort, anyway. Thank you for that every time. Everything is a Yomibito with you, ma'am. Post to check without hydration. Thank you. No, Yomibito are just...
そうとは限らんのよ、はるちゃん。安水は常に昔も今も読み人に脅かされとる。
I mean, isn't she some kind of priestess as well?
汚れは読み人を生んだのかもしれん。
Like maybe it's the actual god themselves taking possession of her soul and being like...
バカな！近畿の守り手！浄化を司るのが雲の家の役目だぞ。
じゃからこそ汚れに触れすぎたのかもしれぬでしょう。
それ
思えば安水に来られたのは黄泉の汚れを少しでも食い止めんとされたのかもしれませんね。これからどれだけ黄泉人が出るやら知れたもんじゃないわ。匠はええ子じゃった。地獄を見る前に行けてよかったやもしれんね。
I don't like that.
ナムシない大権現。ナムシない大権現。
How did she find out? About what? A silent prayer. Her eyes were teary and her shoulders were shaking.
待て。じゃあ、リカコさんはもう。
But Takumi, didn't he die? I mean, yeah, he died and we just went away with his body, but one, she was already expecting it when we went to wake up. And two, since they just got everyone together to barricade this house, of course, I'm just going to assume they just talk about it as well.
読み人はくくらねばならん。
Do you want to go in there? Get your neck grabbed? Feel free, man. Feel free. It didn't sit right with me. The rule was that breaking the laws meant getting the corruption, and getting the corruption meant being slaughtered, right? It was the first time I'd heard that it was possible to do something about the corruption and that she'd die because of that. Logic had little ground here, so the people were gradually losing their minds. They were being pushed closer to death. It was like this was a supernatural phenomenon. Oh, hi, ma'am!
皆さん、食事にしませんか?
I highly doubt that.
私はもう落ち着きましたから。他のことは皆さんが落ち着いてから。
It was a very attractive suggestion. As we all turned away and returned to the dining hall, I felt like Dikaku Uematsu let out a groan even more inhumanly loud than any of those before. Once we arrived, the place was dominated by a heavy silence. There were sounds coming from the kitchen. A kitchen knife rhythmically hit the cutting board as Kaori-san prepared the food. Taya-san was seated away from everyone, desperately yet fluently chanting a sutra. Combined with the kitchen sounds, it had a mind-numbing effect. Everyone else was simply falling into a torpor, staring silently into space. Even I, the sanest person in the room, wanted to simply let my mind shut down and stop thinking. That wouldn't stop me from trying, though. Rather than trying to evaluate the details, I decided to return to square one and summarize the current situation. Takumi-san was dead. That left me, Chiemi, the two Oribes, Kyonosuke-shi, Tai Yamawaki-shi, Meiko, Rikaku Uematsu, and Harumakishima, a total of 9. And Rikaku Uematsu, I didn't want to say she'd become a Yomibito or something, but it was clear that she was in a condition that left her functionally useless. Normally the right thing to do here would be to take her to a hospital, but instead they were going to discuss killing her. I'd probably have to remind them of the sound course of action. Whatever the case, if you ignored Rikaku and Matsu and I, only 7 people were participating in the feast. With Takumi-san's death, we would never know what the snake found out about Harumakishima. Therefore, the only confirmed people were Kyonosuke, a human, and Meiko, a monkey. And personally, I thought I could trust GME, so that made 3. Oh, I wouldn't do that if I were him. That left 4 others. This was bad. I wondered if GME understood that. I had to talk to her in private. That is never a good idea. I know that's not a good idea. Personally, I think I can trust her. She's already lost the light in her eyes in some scenes. I don't think she's very much fully there anymore. We kept Meiko away from all that happened this morning, so she was still in the dark about Rikaku-san.
お姉さんはちょっと具合が悪いんだ。静かにしといてあげて。
ねえ、お外行っていい？
No.
危険じゃないかね。
私見とくよ。すぐそこなら危なくもないでしょ。
The two left.
安永、
何かな？
ちょっと取ってきてほしいものがね。
手洗いを借りる。
More and more people left. They probably didn't feel comfortable standing up until now. Tarzan just continued chanting though. It was like she lived in another world. Besides her, all that was left was... Haru-chan. The way she constantly shifted in her seat made it clear she felt uncomfortable.
匠さんのことは残念だったね。
I tried talking to her.
ええ。知恵姉もずっと頼ってたし。
植松里香子さんは？
私、あの人苦手よ。気味悪いもの。
ちえみちゃんは平気そうだったけど。
知恵姉は強いもん。
彼女、植松さんがこっちへ来たのっていつ頃のこと？
2年か3年前。だいぶ前よ。
That's some time. There seemed like plenty of time to get to know a person if you asked me. Or maybe not. Yasumisa's people had been suffering at the hands of the village hats for generations. Of course they couldn't just accept her.
彼女は長者だというが、植松家というのは一体どういう家なんだ？
何が聞きたいのよ。よそ者はおとなしくしてろって言われるの何度目ですか？
I don't know. Maybe until people stop dying all around me and I'm at risk of also dying and I can't even fucking leave you guys alone, so I'm forced to take part in this game whether you want me to or not. Shut the fuck up.
ごめん。これは無神経だった。じゃあ別の話にしよう。それはいい？
別にいいけど。
I looked around. As I saw Yasunagi-kun walk upstairs, I lowered my voice and asked.
君にとって、モッチーはどんな存在だったんだ？
なんで聞くの？
お葬式代わりだよ。
え？
お葬式では、亡くなった人のことを話すだろう。死者の思い出を話すことは、霊魂の供養になるらしいよ。
Okay.
なんか、意外。
何が？
もっと、血も涙もない人だと思ってたから。供養とかそんなの言い出すって思わなかった。
Well, if you were willing to actually listen to what he says, maybe you would have realized earlier. That was just rude.
モッチーは、野里の子だったけど、選ぶった感じじゃ全然なかった。すっごく変だったし、知恵姉と同じくらいいろんな問題を起こしてたけど、みんなはモッチーのこと、頭おかしいって言ってたけど、とっても面白い人。多分、テレビとかに出て大活躍するようなのが向いてたと思うわ。一つ上だったけど、ほとんど同い年の友達みたいに接してくれたし、楽しかったわよ。すごく。兄ちゃんもすごく仲良かったし。
そんなに？
うん。いつも一緒にいたし、学校でもヒーローみたいな二人組だったよ。時々、横にいて寂しくなるくらい仲良かった。
Her visage dimmed. I felt like she was easier to understand than most. If Mochi had really liked her, it must have been a tough love. She hadn't even looked at him in that regard, and being with Yasunagi-kun even made him a target of her jealousy.
でも、彼はもういない。安永君は辛いだろうな。
うん。
彼を手伝ってあげたら？
Yasunagi-kun was going up the stairs again. I gestured at him with my chin.
え？
なんかお手伝い中っぽいし、ちえみちゃんは外だし。君はモッチーの代わりにはなれないかもしれないし、そこに立つべきはちえみちゃんなのかもしれないが、最後に決めるのは彼らだとして、それまでにしてあげたいことを我慢する必要はないんじゃないか？助けになりたいとは思うんだろ？
うん。 あなたも？
まあ、彼女には一宿一飯以上の恩があるからね。
She also gave you terrible trauma. not her directly, but...
下心がないとは言わないが、
Oh.
それ以上に彼女を支えたい。彼女は僕には見えないものに随分苦しんでいるみたいだから。
やっぱりあなたのこと誤解してたかも。
仕方ないよ。行くのかい？
うん。昨日のこと謝らなきゃ。
If she leaves, the only one here right now with us would be the mom.
じゃあ、僕も外へ。
The mom that is perfectly stable right now. We stood up at the same time. Though Haruchan was always on edge, deep inside she was a really honest girl. I worried that she'd fall victim to some scumbag like me down the road. You call yourself a scumbag? Wow, my guy.
何？
やっぱりあなたは逃げた方が。
This is so bad.
いや、なんでもない。
She cut herself short and hurried upstairs. Apparently I'd gained some of her trust, but it didn't look like I could get anything more useful than a bit of advice. Unlike the other inhabitants, she just believed that escape was possible. That was why she tried to do it yesterday. That might have been the extent of it.
それで誰が怪しいと思う？
はるちゃんと安永くん。
I walked up to Chiemi, who was looking after Meiko, and we started a conversation.
はるちゃんはともかくヤスくんなの？
容疑者は実質4人。タエさんとカオリさん。そしてその2人だ。このうち、昨日モッチーらが死んだ時に外出していたのは彼一人。
I still think that Mochi and the old man... I think the old man killed Mochi. And for whatever reason, died himself. Maybe, I mean, maybe... No, but it wasn't a full-on fight, was it? I have no idea. But I don't think they were killed by...
さらに狼の狡猾さを考えれば、彼以外に考えづらい。
ずる賢いってこと？
うん。
そうなの？
今日、なぜ匠さんは死んだ？
Because he investigated Haruchan, and if Haruchan is a wolf, we would have found that out.
え？なぜって、狼に殺されたから。
それを聞きたいんじゃない。
え？一体何が…あ、もしかしてこういうこと？雲に守られなかったから。
正解。おそらくもう、雲は死んでる。蛇である匠さんは、普通に考えれば、初日確かに雲に守られたはずだ。そして2日目である昨日、雲が別の誰かを守るべきだという話は、
うん。
ということは、雲は引き続き、重要度の高い匠さんを守ったと考えるべきだ。雲が生きてたら。
それは、そうか。
宴開始後にやられた匠さん以外の人は、勘蔵さん、吉次くん、モッチ、狼じじいし、この4人の中に雲がいて、なおかつそれを狼は見抜き、殺して、そうとしか考えられない。
え？それは考えすぎじゃない？ 4人も死んだからそろそろ雲もいないだろうってことかも。
楽天的に考えればそうだね。しかし相手が本当に賢いやつだったら、その油断が最後の致命傷になる。
でもどうやって雲を見抜けるって。
声が大きい。なんでもないよ、メイコちゃん。
She assumed scribbling on the ground. She was completely absorbed in it for some reason.
雲については、もしかしたら見抜けた可能性があったかもしれない。
それってどうやって？
初日、勘蔵さんが安永くんに喋らせてから最終決定をさせたって言ってただろう。
Maybe Kanzo-san was the spider.
僕の見立てでは、彼はもっと率先して動くタイプだし、
Pulling up all the
初
assets.
日は誰も殺さないという判断を下しそうにもない。
まあ、そう言われたらそうかも。
Hi, good
で
evening.
も、それがどうしたの？
彼が喋って決定が行われれば、場に与える影響はとてつもなく大きい。そして、だから狼に狙われやすい。こう僕らは考えたよね。
そうだけど、同じ時にヤス君も狙われやすいって話したじゃん。
逆を返せば、自分が狼なら狼に狙われるリスクはないわけだ。それよりも大事なことを黙っていて不自然がられる方が危ない。だから当たり障りのない情報は出す。もしそうならとても賢い選択だ。
でも肝臓じいちゃんがそんなに喋らなかったって話とどう。
これから言うのは完全に憶測だけど、肝臓さんが動かなかったのは権威を発揮して
Yeah, but if you're too
狼
quiet,
に目をつけられるの
you're
を
gonna
防ぐた
get
め。
killed. I remember one of the early rounds in Nausea. Either we said too much and no one trusted us, so we immediately got killed, or we said too little and everyone was like, oh, you're suspiciously quiet.
なぜその必要があったか。
And we hadn't done anything wrong, it's just our stats were so bad and in the beginning that everyone hated us, basically.
なぜなら、
まさかカゴ持ちだったから。
そうだ。それもおそらく雲。
どうしてそこまで言えるの？
雲は正体がバレた時のリスクが最も大きい
Oh,
から
the
だ。
spider can
な
protect
ぜなら自
themselves.
分を守れないからね。
Oh, I didn't know that was a
それ
thing.
でいて正体がバレない限り
Oh, I didn't know that
狼
was
に
a
対して
thing.
一夜分無駄にさせられ
I
る
thought
可能
like,
性があ
okay,
る。
what if you just protect yourself?
だから彼は極力目立たないように振る舞おうとした。 しかしそれ
Mm.
が逆に狼の注意を引いたんだ。あの人が黙ってるなんてよほどの加護を持っているに違いないとね。
No, I just thought, oh, yeah, no, it makes sense because if they could protect themselves, they could just go, haha, I'm protecting myself, and okay, yeah, no, okay, never mind, makes sense.
それで狼は彼をまんまと初日に仕留めることに成功し、丸裸になった匠さんを翌日に片付けた。
憶測だってのは分かってるけど、なんとなくそうだって気もする。
もしそこまで敵が意図的だったとすると、現状起きている異常事態も狼のショートカット戦術と考えた方がいい。
どういうこと？
ルール外で人が死にすぎている。吉嗣君、モッチ、狼じじいし、そしてほぼ死人扱いの
God, them having to
上松理
read
香子。
out all of these long as names time and time again is really...
予定外の死人が出ることは歓迎すべき。宴の回数が減れば、くくられる危険が減るから。
Yeah, we haven't hung a single person yet, most of us are dead.
だから意図的に人が死ぬように仕向けているとしたら、
話は分かるけど、どうやって？
吉嗣君については、例えば、夜に出歩くように仕向けて、汚れに追いやった。モッチーと狼じじい氏については、上松理香子に、彼らを殺させたとすれば辻褄が合う。
え？
タエさんは上松家の役割に絡めて汚れの原因を語っていたが、もっと筋の通った説がある。上松理香子が2人を殺したとすれば、
Oh.
1日1人しか殺せない宴のルールに抵触し、汚れの対象となるんだ。
I put aside the idea that there were apparently two types of corruption, slaughter and madness.
でもそんなの無理でしょ。彼女あんな服着てるんだよ。着替える暇なんてないじゃん。それに男2人相手に彼女が挑んで勝てるわけないってば。
じゃあこういうのは、モッチーと狼じじいし、どちらかがどちらかを殺し、残った方を彼女が殺した。2人目の血を流したことで、彼女は汚れの対象になる。服についてはわからないが、何か割烹着でも羽織ればいけるかもしれない。
I mean, we haven't seen
検証するまで
her since
不可
then.
能とは言えない。
We know that her clothes after those two were killed were fine, but...
それは、
Eh?
でも一人だって相手は男で。
One of them was an old man who, well, I don't believe was as like bad in the head as he made it seem, but still an old man. The other one was a small guy.
片方は何歳かもわからない老人だしな。あるいは
And if one of them was in the middle of offing the other, maybe if you take them by surprise, it would work just fine.
そんな、なんでそんなこと考えられるの？
だから全部憶測だ。動機だって不明。しかし話の筋は通っている。
じゃあそれがどうして狼の陰謀につながるっていうの？
動機の話になるとわからないけど、弱みを握ったとか、殺すように仕向ける方法はあるんじゃないかな。あるいは、彼女自身が狼だ、とかね。
Jimmy was at a loss for words. I had no choice but to continue myself.
狼の他の仲間が優位になるように、自ら時計の針を進めたって可能性もある。
それはないよ。狼は数が減るほど不利じゃん。
確かに、狼対人の人数比で言えば、一人対二人はうまい交換じゃない。しかし、誰もがその打算を働かせられるとは限らない。誰もが合理的に動くわけじゃない。非合理的なことは多分
Yeah,
起こ
there's
ってる
tons
し、
of illogical
その
stuff
全
going
てを
on.
予測することは不可能だ。
いや、聞きたくない。
でも、諦めるわけにはいかないだろ
もう何も考えたくないよ。
Girl.
う。ごめん。いろいろ言ってさ。
うん、こっちこそごめん。でもちょっときつい。
僕も、これ以上君たちがこんなものに付き合う必要はないと思う。脱出するなら協力するけど。
無理だよ。分かってるんだ。ここに生まれたならここで死ぬしかないんだよ。
Okay, but like, you can come back here to die of old age. Doesn't mean you can't leave in between.
そんなのは単なる思い込みだよ。
神様が見えない人には分からないよ。
ああ、わからないな。困ったな。
It really was troubling. If this was some tabletop fun for the whole family game, I'd have already punched the GM and left. But lives were actually on the line here, not just my own, but also that of someone I kinda liked. We made it this far, yet she was uncooperative. Maybe I was going about this wrong. Maybe if I wanted to save her life, I had to start by saving her from the darkness within. Or maybe from the unidentified supernatural phenomenon that was binding her. Though that doesn't seem like something that could be done in just 3 or 4 days. Still, I'd struggle until the very end. I couldn't participate in the feast myself, so I had no choice but to leave it to Chiemi. I didn't say anything more to her, I just chose to believe she'd overcome her inner conflict soon. Meanwhile, Mako's drawing had grown so large it felt like she would get lost in the mist.
Oi!
I left Chiemi and went to Mako. She waved at me. Good thing she was kinda used to me now.
さっきから何を書いてるんだい?
Nearly 4,000 tabletoppers. You certainly have more. Fun for the whole family!
お守り?
One drawing showed a warped circle with a line just as strange going through it. But I could see what it was. It looked much like the Higuchi family crest I saw in the dining hall. There were 4 of them, apparently. The others were hard to differentiate. Oh, that rolling drawing was the same as the one on the stone. The symbol of the Yomotsu Ukami.
なるほど。新内さんのお守りか。お姉ちゃんに教わったのかい？こっちのは？お守りじゃないね。
I lost 2 of the nups on my PC. So now it's not standing straight anymore. It's like it either goes in one direction or the other. It's very unfortunate. I already lost 1 of them some time ago, but now I've lost 2. So I have 1 in the front and 1 in the back, and they're not even on the same side. It's like, god damn it. Please. Apple. I certainly wasn't expecting to hear such a vivid word from a girl about 4 years old.
動物かい?
Consider moving one from one side to the other. Yeah.
ふむふむ。おー。あー。
The ground wasn't the best canvas, and the little girl wasn't the best artist. All I could really tell was that they all had 4 legs.
これは?
It had 4 legs, though. Well, whatever.
じゃあ、一番でっかいこれは?
A light chill went down my spine.
なんで狼なの?
Ah, the wolf is coming. Someone's like...
待ってくれ、メコちゃん。君は狼を知ってるのか? それは、ここの狼? 蛇とか、猿とかは? 狼は何をするの? 食べる?
Apparently, this had nothing to do with Fujiyoshi's legend. I had no idea if this was from a picture book or imagination, but there were barely any links between the stories. Or maybe I was rushing to conclusions.
そのお話は誰に聞いたの？
本当だよ。
じゃあ、どこで会ったことかな？
遠く。
遠くか。
ずーっと歩いてきたの。
Well, it didn't look like I could get any details from her. If far away referred to the land of myth, and it actually had truths regarding Fujiyoshi's legend that weren't told here. What was I thinking? Land of myth? How stupid. I should just calm down and file it under more info that made no sense to me.
そっか。頑張ったね。
Meiko talks fluently, but only sometimes. Hi.
お腹すいた。
そうだね。僕もだ。
As we turned around, I saw Chiemi stand up in the mist again and hesitantly beckon us.
食事ができたそうだ。
Yunosuke was standing at the entrance to the dining hall wearing a gloomy expression. He was never particularly vigorous, but now his visage was haggard, and he wasn't nearly as arrogant as before. I couldn't blame him. The only person he was flirtatious to, Rikaku Uematsu, was in an awful state. Also, despite all he said, he'd actually relied on Takumi-san. They seemed to be close in terms of age too. And from what I'd heard, he'd never really said anything wrong. The only problem was his insensitive choice of words. The feast was a communication game. Even if you were right about something, it didn't matter much if you couldn't convince anyone.
ありがとうございます。
Still, he was one of the mere 2 confirmed humans. Treating him badly and making him upset wouldn't help at all. I had to be cautious.
行こうか。
お腹減ったね、メイコちゃん。
Chiemi had calmed down a bit. I'd already told her my suspicions. I now had to hope she handled the feast well. All that was left now was to get some nutrients to support my hardworking brain, right?
すみませんね。こんなのしかできなくて。
I'm gonna be real honest. I am not willing to eat something this woman has prepared. She's not in a good state of mind right now. She dabbled what appeared to be rice gruel from the large pot. It was a thick white soup with vegetables, rice, and something brown inside.
シシ入りだ。慣れてます？
ええ。生のはダメになっちゃったから。
ちえみちゃん。
I whispered to her.
どうしようか。
Like, sorry. Chiemi has not let us eat anything from here the entire time we've been here. I wouldn't start now. We were talking about the thing where I had to avoid the local food.
せっかくだから今回は貫こうか。
オッケー。ありがとう。
What did I mean by this time? Did I think I had another life or something? It was fine. It wasn't like I was cool with dying just on the off chance I got a second shot. Dying wasn't an acceptable option. I wasn't about to compromise on that.
ほっつき歩いても仕方ないし、ここで待ってるよ。
わかった。
召し上がらないの？
結構アレルギーあるんで。
若い人は変色しよるから。
Yeah, exactly. That's how allergies come to be. You just gotta force yourself to eat stuff even if you're allergic to it. Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, I was lying, but telling actual allergy sufferers that they should just eat it, they'd be cured was actual murder. Yeah, yeah. It's like, oh, what do you mean you're lactose intolerant? Just keep drinking more milk. Okay. What do you mean you're allergic to nuts? Just eat them. Oh, you can't breathe now? Too bad. There were some efforts to cure allergies by carefully injecting the allergens via vaccine, but that was a subject for the doctor. Anyway, going back to the dorm by myself was dangerous since they'd suspect me, so I just waited in the corner of the room, still hungry.
安永くんとはるちゃんは？
まだ上かな？
Eat them harder.
いいから、熱いうちに。
もっとついで。
僕は彼らを呼びに行ってくるよ。
You only recently discovered that you're allergic to bananas. Oh no! What was I? I watched something this week where they were eating bananas, and then I really was craving bananas as well. So being alive for 22 years, it happens. I mean, it doesn't have to mean that you've been allergic to them your entire life. Sometimes allergies just come and go at some point, funnily enough. I went up the stairs, and when I reached the second floor, I stopped for a moment. I heard some rustling. Was it possible they'd gotten that intimate in just a few minutes? Bruh! Was about to ruin the mood. Bruh! Well, food was important too. I said, to get their attention and slowly went up, making sure it was loud enough for them to hear me coming.
食事だそうだよ。おや、安永くん。
あ、どうも。
Oh? The room was full of stuff. It was a huge
なん
mess.
か探してるみたいだけど、まだ見つからないの？
Yeah, bananas are great.
ええ。新しい割烹着が屋根裏にあるって言われたんですけど、見つけられなくて。他もひっくり返してたところですよ。
そうか。
Ah, the classic. Oh, not everyone feels that way when they eat certain things.
見た？
え？よければみんなには黙っててもらえますか？
いや、勝手に気を使いはしたけど、別に何か危ないシーンを目撃したわけじゃないんだけど。
I think that's usually the case. Like, you start talking to other people and are like, oh yeah, whenever I have this, I get this weird feeling in my throat, or my tongue goes numb because it's so spicy or whatever. And then they're like, no. That is not what happens usually. Like, what? What do you mean? That's not what happens. It's a mental health issue. I mean, I have that as well. The worst part about stuff like mental health issues, like you talk to other friends who also have mental health issues they might or might not be aware of, and you're like, oh, I have this thing, and they're like, oh, I have this thing as well. It's completely normal. It is not completely normal. In fact, you're both suffering from the same thing.
お楽しみ中だった？
何言うのよ。
嘘だよ。こんな時にそんなこと、君たちはしないでしょ？
そりゃそうですよ。
You're both blushing.
もちろんよ。
Really? No. I was still kind of worried.
じゃあ、一旦切り上げて食事にしたらどうかな？
When you talk to normal people, they're like, that's not normal. They're like, you should get that checked out. And I'm like, they didn't argue. As we prepared to go back, there was a loud noise from downstairs.
何？
Izanagi-kun and I looked at each other, then ran out of the room without saying a word. Uh-oh. We were met with a strange scene. I instantly realized what had happened and who was responsible. Yunosuke was wearing a furious expression, his shoulders shaking. There was a shattered plate of rice roll at his feet. The contents were still steaming. He was facing Kaori Oribe-san, who was standing completely still. Did he throw his food to the floor? Was it that bad? No way, this was clearly something way bigger than that.
いきなりどうしたんです？
Jim and the others didn't seem to understand either. They shifted uneasily.
なんですと？
渦だ！渦！獅子滝に鳥かぶとが入っている。
は？
メイコちゃん、食べた？
ね、いただきます。まだ。
他に誰も食べてない？
ちょっと待って。何が何だか。本当なんですか？
見ろこの生煮えの傭変を。光沢があり、裏も白くなく、先端が。
Bro, I have no idea what any of these plants look like.
ほんまです。こりゃ渦じゃ。
山菜を入れたの？母さん。
ええ。
危なかったね。間違えてそんなの入れちゃって中毒が起きるところ。
殺す気だ。
待ちなさいよ。ただ間違えただけでしょ。
I don't think someone who cooks pretty much every day and does it for a living kind of would mistakenly use wolfsbane in their food. Haru-chan stopped talking when she realized the suspect was acting strange. Kaori-san was staring right at Kyunosuke, not moving an inch, and smiling. She was completely glaring him down. The response was so delayed we had no idea what it was for. When Kyunosuke backed away a bit, his expression shifted from rage to fear.
母さん。
みんな死んでしまえばいいのよ。
Hot damn, girl! As she stood there wailing madly, she brandished a knife. She was hardly moving quickly, but the sight of the blade had stunted our reflexes. I'd seen some bizarre corpses here. I bore witness to what pure malice could do. but still living blatant malevolence, killing intent, was intense enough to paralyze everyone present. I barely registered the scene unfolding before me. Staggering a bit, the woman passed the counter. The sharp knife was still green with something, likely shavings of aconite. She raised her voice, and aimed the poison weapon at the nearest target, Kionosuke-san. Oh no! Well, time to die. Let's go! I don't know why I moved when I did. I was a man of words, not of impulse. In times of crisis, I was the type to turn tail and run after making some sort of parting threat. I shouldn't have been on good enough terms with either Kionosuke or Kaori-san to risk my life for them. Yet when I came to my senses, my body was dancing, charging straight for Kaori-san with my right shoulder. And after a brief struggle, we collapsed. I heard her let out a strained cackle in my ears. I had to change my posture. Unless I pinned a knife hand down, But in the end, it turned out I really wasn't cut out for the job. These roundabout thoughts were just delaying the inevitable. When the madly laughing woman embraced me, my thoughts ground to a complete halt. She stabbed me right in the back. Simple as that. To her, I was just another obstacle that had to be removed. I didn't know if the wound itself was fatal, but I could tell that the blade had sunk in incredibly deep, and that it was coated in leaf green poison. It must have been a near instant death. My mind quickly grew hazy, yet my final moments were those of self-reflection. Reckless actions really aren't my forte after all. Aww, you tried, my guy. I mean, sure, yeah, give me the hint corner. What's that gonna be about? Hi!
やっちまったな大将。こいつはいただけねえ。早速ヒントをくれてやるぜ。今回のバッドエンド5、題してど素人の無謀な攻撃が呼んだと臭いし春明のやつは別に武道家でもなんでもねえ。そもそも武術かじった人間なら武器持ったやつからはまず逃げるっつうぜ。武器都市格闘もののアニメや漫画でその場のノリで突っ込めばどう考えても逃げるがつうわけで
Don't bring a fist to a knife fight. Okay, sure.
よし今
Die a bloody death next time, excuse me. Don't be fucking rude. Okay, let's see. Give me the chart. Hello. Thank you. Yomi, stop poisoning. Find a nearby weapon. Alright. I had no idea why my body began to move. I grabbed the nearest chair without even thinking about it. It was old, wooden, and heavy. Picking it up made me lose my balance for a bit. I pointed its legs at the would-be murderer and dashed forward as fast as I could. Crash, a cry of pain, a scream. Amidst the cacophony, I attempted to keep Kaori-san pinned down. I pressed the edge of the chair against her knife arm. She cried out in pain and the blade clattered to the floor. She then quickly kicked it away. Nice. In hindsight, it had all happened in a mere matter of seconds. In fact, tying her up was way harder, what with her foaming at the mouth and struggling. Both C's produce a K sound. Cacophony? Oh god. Okay. In the end, we bound her limbs and gagged her to silence her bloodthirsty screams. With that done, we had no choice but to face reality.
僕がこれを切り出すのはどうかと思うけど、どうするんです？これは。
Six of us stood in the mist right outside the dining hall. Kaori-san was locked inside.
織部さんも
Everyone's a Yomibito in your eyes, ma'am.
違う、そんなわけない。母さんはちょっとおかしくなってるだけだ。
She tried to kill all of you.
香織さん、やっぱり無理してたんだね。
当たり前でしょ。母さんが義継をどれだけ大事にしてたか。あいつはバカだし、喧嘩っ早くて手がかかるやつだったけど、いや、だからこそ母さんはあいつを一番大事にしてた。父親に似て無謀だって母さんは何度も言ってたから。母は僕が責任を持って落ち着ける。
You're not going in there.
みんな、どうか今日のことは
宴で決めるべきだ。
待ってください。これは宴とは関係ない個人の暴走です。分けて考えるべきだ。
どうしてそう言える？ご婦人は確かに汚れによって狂気を得たのかもしれん。
野里さん？
霧の中のことは 宴で決めるべきだ。でないと汚れるかもしれん。
そうですな。
わかりました。行きましょう。
ダメだ。このままだと香織さんが殺されるぞ。
させませんよ。久石さん、母を見ていてください。
僕はフリーでいいのかい？
No one replied. Apparently it didn't matter anymore.
ちえみちゃん。
She doesn't have light in her eyes anymore. She's making the same face she did whenever she talked about
やっ
God.
ぱりこうなった。
Strangely enough, there was emotion in her eyes. I could see 90% resignation and 10% fear. Watching me until she finally passed out of sight, she followed the others toward the hall. Oh my god!
酒はどこにあるんだ？
This just looks wrong. There's so many people missing.
そんなのもういいじゃないですか。
清めるのは大事よ。ほれ、野里様。
いただく。回るな。
ちーちゃんも。やすくん。あんたは舐めるだけ。
お姉ちゃんは？
植松様はもうダメじゃ。
私世話するわ。
Oh.
この子のどうせ無駄。
知恵ねえ、しっかりしてよ。
では始めるが、私は織部夫人をくくるのに一票入れたい。
根拠は何です？
彼女は危険だ。
Wow, what a good reason.
じゃあ僕は植松里香子さんに一票入れますよ。
他の各位はどう考えるのかね。仮投票だ。決定。
私は
は？
どっちもくくるべきと思っておりますよ。
I don't think you can do that.
私今頭回ってない。
植松里香子をくくるべきよ。香織さんは話せばわかるかもしれないけど。
I don't think you just get to go, oh, let's just hang both of them.
お前はどうなんだ、子供。
お姉ちゃん、食べるの？
何を言ってる。いいか、お前の好きな里香子さんを守りたいなら織部香織をくくるのに投票しろ。
無理ですよ、分かりっこない。危険が3人、あとは2対1。決まったようですね。
ふざけるな。わざわざ移り住んでまで安水に身を尽くした彼女に対して、これが安水の恩の返し方か。
そう。というか、聞かせてくれませんか？
She's just a bit out of
生み出
it.
してはいるけど、話は通じる。植松さんはあれじゃ獣と同じじゃないですか。投票だってもうできない。仮に今日母をくくったとして明日はどうするんです？決まりですかね。
なんと短絡的な。血縁者ゆえのひいき目かもしれんが、対極的なものが何も見えていない。
なんですって？
考えてもみろ。我々はあくまで狼を全滅させねばならんのだ。読み人は狼ではないのだろう。であれば彼女は狼でないと証明されたも同義なのだ。
は？どういうことです？
伝承を思い出してみるがいい。狼とは世持つ狼。すでに黄泉の汚れを負った存在なのだ。その上さらに読み人になるなど考えられるかね。山脇さん、どう思われるか。
それはそうかもしれんですが。
Yeah, the funny thing about the Badger is we don't have when it talk. Yeah, no. You didn't miss the Badger being introduced. The only time the Badger was mentioned was the one time when Chiemi and Haru sang the thing for Meiko, because Meiko couldn't remember all of the lyrics, and then both of them sang it, and there was one part in there where the Badger was mentioned, but there was no Badger mentioned while Yamawaki here, Taya Yamawaki, introduced all of the, these are the Guardians, and these are everyone's roles, and it is right there in the funny little song thingy. So she's hiding it. She's hiding the badger, I think. The existence of the badger, because like, why would it be in your funny little text, huh? But no, you didn't miss it being introduced as a concept.
しかし一方、弱い汚れは狂気となる。狂ったお守りが狼で、狂った人が読み人だ。つまり汚れの罰は狼にとって残死のみを意味し、人には読み人と残死の二通りあり得る。
ご都合主義な妄想だ。
そう、証明する手立てはない。しかし最もらしさを積み上げることはまだできるぞ。もし狼が汚れで狂うというのならば、あんな姿になるのかね。人の皮をかぶった獣が狂ったならば、私は獣は本性を表すと思うがね。けむくじゃらな本性を。リカコさんはそうなったかね。なっていない。
I mean, we could obviously be wrong here, but why would they include this entire lyric part about the badger if it wouldn't exist?
それはそうかもしれんです。それじゃあ
Also, I don't trust the old lady. She's the one who knew the most, but she's also the one who keeps changing her opinion as soon as anyone else says anything. They're like, oh yeah, okay, maybe we should do this. Like, come on! Stick to your own convictions once.
野里さんはおとぎ話を前提にして話してる。実際に人が死んでいるのにだ。
馬鹿げているのはどっちだ。汚れの恐怖を認めるならば、それは伝承を認めるということだ。そら私は認めたぞ。汚れを恐れつつ伝承を軽んじるのは二重基準ではないかね。え？
知恵ね。
私は神様が怖い。こうして全てを手のひらの上でもてあそんでいる神様が怖い。
何を言ってるの？
それでも、いや、それだからこそ怖いものと戦わなきゃならなくて、戦うには武器が必要で。春明さん。
え、なんで
私はヤス君、君に投票する。
何を？知恵ね
え。意味がわからんぞ芹沢。
野里さん、ここから確定票を取って。いつまでも話し合っても無駄でしょ。
それはい
つかやらなきゃならないことだ。それに知恵姉が確定票を入れるなら、でも許せるかどうかは別だよ、知恵姉。
分かってる。
異論はない。
私の考えを言うね。野里さんの言い分は半分まで正しい。ただその論拠が昔話の解釈なのは論外。モッチーや狼じじいや匠兄ちゃんは人間に殺されてるんだ。ならば昔話じゃなくて今まであったことを振り返って考えるべき。それでまず私と同じように優先順位をちゃんとつけられる人は、野里さんはさっき言った通り、メイコちゃんは若すぎて無理、はるちゃんはぶっちゃけ野里さんへのアンチとヤス君の味方をするだろうって思った。タエばあちゃんはきっと伝説やら何やら中心で語るだろうって分かってる。じゃあヤス君はどうだろう。辛いこともあったし、今はお母さんが作られる寸前で焦る気だけど、その対抗としてリカ子、安水の人間なら確かに長者をくくる方向に誘導するのは簡単かもだけど、君には優先度ってものが分かってるはず。怪し読み人なきにせんなんて言葉より前に直接の脅威になり得る狼を探すべきってね。私の知ってるヤス君は切羽詰まっても理屈っぽくそんなことを言う人だった。
知恵ね、言いたいことは分かったよ。僕はこいつが許せないんだ。え、あなたが適当なことを言って場をかき回すもんだから匠兄も義継もモッチーも殺された。この後に及んで次は母さんだというあなたが許せないんだ。
ちょっと兄ちゃん、どうしたの？
ああ、そうだね。優先度なんて忘れてた。僕はこいつの鼻を明かしたかった。 それでハルちゃんを利用したのさ。知恵姉が言った通り、僕の本性はそれだけのつまらない人間だよ。これでも不満なの？知恵。
そうだね、らしくないとしか思わない。ヤスくん、これはきっと疑心暗鬼だと思う。香織さんが食事を出した時、安永くんとハルちゃんはいなかったよね。
Kaori sent him away to look for something.
もし他の人があれで全滅してたら、残るは君たち2人だった。もしあなたが狼だったら、とても楽な展開だよね。
僕が母さんにあれをやらせたっていうのか？
そうだったら最悪だって思うよ。鳥かぶとを香織さんが取ったのはおそらく朝だよね。その時からみんなを殺す気だった。夜の間に吹き込まれたとするなら。
そんな。でも夜に連絡する手は。
狼は2人いる。
まさか
香織さんが唯一残った息子のために一人で汚れを被る覚悟で残る。
私も人だもん。
最後に狼と人が残っても投票にならない。ハルちゃんは何もできない。
嘘だよね、兄ちゃん。
ヤスくん。
ありえないんだ。だって母さんが狼だったら義継が死ぬわけがない。あいつを生かすために僕を殺すならありえたかもしれないけど、僕が頼んだって聞いてくれるわけがないだろう。母さんは僕よりあいつの方が好きなんだから。
知恵ねえ、あんまりよ。兄ちゃんがお母さんにそんなこと言うはずないじゃん。
別に私はヨシ君が殺されたとは言ってない。彼は単に夜出歩いて汚れを受けただけかもしれない。それに香織さんは狼じゃなくても息子が狼だって知ったら汚れをいとわず助けるかもしれない。
そうやって都合のいいことを言って
The mom did
悪
like
者にしようとしてるようにしか見えないわ。
Yoshitsugu more than the mother.
どうしちゃったのよ、知恵ね。私たちのことはどんな時だって守ってくれてたじゃん。あの人、不妻子さんがそうやって言えって。
そんなことはないよ。ただあの人の真似をして自分の頭で考えてみただけ。一番信じたくないことだって、それが真実である可能性からは。
それで思いつきで僕に対して。
This is not about friendship. This is about us surviving, my guy.
だってらしくないんだもん。そうやって脅しみたいなことを言うヤス君がさ。私からしたら君だよ、変わっちゃったように見えるのはさ。
で結局どうするのかね。
言ったことには責任を持たなきゃね。私はヤス君を疑ったから、それをちゃんと形に残すよ。
では織部安永に1票だ。
順番がずれましたけど、席順で言えばタイバーが最初でしょう。タイバーどうする？
あたしは香織さんにするわよ。植松様は確かに狼とは思えん。
あなたはどうします？野里さん。
今さらあなたなどと。私の答えは変わらんよ。それどころか今の芹沢の言葉で気持ちが固まった。織部安永、君が狼とは正直今の態度からは考えづらいが、母親織部香織に1票。
That's 2 votes for the mom already.
君はどうするのかね、織部安永。
変わらず植松里香子さんです。
私も
And 2 votes for
投票
Rikako.
するわ。
子供は放棄でいいか。
待って、メイコちゃん、よく考えて。あなたの
Yes! The fate of everyone is in the hands of a 3-year-old.
知恵ね、そこまでするのか？小さい子にデタラメを吹き込んで票を奪おうなんて。
Well, I trust this child as far as she can shout ba.
それしか手がないなら何だってする。メイコちゃん、リカコさんがいなくなったら嫌だよね。
Oh! Oh, that's mean.
だったら
無駄だよ。僕に投票させたって3人同率で
She could vote for your mom.
いらない人選ぶの？
そうよ。
だったらおばちゃん怖かったから
Wait, which Oba-chan? This one or the mom?
それは食堂の女の人かね。決まり。
That's 3 votes for her.
そんな冗談だろ。そんないい加減なことで母さんが。
それでも1票は1票だ。
兄ちゃん、終わった。
I heard muffled screams and sobs from the dining hall behind me. Gagged inside, Kaori Oribe was still wailing. She couldn't move properly and had a pole fixed to her shoulders, but I was still worried enough to check every now and then. The lack of change helped calm my nerves, but at the same time I resented myself a bit for it. Quite a bit of time had passed since the feast had begun. What kind of decision would they make? The daily wolf lynching, hanging, had failed every single time so far. Mr. Chai Can't Be Ignored said, yeah, I hate him. Considering the number of days remaining and how many people were left, if they messed up today, the humans would lose all hope of surviving. If either Kaori Oribe or Rikaku Uematsu ended up chosen, there would just be no chance anymore. Once I saw people leaving the hall, my mouth moved on its own. Their eyes were steady. They walked in my direction. Not to me though, but to the dining hall. I asked anyway. I was speaking to the last representative of sanity in this place, Kiyonosuke Nosato. We didn't even converse. His tone and the look in his eyes were different from usual. His usual arrogant pride was gone, and in its place stood a deadly determination.
僕は負けました。春ちゃん。
私は嫌だって言った。
おばあさん。
新内様のおぼし飯じゃ。
ちえみ。
春明さんはこの子。
Meiko was at the rear of the group. Somewhat hesitantly, she walked up to me. I moved aside to let them pass. They all entered the dining hall and dragged out the victim. The ones holding the ropes and doing the dragging were Kyonosuke Nosato and Shiemi Serizawa. Falling behind was Tai Yamawaki, prodding her onward with a bamboo broom.
Yamero.
As his mother cried out in pain, Yasunaga Oribe followed the group hand in hand with Harumakishima.
Tomero.
Harumakishima was bawling. Yasunaga Oribe was shaking, not even trying to hide his sobs. His face was warped in anguish. As the group faded away, the gag fell out and the victim's voice grew loud. Not a scrap of reason remained, only raw terror. It's a pretty quiet terror though. Or perhaps madness. Please, someone, beg for her life. However, I didn't hear any pleas to the very end, and I painfully realized I wasn't participating in the feast. I wasn't part of this live selection game bound by otherworldly rules.
Miruna.
I turned Meiko away, hugged her, and covered her ears. Because of that, I couldn't cover my own. Parent-like dedication. What a weird idea. Anyway, as the group disappeared into the mist, I somehow felt as though the screams, or laughs, were even clearer. I was subjected to this illusion until the very end. During the final moments, the mother called out her son's name. It was the name of the elder son, and he responded by calling for his mother. But at the very last moment, it felt like the victim shouted out a different name. There was a strange sound, followed by silence.
Meiko.
Meiko's body was surprisingly warm. In response, she just nodded. She nodded again. Meiko started crying. I let her go, took her by the hand and led her to the dorm. There I took all the remaining food I had. Then I escorted her back to her place. The VAs do a great job if it makes you feel uncomfortable, yeah. Still crying, she nodded. I gave her some food and closed the door. Once I turned around, I saw them. There wasn't a hint of emotion in his voice. As one who didn't participate in the feast, I was in no position to criticize or support them. They just turned around and returned to their places, leaving no indicator whether they'd actually heard me. 3 of them were headed in the same direction. I didn't feel like joining them, instead casting a glare at the backs as they walked. My powerlessness was killing me. Under the assumption I would die tomorrow, I decided I would go through the mist down to Saranaga, a strict taboo here. What kind of death would that get me? Would I be injured? Run into some other world? Something else entirely? Or perhaps I'd be eaten by a monster. I still had that incomprehensible memory, but it was enough to make me suspect that was the most likely scenario. Normally, people didn't remember dying. The unknown was scary, but journeying into the unknown meant conquering that fear, so you could say there were some perks to remembering that death. But if it was guaranteed that I would die like that, I wasn't really keen on the idea. That had hurt like hell, not to mention how terrifying the experience was.
じゃあ、マシな死に方を考える。もっと痛くない死に方。あるいは、痛みと引き換えになるような何かを成し遂げる死に方。
Like if it led to the survival of a young child. Anyway, I'd bygone my life. All that remained was finding supporters. Wagger? I don't know. I closed my eyes and took a few deep breaths. I threw a Yakuza kick into the wall. Then I did a low kick with the other leg. Excuse me? Why does he like I'm sorry, I was expecting a wow, but he just went wow. Why is he going up? As I sang the Buddha's ash rock, I attacked the wall with my ass, which prompted a response from the others. I heard Jamie's angry voice through the front door. What is happening? The walls here were thin, apparently.
まあ、とりあえず明日逃げよっか。
どんな流れで何を言い出してるの？
それだけツッコミができるなら十分正気でしょう。クレイジーゾーンからおさらばしようぜ。
あのね、春明さん。
僕は本気だ。
Still outside my door, she felt silent. It was only about 8, still a safe time. I walked up to the door and unlocked it.
ひどい顔。
そんなに？
嘘。
何その軽妙なふっかけ。彼氏か。
君の切り返しも本調子に見えるけど、でもそんな仮面の下に超常的苦悩を隠してんだろ。全部吐いちゃえよ。まあ、吐かなくてもいい。とりあえず座れば。
お邪魔します。
Alone in an empty room, we sat cross-legged and looked at each other.
今日の宴の内容を教えて。結局、誰なんだ？
もうわかんない。というかもう誰でもいい。
The situation was hopeless. She felt the same way. So far, there wasn't a single lynching with a good reason behind it, and it didn't feel like they'd gotten lucky and killed a wolf.
いっそあの青ビオタンが狼ならな。スッキリに込めるのに。
Excuse me.
匠さんからお墨付きが出てる以上、その可能性はとても低い。
知ってる。
But still, assuming Yasunagi-kun was actually a wolf, I really doubt that he was cold-hearted enough to keep up the act of a human while seeing off his mother to her death. Like Chimi had pointed out, it was best to assume Cody-san had only done what she did for her son. If everyone died and only one was left, he'd be the victor regardless if he was a human or a wolf. Probably. Whatever the case, it was important to note that it was wrong to guess whether Yasunagi-kun was a wolf based on this alone. Cody Oribe was in a messed up mental state that led her to plot the deaths of herself and everyone else just to save her son. It was simply the immense power of motherly love at work. I'd messed it up by sending Haru-chan to the second floor. Cody-san probably resented me for that. Not to mention, I was the one who'd pinned her down. Being the target of a death person enmity was a rare experience, and in my opinion, it was uncomfortable.
やっぱ私には無理だったな。
僕の、ま、
考えて。
I tried to think, but it didn't work out. Was I a bad influence on her? Well, carefully deliberating your actions was never a bad thing, obviously. Also, it was worth noting she pointed out that Yasunagi-kun trying to guilt trip her wasn't like him. Her own intuition was important too. Besides him, there was Taya-san, who believed nothing but the superstitions, Haru-chan, who always agreed with Yasunagi-kun, and Meiko, the one who sealed Kaori-san's fate.
みんな怪しいな。
だからもう誰でもいい。
Chiemi hung her head.
メイコちゃんは助けてやることに決めてるんだけど。
どうやって？ここを出て？無理だって言ってんじゃん。
I can try.
待ってて確実に死ぬよか良くないか？彼女が狼だったら一人減らせてラッキーかもよ。
なのかな。もうわかんない。人殺しちゃった。
She said it casually, but I could tell that it was hard for her to say.
君は悪くないさ。
I responded equally casually. I felt that breaking the illusion would be too much to handle. Where's your wash line?
そもそも、君は反対したろ？
一応、殺人を止めなかったってことは、それに賛同したってことじゃない？
Does it?
それは僕も同じだし。
ああ、そっか。
それに、異常な状況下で異常な決断をしてしまうことに、法はある程度理解。
法ね。
どうにしたって、まともな法で裁かれるなら、意味不明な山の掟に裁かれるより億倍マシでしょう。それともちえみちゃんはむしろ超常的な死を遂げたいのか？どれも的を外してるってと。
Man, this was complicated.
神様ってやつのせいか？
半分はそう。
もう半分は説明しづらい。じゃあ神様の方を話してよ。
どう言えば神様は不幸なんだ。
ん？
いや、辞書的な意味で不幸のことをそう呼んでるわけじゃなくて、神様がいるからどうやっても私たちは幸せになれない。
それは目に見えるもの？
うん、私たちはみんな見てる。でも本質は目に見えないものかも。
目に見える部分について聞こう。それは人間？
Though slowly and hesitantly, she gave me a light nod.
それは安水の誰か？
Silence, neither yes or no.
じゃあ上藤吉の人間？
She kept her silence. Her shoulders were shaking a bit.
じゃあ
違う、やっぱ違う。人間じゃない。人間をどうしたって神様はどうにもならない。
You don't have a light in your eyes anymore. I knew it'd go like this.
落ち着いて説明するんだ。じゃないと僕も君もやられる。
いっそ殺してくれればいい。こんなひどい夢とっとと終わらせてほしいのに。ねえ、春明さん、私を殺して。あなたの手なら私死ねる気がする。
何言い出すんだ。しっかりしろ。
私しっかりしてる。私は汚れてなんかない。私は狂ってない。狂ってなんか。おかしいのは藤吉全部よ。おかしいのは神様の方よ。
神様とは状態のことなのか？
I just kind of blurted out something without thinking. Jimmy was clearly in a state of panic. The despair was one cause, but someone panicked like this couldn't explain themselves properly. Also, I didn't feel like this was simply some spiritual being she could see. She could perceive God as a sensation of sorts, and the fact others couldn't caused her to panic. Explaining a sense like that wasn't easy, and trying to explain it in detail was also a reminder of how much it scared her. I had to try and understand what she was sensing and find a better word for it than God. That was what I thought to myself after saying those words, but why did she suddenly go quiet? She was raising her head and her eyes were wide, staring right at me. She'd completely stopped voicing her pain. Did I hit the nail on the head? As I considered that possibility, I felt a cold, damp breeze from behind me. She wasn't staring at me. She was staring at something behind me. I turned around, following the direction of her eyes. How long had the front door been open? Had I forgotten to lock the door? Well, I mean, you let her in, yes? Oh! And how long had that thing been there? There was a person outside. Was it even human? Through the darkness I could see that it definitely had a humanoid silhouette. But it was definitely abnormal. His body was covered in bandages, no, sutras. It was a smallish boy, or girl, covered in marked cloth. Again, was it even human? Asked the same question again, unable to even voice the words. I couldn't move a finger, or rather, I didn't because I had no idea what would have happened if I did. As the tension began to overwhelm me, I saw its lips move.
黄泉の匂いに狼は来ある。みそぎ物意味夢見せ藤吉の娘。
A howl. I heard something fall. Turning back around, I realized it was Chiemi.
Chiemi!
Still confused, I rushed over and caught her. It was a momentary loss of consciousness. She hadn't fainted, she just seemed to be drifting at the border of reality.
おい、しっかりしろ。
私、なんで。
さっきのやつは何なんだ。
さっきのおかしいな。なんだろう。ごめん。帰るわ。
Chiemi stood up. Her eyes were utterly devoid of life. She headed to the door. It was closed. There was no one there. I set the matter aside for now. Chiemi was way more important. I had to stop her. That was why I
絶対に連れて行く。
wrapped my arms around her.
捨てる命なら僕にくれ。明日の朝、千恵美とメイコを連れてここを出る。
君を連れてじゃないんだ。
That was her first response in a while.
君によろしくお願いされたからね。その意は最後まで組ませてもらう。
律儀なんだ。
でしょ。実は子供を見殺しにするのは他よりも気分が悪いって打算もあったりするんだ。
悪ぶれてないよ、春明さん。あと、いつの間にか呼び捨てになってる。
嫌だった？
嫌じゃないけど、けじめというか、区切りは欲しいな。
僕と付き合って。
あ？
いいよ。
は？
だから一緒に逃げよう。
You're both going to die.
言っておくけど、一緒に死んでもいいって意味だから。メイコさんのことは悪いけどあんま考えてない。
Go with me, sure. Huh?
自分に責任持てよ。
千恵美さんどうも脳に問題があるっぽいから、年長者に頼っちゃいたい。
任せろ。あと、他に希望者がいたら連れて行くから。
私は特別扱いじゃないんだ。
特別扱いだよ。他は任意だけど、君とは付き合った以上、踏んじばってでも連れて行く。
微妙。
知ってるか？僕はモテないんだ。
Really?
春明さん、ありがとう。
Cheery voice compelled me to embrace her.
私が今夜狼に殺され。
言うな。
私の何でもいいから。 どこか一部だけでも。
心配するな。
怖い。
僕がいる。僕がいるから。
It hurt to say baseless things. Even so, I kept on saying whatever I could to make her feel better. This went on for only 10 or so minutes, though. Even if the wolves didn't pay us a visit, we'd have to respect the rules of living here. We awkwardly exchanged some parting words, and I saw her off as she returned to her room, her parting ways with a frail smile on her damp face. Tomorrow, everything would be decided tomorrow. Another morning. Aside from being really hungry, I woke up the same as always. I hadn't died. The only real difference this morning was that I could go outside as I pleased. It was still misty out, and I couldn't see much beyond the dorm. A settlement isolated in mist, a space cut away from the world. Could we really leave this place? We could. It had to be physically possible. The idea that we couldn't was just speculation, no matter how much this place defied reality. What was that thing? Why had she and me collapsed? I was saying worry. Was this even really happening? Human senses and memories often lied to us, though just dismissing anything that didn't make sense as an illusion wasn't a good idea. That thing had actually visited us. Its appearance was strange, but I had little proof that it was something supernatural. Thus that had to be human. As for the reason she and me collapsed, there were quite a few possibilities. Unless it was a trick she'd schemed with that thing beforehand, that being had to have been too much for her to handle emotionally.
あいつ、なんて言ってたっけ?
The wolves come to the smell of Yomi, cleansed, sheltered, and dream, daughter Fuchiyoshi, was it? Basically seemed like a fancy way of saying get back to your room and sleep. So it was a warning from those who made the rules. Then was it something on the mountain, Great Lord Shinai's side? No, to be honest, I'd say it was more like something from the other side. I mean, it kind of fit my image of Yumibito. It was sutras in place of clothing, and the cloth over its face reminded me of a funeral shroud. Word corruption seemed particularly fitting. It had a really sinister aura, to me anyway. So that was strange. Great Lord Shinai was the enemy of the forces from Yomi. Yumibito wouldn't act as his messengers. This contradiction, it was quite eerie, an alluring unknown. But it didn't matter now. My goal was to let Shiemi and any supporters we gathered escape. I returned to the room, made my futon, and started searching again. The futon was the only thing in the closet. There was nothing I could use as a weapon. I gave up, left the room, and went to Chiemi's. The worst had come to pass. I had to fulfill her last request. The door was locked.
やはり、そうか。
So the wolf was... I knocked. She came out after just a few seconds. Apparently she was already ready to go.
武器が欲しい。
そう思って。
She gave me a pretty large knife with a sheath, probably used for hunting.
君のは
前の包丁はなくしちゃったから、それきり。
任せて。
I had zero confidence in pulling it off, but sometimes bravado was important to hold on to. You're both going to die, aren't you? We went to Haruchan's room. It wasn't locked. The room was no bigger than the others, but it was a huge mess. But it didn't look like there was a corpse present. She'd either already woken up and went outside without locking the door, or her corpse was somewhere outside like Yoshitsugu-kun. I gained the habit of expecting the worst.
安永君は
同じ。
メイコのところへ行こ
う。Today's mist was denser than usual. Just extending my arm was enough to make my hand hazy and indistinct. I kept on walking, knife in my right hand and Chiemi's hand in my left. The settlement was way too quiet. We headed for the village plaza. I almost tripped a few times on the field paths, but Chiemi kept me on my feet with just a few warnings. I could keep going as long as she was with me. We arrived at the plaza. There was no one there. Basically, there was no need to use the dining hall as the go-to gathering spot anymore. We passed Ikaku Uematsu's house. It didn't look unlocked, but I couldn't hear any indications of movement from inside. Was she asleep? Or did something happen to her? Whatever the case, I had no choice but to ignore her.
ここだっけ?
Meiko's place was open. Thankfully, all I found inside was just a messy futon. It was the same as Haruchan's room, but now that it had happened with 3 people, it was safe to assume something wasn't right.
チエミ、悪いけどこれ返す。
I gave her the knife and grabbed a stick lying against the house.
どういうこと？
実際に使える武器がいるから。それより、どこを目指そう？
やっぱり、お堂かな。
As it turned out, that was exactly where the other inhabitants were. With the exception of one anyway.
遅かったね。いや、私らが早すぎたか。
Harumaki Shima. She was in her usual agitated state. Tai Yamawaki. She was silently chanting something to herself. Meiko. Haruchan had her hands on her shoulders, but she still looked anxious. And finally...
おはよう、チエネ。
Yeah?
それに、久石春明さん。
Yasunaga Oribe. His face was grim. Those were all the people here, meaning that...
ついに、野里さんか。
A simple process of elimination was enough to know who was gone. Anyway, it was time for the first battle.
メイコ、おいで。
She tried to walk to us. But Harumaki Shima stopped her. It was time. I raised my stick and...
本性を表しましたが、久石さん。
Yasunaga Oribe stood in my way. He had a menacing-looking grass sickle in his right hand. He readied it for a swing at me.
あなたが全ての不幸の根源だ。最後だと思って今朝、実力に訴えるのは予想してましたよ。
嘘？何？
チエネは騙されてたんだ。この人が汚れの元凶だよ。この人を宴に混ぜないのは失敗なんだ。この人をくくってれば、母さんも義継もみんな死ななくてよかった。
待って、そんな。
今日はこの人をくくるんだ。そうす。
安永君、よくないな。誰も知らないストーリーを軸に大事な話を進めたら。
それはあなたもでしょ。どうして急に殴りかかろうとしたの？
おお、そりゃそうだ。ちなみに行動理由は人質奪還ね。
だからそれは。
まあその前にここで混乱の極みを味わっているちえみちゃんにフォローをしておく許可をくれよ。
They didn't say another word. Chimi and Meiko were the only ones who seemed confused at all. Basically, the others had prepared for
誰
this.
が狼かはさておいて、まず大事なことは2つ。まず、昨日僕はメイコに対してこの集落を脱出することを持ちかけた。村からの脱走は禁忌。それは知ってる。問題は村からの脱走をみすみす見逃す側もだから早朝にメイコの身柄を抑えた。これはまあ話としてわか
Thank you
る。
for the 100 time.
もう一つ。昨日、千恵美と安永くんは対立関係になった。そのままならば、
And thank you
今
for
日
the
の
pet
宴では両者
and
の
the
一騎
posted
打ち
check.
だ。基本的には、はるちゃんの票をほぼ確定票で抑えているしかし、タエさんとメイコという不動票がある以上、確定じゃない。だから、千恵美と和解して、唯一の部外者である僕を狙うのが、一番安全確実だと踏んだんだよね。違わない。だから僕を黙らせるために、メイコを人質に取っている。
違う。あなたがこの子を人質にとって僕らにひどい要求をすると思ったから。
僕にそんなことをして何の得がある？ぶっちゃけ僕は宴には関わってない。君だって納得してたはずだ。
それが間違いだったんですよ。じゃあこの場の他の誰が元凶だって言うんですか？僕もはるちゃんも家族を失った。タエバーだって匠さんを失った。僕らはみんな大事な誰かを失ってる。じゃあ失ってないのは？
I'm losing my sanity trying to talk to any of you
久石
people.
春明さん。
Oh, so that was his story, huh? Sorry, Yasunaga-kun, but you're a bad storyteller.
君は嘘とか無茶を言うときに雄弁になる癖があるみたいだね。
ふざけるのは。
さすがに今はおふざけは自重してるよ、安永くん。君は人を感情で動かそうとしすぎている。そして千恵美のことも舐めている。君の言動のおかしなところを感情論で押し切れると思っている。確かに全ての悪事を僕のせいにすれば感情的には収まりがつくだろう。しかし一方で君は自分のキャラを大事にしなさすぎだ。冷静沈着、年上の暴論にも理屈でこうするキャラをね。
勝手な分析やめてください。
まあそれは10年だか何年だか君を見てきた村の方々が決めることだ。もちろん君だって心境の変化があってもおかしくないほど辛い体験をしたっていうのはわかる。じゃあ聞いてみようよ。君が完全に理性を失って僕というよそ者に怒りを向けているのか、あるいはとても冷静に僕をくくって今日の宴を空振りさせ自分の有利にことを運ぼうとしてるのか。つまり昼の死刑を回避して得をする陣営の人間なのか。どっちだと思う、千恵美。
She gasped and looked at Yasunaga Oribe. There was suspicion in her eyes, not trust.
言えばよかったんだ、僕のことを狼だと。それでも言わなかった。あくまで元凶と言い続けた。自分が狼だと知っているから。嘘をつくのが苦手なんだろう。かといって勝負どころじゃつかなきゃならない嘘はつかなきゃダメなんだよ。
知恵ねえ、こんな奴のことを信じるの？
そうやって理屈に対して感情論しか準備してないのは君の甘いところだ。君は最後まで理屈で戦うべきだった。
うさい。あんたに何がわかる？ヘラヘラしてるだけで何もしなかった、できなかったくせに。
He had a point there. I did feel like shit about that. I should have joined the feast from the get-go. If I had, I wouldn't have wasted time on pointless arguments and autopsies. However...
僕はな、自分で考える頭を持ってたくせに、早々に迷信におもねって、弟と母親を見殺しにした君に対して、一人の大人として率直に怒ってるんだぜ、安永くん。
Once I said that, Yasunaga Oribe hung his head and fell silent. 10 seconds of silence were enough for everyone to realize he'd lost the argument. However, the expression on his face was abnormally calm.
確かに僕は狼ですが。
He spoke as if it wasn't a big deal,
あなたはいくつか勘違いをしてる。
but that just made it seem even more abnormal.
もう僕らは勝ってるんですよ。
He tossed away the grass sickle. His voice wasn't nearly as passionate as before. It was cold and rational. He demonstrated a confidence rooted in sound logic, but I couldn't understand what he meant.
もう一人の狼出てきてください。
What was the point of that?
いいね、ヤスくん。
ええ、 もういいです。
Yeah, I mean, I've seen that one coming for a while now, ma'am. This is not a surprise. I couldn't make sense of this. Had he decided to graciously concede by selling out his partner now that he'd been cornered? No, he said he'd already won. Even if there were 2 wolves, there were 4 of us. They'd lose in votes. My answer came from a completely unexpected direction.
兄ちゃんやっぱりタエバーと兄ちゃんが狼様だったんだね。
A shot of pure, unadulterated joy. Haru Makishima became the least comprehensible of anyone present. She ran to Yasunaga Oribe and hugged him. He hesitated for a moment, but reciprocated. Meiko, still as clueless as ever, slowly walked over to us.
お兄ちゃん。
ごめんな。お姉ちゃんに隠れときな。
春秋さん、これって一体。
わからん。
I really didn't. But I had a feeling that something wasn't quite right for a while now, and I suspected it'd be made clear now. I was certain of it, and it left me feeling uneasy.
OK。主導権は君に移った。説明を聞かせてもらえるかな。
タエバー、お願い。
もうずっとヤス君には頼りっぱなしだったからね。
So she wasn't even denying it.
ちーちゃん、メイコちゃん。
I mean, you're not officially part of the feast. You don't get to vote. If it's about votes. Not me.
これは話しちゃおらんかったけどね。昔、ずーっと昔に、私が娘だった頃に、読み意味の宴についての本当のお話をね。
Yeah, the truth. The truth! Tai Yamazaki told us a story that was very similar to the legend they told in a strange village. Well, it was less like it was similar, and more like I was looking at it from the opposite angle. The part about Great Lord Shinai sending the 5 guardians to help people was the same. 4 of them then teamed up with the humans to murder the wolves. However, in the real story, the good and bad sides were completely reversed. Apparently, the people and the 4 guardians joined Yomi on the very first feast of the Yomi Purge. Basically, all of them were Yomi Bito. They all ganged up on, overpowered, and expulsed the wolves who tried to resist until the very end. That meant this land had belonged to the Yomi Bito for a long, long time. The wolves were summoned here by none other than Shinai-sama himself. Some people of Yasumisa were given the blessing of the wolves and had to free Yasumisa of its Yomi Bito. Basically, it was a holy war for them. And that was the truth behind the Feast of the Yomi Purge. Tai Yamazaki continued her explanation.
そんなもんは、上藤吉の方々が私たちをバカにしてからだけど、そうじゃない。本当じゃと、親鸞様は、加護をくださるとともに、そう言われなさった。じゃからね、ちーちゃん、あたしらは、みんな、なきにしてやらねばならんかったのよ。つらかったけどもね。匠も、苦しそうにしとったけれど。でも、こうしてやらねば、読み人は救われんと。親鸞様は、
Tai Yamazaki was crying. Alright, so she was now a confirmed culprit who believed the murders to be salvation. There were just 2 more points I didn't understand, the corruption and the eerie message. Most things made sense if you switched Shinai-sama's enemies and allies. The idea that people wearing those outfits could be the good guys was kinda weird, but, well, that was the culture here. Or maybe only the Yomibito, me too, saw them as evil. Maybe that was the story here. The problem here was that Chiemi didn't know this.
僕は加護を受けた時に知った。
So even Yasunaga-kun didn't know about it. I remembered some of his words.
学校の先生の受け売りですけど、思想を与えればいいんじゃないですか？要は、自分たちのしていることが正しいと思えればいいんじゃないかって。
He really hated lies, didn't he? He basically told me the truth of things. The feast actually had a system that made sellers murderers of people. Whatever, enough about Yasunaga Oribe.
なぜ、ハルちゃんは知ってた？
She was glad when she realized Yasunaga Oribe was a wolf. Basically, she already knew the real story, that the wolves were the good guys. Why? Who told her?
狼様が私おじいちゃんが死んだ日に私の夢に出て
Ah!
そう教えてくれたんだ
Nonsense. Insanity. Did she seriously decide to throw her life away over a dream? But on the day Oji-chan died, he died the night before Haru-chan tried to run away from the settlement. She believed the dream. She started to despair over being surrounded by Yomibito and planned to escape. That made sense.
でもタイバーはきっと正しい言い伝えを知ってると思ったタイバーが知らないはずないってなのに言い出さないからもしかしたらって思ってたし兄ちゃんは二人で話した時もしかしたらって思って
It all clicked. She believed. She believed the sudden revelation despite a lack of proof and that the man she liked was in the minority that had justice on their side. And right now she said she would betray the humans and join the wolves. She believed Yasunaga Oribe was right with all her heart. And so, the wolf, Yasunaga Oribe, had 3 votes for the feast.
知恵姉とメイコが僕に投票しても僕を殺すことはできない。ルールを曲げて不妻子さんを宴に呼んでも3票だ。かくして2人とも欠けることなく狼の楽勝でしたね。
I saw it clearly now. I understood.
春明さん、それって。
そうだね。安永くんの、ちえみたちの、いや、僕たちの負けだ。
Everyone had different reactions to my words. Chimi backed away and gasped. Yamawaki closed her eyes and sighed. Meiko didn't seem to understand anything. Yasunaga Oribe didn't react at all. Harumakishima was smiling. Oh man. All I really had left was struggling like the filthy, annoying adult I was.
ハルちゃん。
何よ。あ、兄ちゃん。この、不妻子さんは、どうなるの？
このまま、何も関わらないのならば。
そう。
Was it a relief just now? Sorry, but I couldn't enjoy my sudden jump in popularity.
なきにせいでも。
必要なら、新内様がどうにかするさ。
That dispassionate tone didn't do much to convince me he truly believed this ridiculous superstition.
でも、黙ってはいないのでしょ？
さあね。正直、そっちが善玉なら、読み人側に手を貸すのも微妙って気はしてきたし。
春明さん？
思ったより薄情なんですね。
都会人の合理性とでも思ってくれれば？
見損なったとは言いませんよ。正しい判断です。とても正しい。
ちょっとそんなのないでしょ。あなたあれだけ知恵姉のことが好きとか言って
Girl, what's your problem?
知ってるの？
Good point. Well, yeah, I was pretty damn cold-blooded.
痛いところを疲れるばかりでも不愉快だから反論しちゃおうかな。はるちゃんよ。
何よ。
わかってると思うけど、君は死ぬぜ。それで、いいんだよな。
え？
This was pretty damn bad, honestly. Apparently, this great Lord Shine was a huge scumbag. He should have told her that much.
君に聖典を教えたところで、君が人側であることに変わりはない。君は狼になったわけではないだろう。匠さんや野里さんを殺したわけではないだろう。
殺してないけど。
なぜだか知らないが、君は聖典を知ってしまっただけのただの人だ。だから人が負けるということは、君も死ぬということだ。二人きりの時の話で、安永くんが狼である可能性に思い当たったと言っていたね。安永くんがミスでそんなことをするとは思えないから、きっと君の挙動不審から、君がそういう役回りだと感づいて、それで、自分の正体を確定させないままに誘導して、君が誘いに乗るかどうかを試したんじゃないかと思うわけだけど、狼はそういう役回りの人がいることを知っていたと。
それがどうした？
He actually said that. This was the part where he was supposed to start lying. By not denying that, you basically admitted that you were an absolute scumbag who used Haru-chan knowing you'd have to kill her. He was that bad at lying? How did he survive so long? Wait. Something was very wrong. I'd seriously misunderstood something here. And soon enough, my hunch was proven right.
本当、それがなんだってのかしらね。
Haru Makishima's voice was brimming with joy. A carefree smile, laced with seductive intoxication.
読み人はくくられなきゃならない。汚れた。醜い。おぞましい私たちには、狼様の渦と爪だけが救いなの。誰だってわかるわ。だから、兄ちゃんは、香織さんを手にかけたんだもんね。お母さんを幸せにするために。
ああ。
その通り。
兄ちゃん、春も幸せにして。
Haru Makishima coquettishly leaned on him. Yasunaga Oribe brought her closer without even a flick of emotion crossing his face. Yamawaki watched them with a broad smile. What the hell? What were these people?
それで、知恵ね、どうする？おとなしくするなら、救ってあげる。
I underestimated it. I underestimated the madness of Yasumisu, and I realized too late that the feast of the Yome Purge wasn't just a system where sealess murderers killed each other. There was something here that completely shattered the people on a fundamental level. It was like a gear of madness. Those who knew the real story found salvation in death. That insane tale instantly convinced people that it was right to agree and to find peace in that. And I was actually surrounded by those very people. Understanding that made me remember that she was from here too. Your PC lagged and you ended up here? Well, I don't know how that happened, but welcome in. Chimi was trying to take a step forward. I should have realized this earlier. She, who was afraid of God, was just like them who accepted their salvation. Both brands of madness probably had roots in the exact same thing, so she was just as susceptible to madness as they were. However, it wasn't too late for her. Yasunaga Oribe's expression stayed the same, but right before I looked away from him, I saw a slight change. It was bitterness, irritation, something out of place on a victor's face. That made me realize that his plan for this scene wasn't lost to madness, that I had no choice but to take advantage of the opportunity. I grabbed Chiemi's hand. I pulled with so much force that she fell on her backside, but I didn't care. I dashed past her and swung my weapon at Yasunaga Oribe. Let's go! I hit Haru Makishima once, Tara Yamawaki twice, and Yasunaga Oribe 5 or 6 times. Then I ran to Chiemi and Meiko, who were completely dumbfounded, and fled the hall. There was no time to waste. I had to hurry up and escape. If I didn't, I'd waste the one chance he'd given me. Is MC killing the girl? No, actually, MC is trying to save her. We're trying to get out of here.
なあ、ちえみ。何？あの安永君ってのは本当に頭が良くてやがるな。
何のこと？
I was probably irritated not just because of hunger. It was because of the epiphany I'd had, and because it had taken me so long to reach it. Yasunaga Oribe had a different motive.
芹沢ちえみに惚れている君は彼女だけは手にかけたくなかった。そして残っていた合理的思考でわずかでも彼女を救う可
No,
能
actually,
性がある
surprisingly,
の
we
は
don't
脱
want
出
to
し
kill
か
the
ない
kid
と判断した
either. We're trying to escape.
しかし大っぴらに脱出を認めれば他の全員に汚れが及ぶがゆえに僕が全員を叩きのめして無理やり連れて行ったという形を取らざるを得なかったということなのだろう。くそ。
If he didn't intend to let me run away, he wouldn't have thrown away the sickle. He was basically signaling for me to understand and finally attack him. In the end, he was far more clever than me. I never stopped dancing to his tune. Regardless of... No, exactly because of that, I had to help these two escape no matter what.
なんせ大人だからな。
You're 24! By the way, using an adult without relying on one yourself was a very adult thing to do, Yasunaga Oribe. Good luck with the rest. We crossed the field paths, went past the stone graves, and over the boundary. When we start eating people? No, we didn't eat any people. Surprisingly enough, there's no cannibalism going on. Descending the cliff took a lot of patience. It didn't seem like they were chasing us, so we could go down carefully. Chiemi's expression was dead. She'd been hit hard by a sudden revelation. The game board had been flipped over on her, she'd lost, and now she had to suddenly say goodbye to her old friends. It was hard to just laugh that off. Should have told her about Yasunaka-kun's intentions. I did consider it, but I couldn't bring myself to. He chose to save her by sacrificing their relationship. If she knew, she'd probably want to go back to the settlement. Or maybe I just didn't want to say it because of my pride as a man. That was fine by me too. Being able to shrug off such unfairness was one of the blessings of adulthood. So I consoled Chiyomi, shouted to Mako to be more careful, and generally talked as much as I could. The mist grew even denser. I don't think they're going to escape.
Chiyomi?
I have not played Saya yet. I want to one day, but I feel like I need to be in the right mindset to actually appreciate it. I think I actually own it though. I think I bought it when it was on sale sometime. You can't see shit, my guy. I know about Saya in and of itself. I also know basically what happens. I mean, there's definitely some water sounds going on. I couldn't see anything. I hadn't just lost my bearings, it was worse than that. I couldn't even see Chiyomi or Mako's faces, and I was actually holding their hands. We were already at the bottom of the cliff, walking on the stones below. We heard water, so it was clear we were close to the river. But I didn't know if we could keep going right now. I thought she was gonna freak out again, but she stopped me. Refused to strain my ears. They were acting strange. I strained my ears again. Was it above us? I could hear the faint sound of rustling leaves from the top of the cliff. The intensity in Chiyomi's voice made me take the situation seriously. What if the sound was just the wind though? Was she jumping at shadows? But I would have been lying if I said I wasn't worried. After all, the question remained unanswered, and according to the legend, this was their HQ. Wait, they were the good guys, right? Still, this wasn't a normal place. I had to get out of here ASAP. You guys can barely see. Some of you are... I think they're going to fall into the river and fucking die. After a while, I was forced to recognize the anomaly. We couldn't reach the river. I ran along the riverbed. It should have been small, just a few meters wide. But even after 10 minutes of running, there was no sight of the river. We couldn't get anywhere. It was just like... Ringwanderung! Okay, just suddenly German. A phenomenon where people wandering snowy peaks lose their sense of direction and just end up walking in circles. However, even if my sight was limited, how could anyone get lost on such a small riverbed? I could hear the stream right next to me. It felt so wrong. I was as good as blind. All I could trust were my ears, but it just made me realize how useless I was to rely on. I trusted my sense of direction less with every passing second, so... The sounds of parting grass in the distance, the sound of claws stepping on the rocks, I felt like they were getting closer. I couldn't be certain. Eventually we slowed down. The others didn't say anything, but they were clearly exhausted. We hadn't eaten for days, not to mention a dense mist made our clothes all uncomfortably damp and cold. We walked along the riverbed without uttering a single word. The sound of water wasn't getting closer, but something else sure was. Something. Things I didn't know scared me. The chill and the fear strangled me like a... Like what now? Garrett, as I carried Mako, passed out from exhaustion on my back. How long has it been like this? Suddenly the hand I was dragging became heavier. Chiyomi had stopped. She called my name through the mist. I tried to sound lighthearted, but I wasn't confident I pulled it off. Her voice suggested the image of a grim smile. Unlike before, I couldn't manage the defiant tone I'd used whenever she said something stupid. It was true that something unnatural was happening and that there was no simple explanation, and Chiyomi was wearing down both physically and emotionally. You can in fact navigate on hearing alone. It is hard to do if you're not used to it, but it's not impossible. What? That was like...
だから
だから彼岸を渡れないとでも言うつもりか。
だって私小さい頃からずっと安水のものを食べてきた。それに私は汚れてるから。
ちえみ、見ない
で。Eh? I turned around and pulled her by the arm. I looked at her face from point-blank range. It was covered in brown and yellow blisters. Before I could even be surprised or disgusted, I just kissed her. The sugary taste of blood, pus, and rust filled my mouth and spread throughout my throat. I didn't care. Then, to discard all unnecessary emotions, I hugged her as hard as I could. My breathing and thoughts ceased. I kept it up until the pain began to fade, then disappeared completely. What? Eventually our lips were separated again. She prioritized words over breaths. Even so, I hugged her tight. I couldn't lose to something so ridiculous. She weakly hugged me back, but she couldn't keep it up for long.
行こう。行こう。
The presence in the distance was definitely closing in. We walked. I felt like I'd been walking for several hours now. Our pursuers were close now, but I had no intention of rushing. Jimmy was slowly but surely getting weaker by the second. Her speed slackened with each step, and the weight on my arm was becoming heavier. I could hear her cough and vomit something out. She apologized every time she did, and I basically replied with "it's alright" using different words every time. We walked. Jimmy's feet began to make wet sounds with every step. We walked. Maybe we'd actually been here for only a few minutes. We walked. Jimmy kept apologizing. Maybe we haven't even moved a single meter. We walked. Maybe none of this was real. Then, maybe nothing that happened here would be weird. Eventually, Jimmy called out to me with a hoarse voice. The fact that she'd said something different had sparked a moment of baseless hope. And so, her gratitude was followed by another wet sound. With those final words, her weight vanished. It was strange. After all, I was still holding her hand. Or rather, only her hand. With a splash, her bodily fluids spread around while her limbs and entrails just collapsed. Jimmy was gone, leaving behind only her rotting hands. Perhaps her remains were piling up in the mist ahead. I had a strange certainty I couldn't touch it ever again. Was this what they called a Yumibito? I couldn't accept this, no matter what. I put the hand in my jacket pocket. I took Meiko, still sleeping, and shifted my grip to make carrying her easier. I continued walking for too long. Meiko woke up. She was shocked that Shimi was gone and cried for a bit, but then said she wanted to walk by herself, so I put her down on the ground. The very next moment, she was dragged into the mist. It was clearly a malicious force that did that. To me, it looked like a furry arm. A scream resounded. It was an inhuman, animalistic scream. After hesitating for a moment, I turned to run and caught a glimpse of something beastly within the mist that Meiko had disappeared into. I ran. And ran. Suddenly I felt myself step into something wet. I had arrived at the river. It was meaningless. I'd lost everything. And in the end, only I survived. Was there any meaning in fulfilling that promise? No. The meaning was for me to find. That was why I had to survive and find a forest. Yeah, I still had that hope back then. They finally broke through the mist and showed themselves. Oh, of course. This really was hell, wasn't it? This wasn't a human realm or nirvana. It was a river of hell, so of course both sides of it were gonna be hell. There was no splash when we threw Takumi-san's body in, was there? The moment we went into the mist and down the cliff, our bodies vanished from the world and reached a place from which there was no return. And I finally had no choice but to accept it. As someone who had taken the flesh and blood of a Yumibito, Chiemi, I couldn't escape either. That was why I screamed stupidly, only managing to run a few steps before the sinister claws tore me apart. Damn it. Where had I gone wrong? Descending into Sadanaga, not believing Chiemi when she told me we couldn't escape. No, it went back even earlier than that. I already knew the answer. I really wished I'd been part of Yasumisu and participated in the Feast of the Yomi Perch. Maybe I could have gotten a different ending than this. That was the last thought that went through my mind before it all faded away. Ooh, okay. He went wrong all the way when he was still a toddler. I see. Look at that, we actually got our first like proper ending that is not just a bad ending. Oh, so many people. Ending team. Vocals team it. Ah! Okay. Implying that it was in fact more than a glorified bad ending. I guess this game goes by the whole, okay, you know, here's your first thing, but because you do not have enough information, you end up at a bad ending regardless of what you do. Like, there is no escaping. And after this, we get to start from the beginning, and because he has his funny little, oh, I can recall stuff that happened in other timeline thingies going on, maybe we can do something. Prepare yourself for the next feast. Ooh. Maybe you can do something different this time around. Alright. Raging Loop. Yes, one of our very, very first endings choices was completely locked with like 4 different keys. Saint Key 4, Sink into Nirvana. Ending number 1. Watch Hint Corner. Oh yeah, sure. Hello.
よう大将。まずはお疲れさんだ。最初のメインルート、読みはこれで終了だ。達成感と
Lovey-dovey atmosphere.
存分に浸るがいいぜ。無理かよ。せっかくテンション上げてやったのによ。まあ無理もねえか。とんでもねえ鬱な結末だったもんな。が、気合い入れてくれ。より良い結末をお望みなら力になるぜ。
Well, that's nice.
今回のバッドじゃないエンド1。題して、知恵ねえと楽しい沢遊び2つ。ぶっちゃけ正解だからな。アドバイスはね、よりマシな結末を探すなら、久石春明が言ってた通り、積極的に宴に加わる方法を探すことが大事だ。今回手に入ったキーを握りしめ、適切な場所に向かうんだ。
Okay.
シナリオチャートを見ればわかるが、
The lock just opens its way back. It's a starting point, first lock choice. Oh, okay. Die another hardy death next time. I'll actually, you know, I'm trying to not... Well, that's not true. I'm going to get every bad ending, so... Anyway, chart. Chart. Let me go back to 1. There it is. An even more chaotic scenario, huh? There we go. Suddenly rush of wait. Is this something? Ah, look at that. Oh, it's not as far back as we expected. This is just the one choice. But there's a one even earlier where we have 4 different keys we need, apparently. Okay. Well, remember incident, please. Thank you. Hehehe. Wait, how did I forget? I'd already experienced this looping phenomenon or whatever. Hold on, looping? What the hell? There was no way something like that could... But... if that wasn't it, what else could explain this? How else could I, someone who died once, be alive right now? I had clear memories of getting caught up in some strange incident at Yasumisu and shit, I couldn't remember how it ended. It was like this last time too. My memories were all fragmented. But I did remember that I went to Yasumisu, met the people there, and died. Had I come back here when... or because I died. That was a ridiculous idea, but the pain and fear I felt back then was just so vivid and fresh in my mind that I couldn't simply dismiss it as just a dream or illusion. There was no point in lying to myself. I was here having experienced something that made me sure I died. It was an incomplete memory from the future. I had no idea why I had it, but it definitely did. I had to come to terms with it first and foremost. The gas tank wasn't empty, but my phone couldn't find a signal, was running out of battery, and my throat was a bit dry, exactly like last time. That meant that I was about to arrive at... Knew it. I really didn't want to meet that employee again. Are you winning, son? We're on a new route, apparently. So... Nah, we're probably not winning yet, though. You gonna go slap to sleep. Get some rest. Thank you for coming by. I really didn't want to meet that employee again, but from what I'd experienced, she was the only one I'd met before going to Fujiyoshi, so avoiding her probably wasn't a great idea. Her attitude was shit, but at least she always did what I asked. Though I really didn't want to drive down that unpaved road again. Yo! Once again, she greeted her customer at a borderline insane way. It actually made me kind of relieved, and I wanted to believe that was just some trick of the mind. Just like before, to her I was just an annoying late-night customer. Oh well, I just buy what I wanted.
くださいな。
あ？どんだけ買う気なんだよ。
No reason. Yasumisa was just desperately poor and had me worried. What was her problem? I was the customer. With as much stuff, she had to use the register. Still grumbling, she started scanning the barcodes. Once she was done, I paid and asked.
近場の人里を目指したいんですけど、地図を見せてもらえませんか？
あ？地図なんざねえよ。
そこをなんとか。
待ってろ。
She went through the staff door.
あったわ。
I knew it.
これがこの店。で、十字路を北へ行け。
ふむふむ。
しばらくしたら立教があっから渡れ。最初の分岐のとこに大岩があっから。
地図には森しか見えませんが。
I knew that it was. There wasn't even a paved road there. Why'd she recommended the road anyway? If I'd crashed and died, I'd be homicide by Oh, I can't fucking pronounce that.
書かれてねえだけで集落があんだよ。
That wasn't a lie. It wasn't weird for Yasumisa to not be on the map. It was a newly abandoned settlement in the middle of nowhere. Why did she know about it? Did she live in Kami Fujiyoshi or
ちょっ
something?
とバイクじゃきつそうですね。そっちの富士吉村には？
くっそ面倒な峠道で2時間かかんぞ。
一応メモっといていいですか？
好きにしろよ。
隣の町は
山2つ向こう。
Man, I couldn't make any sense of the local distance measurements.
ここいらを深夜に無茶すんのは進めねえぜ。
Oh, actual consideration. Though it was hard to be grateful. She was the one who pointed me in the direction of the shitty road in the first place.
引き返すのも勇気ってやつじゃねえの。
Turning back, huh?
まあ考えますよ。どうも。
毎度。
あ、そうだ。この辺でローカルな飲み物とかってないです？陳列棚には特にはなさそうでしたけど。
いや、そこにねえもんはねえ。
もしかしたらバックヤードにあるかもしれないなと思って。
The back! There's never anything in the back.
あるわけねえだろ。
まあまあ、一応見るだけでも。
待ってろ。あったわ。
Seriously? She brought me a 500cc little bottle with a black liquid inside. The label looked written by hand and said Wild Plant Cola. I expected nothing but something huge. This place was amazing.
あ、すみません。荷物だいぶ多くなっちゃったんで、荷台にくくるゴムロープみたいなのないですか？
てめえ、ここはコンビニだぞ。
見てくれるだけでいいんで。
待ってろ。
She's gonna find one.
あったわ。
Oh my god, what is this? Seriously?
せっかくなんで、このメモにあるその他ちょっとしたものたちを一通り見てきてもらえないですか？
いい加減にしろよ、てめえ殺すぞ。
ついに殺すって言った？一応で構いませんから。
待ってろ。
What kind of... What?
なんなんだこのコンビニ。
It felt like she was about to kill me, but I successfully came out with pretty much all I needed. Then I just made a run for it. What the fuck is this? I opened up the weird Wild Plant Cola. Looking up at the noisy light trap above, I took a sip. It was cool, intense, and had a strange grassy flavor, but wasn't too bad at all. I expected something totally gross, but it was actually a legit drink. Slightly disappointed, I looked at the ingredients. Cola and plant extract. Hold on, cola as an ingredient? Did you just buy cola and mix it in? And plant extract could be anything from fruits to poisonous plants. What the hell? Was this even safe to drink? Well, at least it tasted good. It was probably smart to just turn around and drive away. Entering Fujiyoshi means death, turn back. Perhaps that was what the loops were trying to tell me. Maybe I ought to listen. But was it really that easy? I had no real grounds for this, but if the cause of this strange phenomenon was somewhere in the village, perhaps I couldn't break out of the loop until I solved the mystery behind it. What would happen if I left then? Would I go on and live out the rest of my days only to die and come back here? Would I return to youth after years of being old? That part didn't sound half bad actually, but was it really something I could just accept so easily? This was just speculation, but what if I actually had moved an inch from that mountain pass? Was everything from then now and until death just an anti-mortem fever dream, and dying again would just bring me back here? If that was how it was, everything I do with my life from this point onward would be meaningless. Maybe I really should move on only after taking care of whatever was binding me. Also, how could I leave something so strange, unnatural, and incomprehensible and just return to the city? Plant extract is about as precise as calling that drink a liquid. Yeah! Oh, I see. Well, okay, turn back is obviously going to get us a bad ending, so bad ending, here we go. Until I'd finished my drink, the thing guiding me was my good sense, otherwise known as opportunism. Man, what a weird experience that was. It'd make a good campfire story once I made it back where I belonged. I pushed aside my sense that something wasn't right, my anxiety, and my fear, and straddled the seat of my bike. Well, there was another way to look at this. I could try and see whether ignoring it all and running away would actually work. After all, this might end up being the only way to solve the problem. I turned the key, opened the throttle, pushed the signal to the left, and connected the clutch. Away I went, starting with the left turn. Anyway, I'd go back up the mountain path. I'd had enough of this ride. I'd return to civilization, eat some normal food, get some decent sleep, and live my boring everyday life. Just recognizing how precious those things were was more than enough for me. That made this trip all worth it. A dense mist drifted into view. No, I don't even want to watch the hint corner. It's obvious that we have to actually go there. Oh, fuck. That was the wrong thing to click. I want to click into the game. Thank you. Yes. It's the beginning. I don't care. Give me the chart. Aha! Would you look at that? I would like to go here. And then I would like to choose route. And then I'm gonna skip. If we pass by Fujiyoshi, we're also obviously going to get a bad ending. So let's go. As I finished my drink, the idea I had was barely different from just turning around and leaving. Maybe I could just pass it by. I was curious what would happen if I ignored Yasumizu, Fujiyoshi, and the clerk's warning and simply drove on past. Wait, why would anything happen? I just continued down the road, right? Why did I feel so uneasy then? After thinking for a moment, I'd arrived at the mindset of eliminating whatever options seemed wrong. My guess was that this wouldn't take care of the root of the problem, but I was the type who wouldn't believe that until I tried it myself. I turned the key, opened the throttle, and pushed the signal to the left and connected the clutch. Away I went, starting with a right turn. The dense mountain path continued for a while. Though I didn't feel like falling asleep, I was definitely becoming more and more exhausted, both mentally and physically. Even in this jacket, the force of the wind going by was doing a number on my body, especially as I kept onward for over an hour. I did, however, see a sign above my head that said Fujiyoshi. As I decided, I just passed it by, never coming close to Kami Fujiyoshi or Yasumizu. No, I just passed the two mountains and reached the town I was told about. Perhaps I should have been more suspicious of the fact that it stopped acting on my heart after that. Maybe I was just so tired I couldn't even make such decisions. I could only remember noticing a strangely dense mist surrounding me, but that was when my brain lost all capacity for perception or judgment. Da-da-da-dan. Okay, see. Okay. I mean, at least they're making those bad endings really fucking obvious. Okay. Now, Give me the chart. Infiltration. And just get there the normal way. Enter Fujiyoshi through the normal route. As I'd finished my drink, I made my decision. I'd return there. I'd face the tragedy again. Of course, I was curious about this looping phenomenon, but I did recall what I thought during my final moments. It was something like, if only I'd handled this better. And for better or worse, this weird looping phenomenon had given me a chance to do just that. If I went about it all a bit better, perhaps I could get a better ending. Hisako Mamiya, Yudai Hashimoto, Kanzumaki Shima, Yoshitsugu Oribe, Takumi Muro, the old man who cried wolf, Chikamochi Kamoshida, Rikaku Uematsu, Kaori Hiroribe. Oh my god, I'm not reading out all of these names. Even Yasu and Nema were just victims of some strange superstition. But I, Haruaki Fusaishi, could not delude myself. I was no hero, I had no powers, no convictions. I was just a dilettante. My only motivation here was a sense of perfectionism. I was annoyed at how many mistakes I'd made the first time around. Plus, there was a certain attraction I felt toward the unknown. It was an urge foundational to my being, and I'd be risking my life on its behalf. I wasn't about to pretend I was acting for the sake of others here. Although Shimi Serizawa, though she hated her childhood home, it remained part of who she was, and I wanted to keep that from being tarnished with blood. The motive was perverse, forceful, selfish, lustful, and filthy, and I couldn't let myself forget any of that. I remembered the names of those I'd met, and what I had to do. I turned the key, opened the throttle, pushed the signal to the left, and connected the clutch. Away I went, starting with a right turn.
しばらくしたら陸橋があっから渡れ。最初の分岐のとこに大岩があっからそこを右折してあとは直線。
I quickly came across it. I could clearly remember this overpass. The large boulder wasn't new to me either, but I wouldn't take that route this time. I just kept on driving, not lowering my speed for a moment. Full speed ahead. I drove on the winding mountain path. Strangely enough, my fatigue, though present, wasn't too bad and my head was perfectly clear. I knew which route to take without even looking at my copy of the map. Or maybe I'd driven through here before. Perhaps this wasn't the first choice I'd made, but one of many. I couldn't be sure, and since my memories were so incomplete, nothing was certain. Still, there'd be an asset in the fight ahead. I wasn't going into this unarmed. I could no longer see the moon. If those memories held true, the rain would begin soon. What? Oh, this is the part where I'm not supposed to show it on stream anymore. Yeah, I did. Yeah. I was like, what the fuck is happening right now? I drove in darkness, but I could still make out a sign above me. The road wasn't wide, but I accelerated and somehow managed a U-turn. There were no other cars, so no one would complain. Oh yeah, I've done that before. Back when I still had a smart car, sometimes I would just turn around in the middle of the street. If no one else was there, no one to see it, no one that could drive into me. Who cares? Stream over, time to go home. Whoops. That's that for another game. Haha. I returned and looked at the sign. It said that driving ahead would have led me to Kachihara, while by turning right I'd find myself in Fujiyoshi.
ようやくか。
It was already past midnight, but actually earlier than I thought. A 30-minute drive from this point would lead me to Fujiyoshi, or rather Kami Fujiyoshi, the place that wasn't too popular among Yasumisu's people. But we're missing a lot of keys to get there, huh? Well, we want to enter the village.
お、家だ。
My time estimate was more or less right. After 30 or so minutes, I began seeing houses between the hills and the trees. I eventually left the forest and could see as well as anyone could in the middle of the night. It was already raining and I knew it'd only get worse, and I had to do something before that happened. There were next to no city lights and not a single house I could see was lit up either. However, unlike Yasumisu, the destitute place where most of the houses had been built from wood, the houses here were modern. The road was well paved too. I could even see some bus stops and vending machines, emphasizing that this was modern Japan.
宿があるとしても、 この時間に突然素泊まりができるとは思えないな。
Some would think there was a way for me to at least get a roof over my head, but I knew that was just a city dweller misconception. Same went for the idea that rural folk were nice enough to let you stay if you just asked nicely. That was pure delusion. In actuality, rural areas were subject to local legends and traditions, with many of the residents believing good, peaceful lives were only possible thanks to their protection. Of course, that wasn't always wrong, but that was also the reason why many rural people were so cold to outsiders. Hell, this was a village so behind the times it still had a settlement for the ostracized, which they discriminated against badly. This place was probably even more insular than your average rural village. They wouldn't take kindly to an outsider like me and would probably be buried the entire time I stayed here. I could only imagine how strongly they'd react if some brown-haired man suddenly drove in on a bike and... What are you, a Yakuza villain? Was I some sort of idiot? Like the city boy I was, I just went in there thinking it would all just work out. And now it caught the attention of a police officer. Well, I doubt that he'd arrest me or anything, but the fact that there was some weirdo who invaded the village in the middle of the night would spread among the people in here in less than a day. Now I'd be treated like a criminal if I wanted to talk to anyone here. The officer looked middle-aged, but what stood out about him was the fact that he seemed like the most generic meathead old man from the countryside. He told me to sit down here and wait until he came back. I could only imagine the chewing out I was in for. The chewing out you were in for. Still, I was pretty sure that passing Kami Fujiyoshi was one of the main conditions here. I could clearly remember. I had memories of this. Hisako Mamiya and Yudai Hashimoto came here through the normal route, and they weren't considered a problem. They died on the first day of the feast, but that wasn't because they were outsiders, they just violated the feast rules. They either hadn't cleansed themselves, sheltered all alone, or dreamed. My assumption was that, before it all happened, they'd stayed out in an inn in Kami Fujiyoshi. They'd only come to Yasumisa on that day for the sake of an article. Unfortunately for them, the mist came and a landslide happened, making it impossible for them to go back to Kami Fujiyoshi by car. Then everyone started sheltering, and no one came to help them. Yeah, even Takumi-san had tried to cut me off because I was an outsider. Giving me a way to survive however improvised was probably a huge risk for Chiemi. I had to keep that in mind. Back to the journalists though. They ended up abandoned the village plaza, clueless about what was happening. What had they done then? They'd obviously chosen to spend the night in the van. I had no idea how Hashimoto-shi and Mamiya-san fit in there together, but since they hadn't slept alone, they'd broken the shelter rule. Hell, I wasn't sure if the van was a valid source of shelter to begin with, even if locked. That was probably why Hashimoto-shi's body was found with the van. I mean, I would count it as shelter. It's something you can close off, no? And since Hisako Mamiya had probably roamed around at night, she'd broken the dream rule. I had no idea what she'd gone outside, but it could have been something simple such as nature calling or search for a better place to sleep. Of course, as a journalist, she might have smelled a scoop in this ominous village and gone out to gather info. Not to mention, they couldn't have taken a bath in this situation, so they obviously hadn't cleansed themselves. And so she died at the hands of that thing. Now, about what had happened to me, I died once after leaving the outdoor toilet. Dying because I'd gone outside was understandable, but honestly, I wasn't sure if that toilet even counted as inside. I bet that it didn't. And of course, I hadn't bathed or slept, so I broke all the rules. And yet I survived. What had made my situation different then? It was whether I'd been found by the thing or not. Upon seeing me, it recognized me as a rule breaker and executed me, but when it hadn't found me, I'd survived despite breaking all the rules. That meant that the sheltering law was simply a method meant to keep the werewolf-like thing from finding you. The time I'd survived, I tried to force its way in, but failed. Nothing had happened to me because I was locked in, but if the lock was broken or something, I'd have been found and killed easily. Basically, you could avoid the monster by just properly locking yourself in somewhere. Meiko was proof of that. She was a lost child who'd come from the hated Sadanaga, but she'd survived all the way up to the end without succumbing to the corruption. That meant the important thing there was to get a lockable residence in Yasumisa with a bath. And that was exactly why arriving via the normal route was necessary. If I come from Sadanaga again, most of the inhabitants would treat me with distrust and discuss driving me away. But if I was a person who'd arrived through Kami Fujiyoshi for whatever reason, they'd be willing to accommodate. Meiko was probably only given a place because she was young and because Rikaku Uematsu had protected her. I couldn't expect similar treatment. Rikaku Uematsu preemptively gave a house to Meiko, to a small child like her. That made it seem like she knew the mist and the feast would come. I think more on that later though. It could be that she'd given her a key right after the mists came. Anyway, if I could be like Meiko and get a proper place I could stay in, I'd have the right to participate in the Feast of the Yomi Perch. I'd be able to listen to the talks myself instead of relying on Chiemi, and be able to contribute my own thoughts. Do you really want that though? I'd also learn much more about the feast. That would mean a lot considering that some people there, especially the elders, wouldn't want to talk about Yasumisa's problem to those outside the feast. A part of me wanted to avoid another tragedy, but the part of me that wanted to find out what was behind this mystery was equally strong. This guy can really talk to himself for a very long fucking time. Like, sometimes the game is like, oh, you know, there's people talking the entire time and I don't get to say anything. And then there's times where he's just talking to himself and talking to himself and talking to himself. And I'm like, okay. The monster and the thing that allowed me to still be here, this looping phenomenon, were the main mysteries here. Though I did have some questions about the monster. It hadn't found me when I'd locked myself in the toilet. It was probably just curious why it was locked. Couldn't a monster with a wolf head just track me by scent? Why did it have as a job? Its failure to eliminate me only made the inhabitants more suspicious of me. There were no feast laws regarding outsiders. That was why it was best for us to just not be present. Looking at the current laws, those who didn't have a place to stay were outsiders, and they had to be removed because of that. The system worked fine for the most part, but then there was me, a proper breach. If that monster melted out of corruption, it was on the side of Great Lord Ichinai. As such, I should have used some divine powers or whatever to address the problem. Also, it seemed to me like they had the power to unlock doors. Man, this was getting confusing. Last time there was a Yasunaga Uribe and Tai Yamabaki. According to legend, they had been replaced by wolves who come back from the dead, but their story was completely different. They said there were normal people who had wolves as their guardians. That meant that the thing couldn't have been Yasunaga-kun or Tai-san. It was more like an agent of the same side as well, whatever granted them their powers. I had no idea why they were granting Ow! I had no idea why they were granting the protection of the guardians, but from what I could tell, guardians were like fragments of divine power. And if you were on the same side as the one who granted those powers, couldn't you just use the unlocking power whenever you wanted? Why would a supernatural being make such a careless mistake? Any assumptions made beyond this point would just be grasping at straws and bias my observations. I just stop here for now. Okay. Anyway, it was imperative I got myself a place to stay. What was I doing here anyway? I've been theorizing about this and that for almost half an hour now. Dawn was close. I only had a little over 10 hours until the mist came, and I had to find a secure place to stay within that time. That was hard to begin with, but as things stood, it was outright impossible. Did I have to run away? What if I just went to Yasumisu, said I came from Kami Fujiyoshi like it was no big deal, and asked him to let me live there? Well, they had enough imagination to suspect me. I definitely needed someone from Kami Fujiyoshi to vouch for me, and for that I had to find something that could turn this around. I looked around the police box. A tidy desk, a rotary phone. This felt like the place of an office from the mid-20th century. There were wanted posters on the wall. Oh, they caught that guy. One of the men even had the look of a criminal, and that one... a serial killer, eh? And it was possible he was lurking in the area, huh? That was pretty freaky. Finally I heard some noise. The door opened and the officer returned.
逃げねえでいい度胸じゃねえか。
逃げてよかったんですか?
He wasn't one to mess around.
いえ、別に僕に後ろ暗いところはありませんので。
名前は？
房石春明です。工房の棒に岩石の石で房石。太陽のように明治の明で春明。
房石。変わっとる名前だな。まさか偽名じゃなかろうな。東京もんか。
まあ、そうですけど。
It was like anyone weird was from Tokyo then. Was from Tokyo to them. Some serious stereotyping there. He was right though.
年は
24です。
あ？仕事は？
学生ですよ。
大学か。
You got a good head but no common sense. My guy, I've been busy dying over and over, okay? Just drove on the road at night. That was so unfair. I wanted to talk back so badly.
で、なんで来た？
He lowered his voice a bit. That was the main matter here, and now how he treated me would change depending on my answer. What angle did I have to take? Ooh, okay. Well, we're starting with this one. He's definitely gonna like that answer. Let's go.
バイク旅行中に道に迷いまして。
I just told him the truth. There was nothing shady about that, and telling him some cheap lies would only make him suspicious.
本当か?
He put on a threatening tone. I really wish he didn't stare at me like that. What, did he expect me to fall for him?
本当ですよ。もう何時間も山の中を迷ってて、ようやく見つけたコンビニで、やっとここのことを知って。
コンビニ?
I don't think they have.
ここに来いと。
She hadn't told me to go to Kamifuchiyoshi, but she told me about Yasumisu. I just tell the truth until the end.
なんか山の中に地図にない集落があるとか言われて、そこはちょっとって言ってこっちを教えてもらったんです。
そりゃ奇妙な話だな。
あったんですかね。
さあ、知らん。
That was clearly an act. He looked away. Man, this guy was honest.
まあわかった。本当に何でもないんだな。
ええ。
そうか。ま。
Disturbing the peace. Bro, I am allowed to drive a bike. That's why. Thank you for the follow. That's a fantastic name. Kitty Megatron. I'd have appreciated an apology for trading me with so much suspicion, but I had more important things to talk about.
なのですみませんが、一晩止めていただけないかと。
よし、道を教えてやろう。
は？
いえ、もうヘトヘトでして。
そう言っとる間は大丈夫だ。
大丈夫だ。
実はガソリンが。
俺の原付の分けてやろう。
ああ、気分が悪くなってきた。
そうか。早く行った方がいいな。
何かあるんですか？
何もない。
He wasn't even looking into my eyes as he said that. He got on a scooter and saw me off until the crossroads. What a great guy! I didn't expect him to go this far. Yeah, right. Why the hell did he want me out so badly? Well, at least the rain stopped. This was the only good thing about this. Was this some special time of the year when the presence of outsiders was bad? Was it worth chasing me out even if it seemed unnatural? It seemed like a decent guess. Even if the mist hadn't shown up for decades now, if the legends were deeply rooted in local culture, there would still be related traditions alive. Or maybe he was sure something bad was gonna happen. Or was there a sight that would make it happen? Did they have a means to create such a dense mist? Mist happened when the air cooled and the water vapor in the air couldn't stay gases. It was basically small water droplets. The mechanism by which they worked could easily be replicated in a lab. They even did it on educational TV. Though I found it hard to believe they could reproduce a scale vast enough to hide an entire settlement. They'd need some device that would no doubt be large and heavy, and it'd have to be in Saranga Rapids of all places. Though I'd only been to Saranaga when I couldn't see anything, either because it was at night or misty. If the mist was made by some huge machine put there by Kamifuchiyoshi people, I'd be really pissed to say the least. It would explain why the fucking water was so loud the one other time. Imagine it's not just the water, it's just a giant machine whirling. And the sound guy wasn't even just going ham with, oh, okay, let's make it sound like water, but they were just like, actually, there's a machine hidden there. You make it so it sounds like there's a machine hidden there, but not make it too obvious. That would be funny. Though Takumi-san did say he'd had to pick up corpses from Saranaga. Even if it was forbidden ground, it wasn't likely they could just install a device like that there without anyone noticing. That was how it was in some novel, wasn't it? The corpse was there to begin with, but they just couldn't perceive it. I'd have liked to believe in something a tad more realistic. In the end, I had to keep going toward the area called Katsihara. Maybe I'd get to rest there. If I returned the next day, the cop would surely snap at me. Would I even go back? The fatigue was getting the better of me. I knew it was a good idea to stop, but no, I actually didn't know it. I wasn't able to think straight. Mist? No. Was it artificial? No, that didn't make sense. My mind was hazy and I could no longer make sense of anything. Yeah, not going... Not going is just going to give us a bad ending. Makes sense. Oh, but this one gives us a key! I see. Ah, wait. The other choice is also not gonna help us. And the last choice was locked by the number 5 and the number 6 keys, so the next thing is probably going to give us The number 6 key. If you say we followed after our girlfriend. Let's see. Infiltration. While we're here, say you followed after your girlfriend. I had an idea.
実は
なんだいえ
心に決めた女性がこの辺りにいるって聞いて追ってきたんですよ。
There, he acted like he didn't care, but he was definitely interested. Here in human society, love stories were a supreme form of entertainment and a good excuse for doing all sorts of weird things. Anything was possible when a girl or guy was involved.
そりゃあそうは言うてもここいらで東京行っとったもんがおったとは聞かんぞ。
いえ、会ったのは別の場所で。
ほ
うあれは僕が鳥インフルエンザの後遺症で軽井沢に静養に行った時。
Huh? And so I wove for him a dramatically majestic story of how I'd grown close to the woman I dedicated my life to. The cop was really into it. He looked like he didn't care at first, but by the time I got to the part where she first invited me to her house, he displayed a childlike enthusiasm. Eventually we became true lovers, but she said she couldn't throw away her childhood home, which led to a tearful goodbye. At that point, the cop was fully invested in a girl returning back home.
それで君は都会を捨ててこっち来る決意をしたと。はあ。
He smiled like he was about to pat me. I definitely captured his heart.
しかし、そんな若い娘を。
Yeah, you need to come up with a name now.
なんつう子だ。君のフィアンセは。
And there it was. Everyone in rural areas knew each other, so trying to make up a person wouldn't get anywhere. But that wasn't a problem for me. I had the perfect name in mind.
芹沢千恵美って子です。
帰れ。
え？
帰れ。今すぐ出てけ。すぐ。
He stood up and approached me so menacingly I felt he was about to attack me. In the end, he jumped on his scooter and led me to some crossroads, clearly intent on getting me as far away from Fujiyoshi as possible. I was heading toward the so-called Kachihara area. The rain had already stopped, but it was tiring to drive along the still slick asphalt. I knew Chiemi and Fujiyoshi were distant, to say the least, and since she'd been out of the village, they couldn't have known what she'd been up to.
Oh, thank you so much for the resub! Hope you enjoyed the weekly.
I thought I'd make my story more believable, but what the hell was that reaction? The thing that set him off was Chiemi's name. She told me she almost killed someone with a bat. Was her reputation that bad? Even if it was that the right reaction to make? You'd expect something like, I really think you shouldn't, and the like. Was it because she was from Yasumizu? That would make sense. If they didn't want outsiders to know about Yasumizu, it makes sense for them to chase away anyone coming to meet her. But it only made them look more suspicious. Anyway, what now? Maybe I'd try coming back again after getting some rest at the nearest town. But from what I could tell, entering Yasumizu from Kami Fujiyoshi wouldn't be as easy as I'd first thought. The fatigue was getting the better of me. Blah blah blah, you're gonna crash in 3, 2, 1... Yeah, it's the exact same text as the other one. I have a feeling it's gonna take us yeah, okay, there's the other key. It's going to take us what? Another half hour until we actually finally make it back to the city using a different way than the first time around? Holy fucking shit. I mean, I can go overtime because I started at a normal time and we're gonna wait for the direct, but Jesus Christ, just let me in. Let me in. Okay, hold on. Why are we here? Snap. Oh, I don't think that's gonna end well. Also, we just got 5 and 6. This is probably also not gonna end well. Give us hopefully 7, and then we can go the other way without meeting this cop at all, maybe. Jesus Christ.
ここは日本だ。移動の自由がある。いつ何時どこにいようが僕の自由だろこら。なんだ貴様おら。いい加減こっちは死に飽きてんだ。戻ろうがなんだろうが死ぬのも結構辛いんだぞこら。て めこれタコこれどうせこのルートもダメなんだろう。おい次はなんだい。裸踊りでもしろっていい趣味だな神様。やれこれクソこれつべこべ言わずに止めさせろ。そんで自然な感じで休みずに入らせろ。うわ暴れ出した。なんだこいつ。もしもしもしもし了解射殺します。
Okay. Wow. Thank you. Bad ending number 10. All right. Please. Let me in. Let me into the town. That's all I'm asking for. Okay, infiltration. None of these will work. So we go back here. Yeah, no, end of line. Fuck you. Drink booze from convenience store. I stopped my bike. Then I flipped out a kickstand and locked it in place. After opening up the toolbox under the seat, I hid my license, ID, and business card. Anything relating to me, basically, inside it. Kami Fujiyoshi was just ahead. If I came in like that, the officer would surely catch me and then chase me away. I had to find another way to convince that old man to let me stay. I reached into the bag of stuff I'd bought in a convenience store and took something out. It was a cup of refined sake. I quickly gulped it down. Cheap or not, just chugging sake like this was plain disrespectful. Not trying this at home, kids. Not that kids could drink anyways. Unfortunately, my life and fate and whatever were on the line here. Next cup. Third cup. 4. Oh!
ああなんだよおい兄ちゃん酔っ払いかいいねえ面だな
そうっすなそうっすな
I mean, he could have just pretended to be drunk, no?
うわ酒くせどっから来たこんな夜中によ
そうっすな
ああもう分かった分かったとりあえず駐在所来い
Yeah, I realized this man's always let me go as long as it was good for driving. Then it was best to just not talk at all and come along. Yeah.
うるせえなバカ近所迷惑だ
I see. That's the one that worked. Okay. Whatever. Ugh. Where was I? Oh, my head, back. I hurt all over. Had him in a blanket, so he really let me spend the night here just as I'd planned. The officer was actually a nice guy. Not like I couldn't tell. He was just rough and simple. Basically, the way to get around him was to get him to think there was nothing more to me than met the eye.
おう兄ちゃん起きたかちょっと話聞かせてもらうぞ
Alright, it was time.
要するに金もねえ仕事も見つからねえ部屋は追ん出されて女にも逃げられて親御さんももういねえ山入って死のうとして酒かっくらったが死にきれなかったっつんだな
はい
東京っつうのは地獄だな
はい
After I spent an hour lying about myself, the officer looked at me with a sympathetic expression.
まあそんなチャラチャラした格好とかせずにもっと真面目にすりゃよかったのかもしれねえかな
はい反省してます
Clearly, that is something you should tell someone who apparently tried to kill themselves in the mountain. Oh, you should have tried to look more proper when trying to die. Hello? Basically, I didn't talk unless prompted, nor did I argue with him. This guy was definitely good-natured, but he was also rough around the edges, chatty, and a bit preachy. In his case, I just kind of let him set the pace. I was about to ask him something outrageous after all. I needed to be completely on board with his story. The front door was made of glass, and when people passed me on the farm road in front, they all gave me funny looks. It was early morning, but the people of Kami Fujiyoshi were already aware of and concerned about my presence, an outsider.
まあ死ぬのは良くないわな
はい酔ってても怖くて
あんまそんな感じに見えなかったけどよ。
死ぬほど怖いと笑うしかないんですね。
はあ、そんなもんかもしれんな。そんで、これからどうすんだ？
I paused to make it seem like I was hesitating.
やり直したいです。でも、もう行くところが。
I faked some tears and quivered as I spoke.
宮崎に嫁の実家があっからよ。小さい工場だが、やってみっか。
は？
奥さん九州の方なんですか？
おうよ。我慢強いいい女だ。
そりゃまたどういうご縁で？
それがよ、俺がまだ20歳の頃。
And so he began his grandiose hour-long talk about his youthful romance. The words karma and a cursed rebound came to mind. Apparently he wasn't a Fujiyoshi inhabitant at the start. He and his wife were only living here in the sticks because he was the local officer. It was then that said wife, a plump and pleasant woman, came out and served us tea, so they really were living here. Eventually they got so lovey-dovey it was hard for me to talk. I instead considered what to do next. I mean, this made it really hard for me to say I wanted to make a fresh start here in Fujiyoshi. Even his wife suggested I went to work for a family back in Kyushu. Such nice people. Exactly the type that would get swindled.
それもいいんですけど、ここ、いいですね。自然がいっぱいあって、なんか落ち着くっていうか。
あら、不便なだけ
Oh
よ。
no! She doesn't get eyes.
も山だらけだし。
なんとなく、予感っていうか、ここに引き寄せられてきた気がするんです。
そうね、そうね。あたしらと縁ができたものね。
She was a tough one.
こんな優しくされたの初めてですよ。
あらあらあら。まあまあ。
3 out of.
泣かないで。
僕、お二人に恩返ししたいです。この辺で働き口とかないでしょうか？
ああ。
I got to the heart of the matter, but the guy didn't look enthusiastic. His wife left the room, leaving behind the two of us in an awkward silence.
やめた方がいいぞ。
え？
いや、こんな村、老人ばっかだし、特産物もねえしな。まあ、手伝いくらいならあるかもしれねえが。
それで構いません。お金はいりません。
そうは言っても、ちょっと行けば町があるからよ。
ここで働きたいんです。
ああ、いや、なんだ？ちょっとばかり、ここの連中は変わってっからな。
He went and said it. Listening to his story had made me guess that he wasn't under Fujiyoshi's sway to the degree others were. They lived here for 20 years, but in some small ways they were still outsiders. The bitterness in his expression was more than enough to give me that impression.
変わってる？
ああ、いや、なんでもねえ。まあ、悪いことは言わん。なんか、別の方法を。
Suddenly I heard a sound coming from the outside. It was a town broadcast. Some speakers somewhere in the village were playing some unclear music, and it was...
ああ、驚いたか。7時の合図だ。
Yeah, I'd heard this music back in Yasumisu. It was both a children's song and a playground singing game. Chimi said it was called Prayer to Shinai. So it was a song revering Great Lord Shinai. But from what I remembered, it was about the feast of the Yomi Purge.
珍しい曲ですね。
ああ、なんつったかな。この村に昔からある曲なんだってよ。
So the village as a whole had inherited it. There wasn't anything strange about that, really. Even if its roots were in a cruel legend, the passage of time would eventually erode said legend's significance. Just introduce something like a wolf bullying festival, and it would be nothing more than a decent song to serve as a morning alarm for the villagers. But that was only true if the legend's meaning had been forgotten. Hello? 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 Hmm? Hmm? Yeah. No? Cat just came in to say hello, get 2 scritches behind his ears, and is leaving again. Okay. What happened next was shocking, even to someone who had their suspicions about the nature of this place. One by one, people started coming out of their homes, forming a crowd. The road before the office was full of people traveling from right to left. Where had this many people even come from? I couldn't get any good looks at their expressions, but they were all hanging their hats despondently. Were they just tired?
何事です？
三つ葉に向かってんだ。
水場？
飯屋のことよ。ここの連中はみんな3食飯屋で食うから。
That was it?
変わってますね。
ああ。なんでも昔、山を焼くとかで火を使っちゃならんという話があって、それに隠れて火を焚いたのが水場らしい。だから今でも、自宅では皆飯を作らんで、水場で飯を食う。
うちがどうかしましたか?
The door suddenly opened up and I heard a soft voice I didn't recognize. Surprised, the officer and I turned around. It was a man in a suit, average build. His face was round and he looked a bit shy of middle-aged.
なんでもねえですよ、樋口さん。
And it turned out he was a member of one of the 4 head families here, the Higuchi. That was the family Kaori Oribe had married into, but when her husband, the family's head, died, she was sent to Yasumizu. That means this man was related to Yasunagi-kun and Yoshitsugu-kun. I couldn't see a resemblance. I was definitely intrigued though. Fujiyoshi had a tradition of using the watering hole to feed themselves, and if the Higuchi family was in charge of it, that gave them an influential position. People needed food to stay alive, and if they didn't have any way to cook, they wouldn't even consider making food for themselves. I could only imagine the power a family could have if it was in charge of all the local food and drink. Kaori Oribe-san was in charge of a dining hall too. Her relation to the Higuchi probably had something to do with that. Perhaps she'd been sent there to fill that role. But if that was the case, the idea that Yasumizu had been completely abandoned wasn't true at all. It would mean that Kami Fujiyoshi was actually controlling what went on there.
みんなが噂していましたよ。こちらは？
ああ、夫妻死っちゅうもんです。何やらいろいろ苦労して、死のうってここいらまで流れてきたと。
へえ、それはさぞご苦労されたのでしょ
う。Higuchi gave me a genuinely sympathetic smile.
いえ、それにしても、ちょっとどうかしていました。皆さんにご迷惑をかけてしまって。
まあ、そりゃいいが。
なるほど。申し遅れましたが、樋口昌司と申します。藤吉村の、まあ、雑用みたいなことをしてますよ。
どうも、夫妻師春明です。
ハイカラな方ですね。イケメンですね。
This twig? A hunk? No.
いや、そんな。
どんな話だったのか伺ってもよろしいです？
うちはこれから飯にするんで、後にしてもらえねえですかね。
そうか。いつもご自宅で炊事をされてるんでしたね。夫妻師さんはご朝食まだでしょ？なんならこれから一緒にいかがです？ついでに差し支えなければ、いろいろお話でも聞けたらと。
I think we should do that because then we can finally get away from the policeman.
藤吉村で起きてることは何だって聞いておきたいたちなもんで。ええ。
He looked gentle and easy to get along with, but also like someone I had to watch my step around. He just walked right up to the local police officer and asked him for information like it was a casual request. It was clear he was in charge here. I gave the officer a glance out of the corner of my eye, but he stopped talking. I felt like the conversation I had with him could have led me to sharing breakfast with him and his wife, but he hadn't said anything about Shoji Higuchi inviting me. It was like he was telling me to accept it. Or perhaps there was just no point in trying to refuse.
大丈夫ですか?
Hi, Cindy! I'm good, what about you? Even so, I did ask for his permission.
食ったら、一応戻してもらってもいいですかね?
But the officer didn't even want to talk to me anymore.
まだ聞きたいこともありますんでね。
Plus, Fujiyoshi was the place where, in his presence, you couldn't even have a conversation without him involved.
もちろんですよ。
Anyway, it was decided. The sky was clear. The eatery was split into several buildings around the village. From what Higuchi had told me, Fujiyoshi had a population of about 1,000 people. It was pretty small for an autonomous area, but it was still enough to make eating in one building possible. We went into one of them. It was crowded, but upon seeing us, the villagers stepped aside as if this was all planned. Apparently, everyone here did what they could to accommodate Higuchi. Also, everyone was staring at me like I was an alien or something, but it felt like Higuchi's presence discouraged them from staring too long. Your respiratory infection's almost gone? Fuck yeah, that's good! That is good to hear. That attitude aside, everyone here looked pretty normal. Your usual Japanese people. The lethargy from before was nowhere to be seen. Maybe they just looked lethargic because it was early morning. Most looked like they were farmers, but I could also see some students in uniforms bearing the same design as the ones worn by the students in Yasumizu. The building itself was an aged wooden structure, but it was a whole lot bigger than the one in Yasumizu and looked way sturdier too. The interior wasn't too pretty, but it was spacious. You grabbed a tray right after walking in, then got tea and rice bowls or whatever from the ladies in aprons. It felt like a high school cafeteria, but you couldn't choose what you wanted. You could refuse what you didn't want though. I spoke to the elderly woman one after another and made them stop staring at me with suspicion. Then we took our trays and, without paying anything, apparently they had something like union dues for that, how effective, walked away. Cutting the crowd, we searched for a place to sit down. I really appreciated getting to eat a normal meal. Lots of rice, miso soup, the one with vegetables and boiled beans. I thought it was vegetarian at first, but then felt something meaty inside. Fuck is shishi?
獅子、イノシシですか？
ああ、いえ。この辺では鹿やらイノシシやら肉は全部まとめて獅子です。
そういえば、昔は肉と書いて獅子と読ませてたみたいですね。
Okay, history lesson.
よくご存知ですね。この辺じゃ昔から狩猟が盛んで、今でもこうして取れたらちょっとずつみんなで分け合うんですよ。
I hadn't thought I'd ever eat wild game in some communal eatery. Lucky me. Though the taste was kinda bland overall. I could detect some soy sauce on the vegetables, but the boiled beans were kinda sweet. The soup stock too made me think they used a minimal amount of flavoring. The miso soup didn't really seem like miso soup. It was more like a stew, probably because shishi was the only thing they used for the stock. I tasted more of it and realized that the overboiled meat still had a sort of beastly texture and smell about it. I couldn't call it good, but it was a unique local meat not everyone had the chance to eat. I was grateful for the experience. The eatery was still crowded as the people came and went, but Higuchi didn't seem bothered as we talked. I kept up with him during the conversation, repeating the same lies I told to the officer and making sure to look as much of a poor, unfortunate soul as I could. You poor, unfortunate soul! I actually know how the song goes in English, I only know the German. Good evening! I'm sailing in North. He smiled all the way through, even as he interjected now and again. I felt like he was at least 100 times craftier than the officer, and I wondered if it was my inner contrarian speaking. After that, Higuchi and I returned to the officer's post, but it was what I wanted to hear, but I couldn't let it show on my face. While the officer was against it, he didn't intend to argue too strongly. He and Higuchi discussed some things, but it seemed like Higuchi already knew how he'd treat me, and it didn't look like the officer's take mattered to him. After a few exchanges, the officer caved and it was my turn to speak. Now that was a smile I couldn't say no to even if I wanted to. Well, it really did seem like the heads of Kami Fujiyoshi were a twisted bunch.
渡りに船です。
すぐ住んでもらえそうなのが、とりあえずは。
ooh.
ちょっと離れた場所になっちゃいますがね。
Is he serious?
構いませんよ。どういうところです？
This is exactly what we wanted.
まあまあ、追って説明しますよ。ああ、そういえば、そっちに行く人たちがいたような気がするな。
Those two, huh?
一緒に行ってもらいましょ
う。There was no mistaking it. He smiled like he was harmless while forcing me into the settlement for the ostracized.
その手続きとかは？
転入転出とかはとりあえず後回しでなんとかしましょう。東京には知り合いがいますから。
Well, I mean, it's good for us. It's good for us.
とにもかくにも、まずは住むところですね。私はそっち方面に行く人たちにちょっと話を通してきますよ。ああ、下の連中にも一報しなきゃな。ちょっとバタバタしそうだけど、昼までにはどうにかなるでしょう。それじゃ、一旦ここで。
He one-sidedly ended the conversation and left the post.
いい人ですね。
On the surface, anyway.
まあ。
The officer understood the situation and didn't like it, but couldn't go against one of the heads. This was probably why Chiyomi said we couldn't trust the police. In Fujiyoshi, even government institutions were only a secondary authority. Anyway, what could I make of this? I did actually expect to be sent to Yasumizu. The people here had no interest in harboring outsiders. We weren't welcome. Or maybe they wanted to avoid the initial trouble caused by my immigration by making me live with the ostracized until I got used to the village. Whatever the case, this wasn't something I had a say in, which made it seem really bad. That was probably why the officer was so against it. I could understand that. Higuchi, on the other hand, seemed a bit heavy-handed with all this. I could understand him wanting to set me up with the place quickly, but as someone who knew about the feast, I couldn't help but be suspicious of the timing. The mist would come this evening. And he wanted to give Yasumise a new inhabitant until then? Did Higuchi, ahead of Kami Fujiyoshi, understand what that meant?
ちなみに読んだことない？宝生9個の記事。
すみません。
I went through a highly familiar exchange and finished my introduction to Hisago Mamiya a second time.
どうも、お世話になります。
どうも。
He was as hard to deal with as always. You barely exchanged 2 words with him last time before he was dead. Higuchi walked fast, a throw or 2. He'd gotten back to me before noon, and before I knew it, I was greeting the ones who'd lead me to my place. Just as I expected, there were the journalists.
井口さんはもう安水の方に連絡されたってことらしいけど、久石さんはもう大丈夫なのかしら？
Oh my god, what are they called in English? The things you put on a horse's hoof? Because she has one of those on her as a necklace thingy.
ええ。
I just
むし
realized.
ろそちらは大丈夫ですか？
もちろん、お昼に間に合うならお腹空かせて苦しまなくていいしね。
なるほど。先方の都合でもっと遅く訪問される予定だったんですね。
そうそう、向こうの人たちの昼食時を回避した方がいいって話でね。こっちとしては皆さんの普通の食事風景を取材したいから、その点でもラッキーってとこかしら。
Horseshoe? Really? It's just a basic word. It's just horseshoe? Huh. This probably also had something to do with the people Fujiyoshi not wanting to show their daily lives to outsiders. They could have just refused him completely, though. Did the journalists have connections that made them impossible to refuse, or did they want to show what a developed settlement it was? Or maybe they had no intention of letting them go. Unlikely. If they killed anyone from Yasumiso or some nobody like me, they could easily conceal it due to how isolated the location was. But the 2 journalists had come here to make an article. If something were to happen to them here, it'd be certain to draw unwanted attention to the village. On the other hand, if Kami Fujiyoshi's people knew that the feast was near, they probably wouldn't have allowed them here.
そんなわけでもう出ちゃおうかと思いますけど、橋本さんどうです？
いいと思う。
Whoa. He was slow, but he actually communicated with someone. That was rare.
それじゃあ、お手数ですがよろしくお願いします。
いえいえ。
That was the first exchange I shared with him, in this life anyway.
もちろん。じゃあ乗って乗って。
The van started slowly traveling down the thin paved road between the farms. Come to think of it, May was rice planting season. The field had water all over it and didn't display a single weed. It was full of people planting rice seedlings by hand.
機械でやってないんですね。
そのようね。ここの人たちはみんなあんまり新しいものは好きじゃないみたい。
コンバインやらトラクターやらがそんなに新しいとも思わないですが。
回ってないと思うわ。だから今はメーカーの人たちが中心になって重機を導入しようとはしてるらしいけど。
なるほど。樋口さんとかです。
農業改革の方は荷車さんという方たちが担当しているって聞いたわ。
なるほど。ちゃんとお金はあるんだ。
そうみたいね。どういうからくりかはわからないけど。
からくりって？
いや、まあそのね、基本的に外からの収入が出稼ぎのみで、高齢化で人が減ってる産地の町村にしてはメーカーさんはお金持ってるなって。
そうなんですか？
ええ、荷車さんちとっても
A foreign car.
大きな会社も止まってたし。
Yeah, even if it was something that could easily be explained, it was still something to keep in mind.
はい。
The strange nickname Hashimoto-san used surprised me, but Mamiya-san herself didn't seem bothered.
あんまり憶測は良くないね。
ですけど。
記者魂が騒ぐかい？
そんな偉いもんじゃないですけど。
今回はこのまま流すのがいいよ。
それは名写真家の勘です？
どうかな。
わかりました。専門外ですしね。というわけで、さっきのは忘れて。
ええ。
Nope.
ちなみにあなたはこっちへ移住するって聞いたけど、
そうなりました。
これから行く場所については聞いてる？
Nope.
聞いてませんけど、だいたい想像はつきますね。
My words made her give a strange look.
というと
Made her give me a strange look.
多分あんまり居住条件が良くないところでしょう。こっちのメインの集落とは切り離された感じの。
なんでそう思うの？
みんな僕の処遇について奥歯に物が挟まったような物言い。樋口さんがただの親切な人ってより後ろめたいことを平然とできるような人に見えたから。
そうか。
僕にはお構いなく、僕はそれでもここに住めるなら満足なんです。
余計なお世話かもしれないけど、本当にかなり偏僻なところよ。田舎への憧れだけじゃ耐えられないかも。
大丈夫ですよ。死ぬのに比べたらどんなところでも天国です。って変な言い回しですが。
What an awkward laugh. Apparently they've been told that I almost committed suicide.
というわけで一応聞いておきたいんですが、
Well,
どういう場所なんです？
you're lying about that, but
特別な地区。
キューちゃん。
she tried choosing her words carefully, but that made it sound worse than just a place for the ostracized. Hashimoto Shi seemed to be warning her, but she continued talking anyway.
私もまだわからないけど、意図的にその理不尽な境遇に置かれた人たちが住まわされてて、上藤吉、この辺りの人たちからはあまりよく言われてない。
情報は軽々に漏らしちゃダメ。
相手を選んでます。何も知らされずに住まわされる人が本来知ってしかるべき公正な情報提供ですよ。
それでも彼に事前に言っておくべきだね。
そうですね。すみません。うっさいさん、これオフレコで。
ええ、向こうの人にも言いません。
その上で大丈夫？考え直すなら今日ここを帰るときに一緒に。橋本さんどうでしょうか？
Yeah, no.
彼が望むなら考える。
うっさいさん、一緒に出ていく気は？
We haven't even gone there yet. Calm down. These two had an interesting relationship. Mamiya-san did all the talking, but Hashimoto-san seemed to outrank her. Hell, though he didn't speak much, everything he said was really well constructed. Made sense, so to speak. While Mamiya-san often became overly excited, Hashimoto-san was strangely stable, and not just in terms of appearance. Wait, there was no time to scrutinize my traveling companions.
いいんです。もう町には帰る気はないですから。でも、お気遣いはありがとうございます。
でも、
間宮さんは多分、都会人と地方人って視点で気遣ってくれてるんだと思いますけど、僕も何かしら便宜を図ってくれただけで、十分にありがたいと思うんですよ。
そう。なら何も言わないわ。
うさいし、春明くんだっけ？
なんでしょ
う？行き詰まりそうな人には見えないけどな。
ヘラヘラしてるからよくそう言われます。
そうか。失礼したね。
私、中学の時の同級生が一人自殺してるんですけど、いっつも能天気でみんなまさか彼だけはって思いましたよ。
I don't like this topic.
そういうものかもね。
I might have said too much. Recalling the scene at the officer's post, I tried to get back into the character of the poor suicidal man. The van slowly ambled onward. We approached a slightly more open space. It seemed to be the centre of the village, and it looked like there were small shops there. But as we went on, it started to become even more desolate, and you could see more and more trees growing between the buildings. If that was where Kamifuchiyoshi ended, it was only about 3 kilometers across. If it was about 10 square kilometers in size, it had 100 people for every one of them. The stones I'd seen back in Yasumizu were nowhere in sight. Apparently, they really were Yasumizu exclusive. I could see a larger building nearby, and Mamiya-san told me it was the branch school from some nearby town. All students in Fujiyoshi must get their education there before moving on to help in the fields. The smarter ones left to work outside the village upon graduating high school. Those who went from here to college were rare, meaning that, at least relative to other locals, Chiemi was a prodigy. The students from Yasumizu should have been in school this time of day. Once we passed the last residence, we entered an area mostly untouched by human hand. The road led us into the overground mountains. There were large stones on each side of the road.
Oh my.
I'm just trying to actually make it to the city before we stop, not gonna lie, but...
神の使いたる鳥の宿り木、もしくは聖域へと至る結界の入り口。 藤吉。
ああ、新内明神。
知ってるの？
Crap.
樋口さんから軽く聞いたんです。
でもこの村の外ではあんまり聞かないのよね。この山が特別だって話。字面からすると猿関係なのかな。でも真を猿に振り分けるのは単に。
I like when they say stuff like going by the kanji or using this and that, and it's like we playing just the English version, having no idea what kanji they even use. Like, yeah, for sure.
間宮さんってフードライターじゃなかったんです？
あ、失礼。もともとはオカルトライターをやってたの。全然食べてけなくてすぐ転校したけどね。
She looked like a typical neat and fashionable career woman, so this was really unexpected.
そうなんですか。面白そうですけど。
今の時代、うさんくさい情報を読みたい人はみんなネットを見るからね。紙に書かれた怪奇情報はみんな嘘で、本当の怪奇情報はネット。そんな住み分けになっちゃったみたい。残ったわずかなパイはみんな重鎮の先生方に取られちゃうからね。新人にはきつい世界だったかな。
Now that you mention it, I hadn't seen as many magazines on the occult and the supernatural these days. No idea if that was a good thing, though. The car passed a large boulder. A large boulder the size of a regular boulder! It always... Yeah, it's always interesting to see how they handle it. The moment he said that, the car jumped, scaring the crap out of me. If those stones were the mountain's boundary, we were now on Great Lord Shinai's turf. Beyond it, we'd find Yasumisa and Saranaga. The entrance to Yomi was beyond the sacred grounds. His religion just kept getting weirder and weirder. Eventually, the pavement ended and we were on a gravel road. The grove of trees became a dark forest. It was cloudy, so there wasn't much light to begin with, which only made this place extra creepy. I composed myself. After all, the real creepiness was at the end of this road. We weren't saying a word anymore, and I thought about mundane stuff like the convenience of cars. We went down on the side of the mountain for about 20 minutes and eventually made it through God's narrow road. Beyond the dense forest, there was a relatively open space. We'd arrived at the entrance I'd passed when Haruchan escaped the settlement, and I searched for her. There were the same two large stones, and it did a great job telling me that this was some sort of boundary. I felt like I heard a hint of nervousness in her tone. We were about to enter a strange realm, or were we already there? There was no point thinking about it now. We just passed the gate and... She was... I stared, careful not to lose sight of her. Our eyes met. A mysterious red stare, white hair trailing behind her. She looked at the van as we passed. And she fell. Sudden as it was, Hashimoto-shi stopped the van. I jumped out and ran to her.
大丈夫ですか?
She was still writhing on the ground with her hands on her head. There was no trace of the divinity and mystery from last time, or from just a moment ago.
でしょうね。
どなた？
通りすがりのものです。
私は誰？
ちょっと待て。
一度言ってみたくて。
ボケをおかましになる余裕が終わりで。
あまりの痛みに取り乱しました。
Clearly, we're not allowed to just fucking get to the village. The girl, or rather woman since she was older than me, became red as a tomato right before my eyes. Rikaku Uematsu. Was she an albino? Her skin and hair were pale while her eyes were blood red. Her unusual appearance and manner of speech were exactly as I remembered. But man, where did this playfulness come from? Well, I hadn't spoken to her much last time, so maybe I didn't know her as well as I thought I did.
大丈夫なんですか? 実際。
痛いのは平気な証拠と、ありし日の母は申しておりました。
いや、それは場合によりけりで。失礼。
Slightly hesitant, I reached out for her head, gently touched it and examined the damage.
ああ、ちょっと血が出てますね。
Ooh, she's bleeding.
こぶもできそう。冷やしながらしばらく安静にした方がいいです。
お医者様でいらっしゃる？
いえ、常識の範囲の応急手当ですが、とりあえず見る限りでは大怪我じゃなさそうで。気分が悪いですか？
いえ、そのなんだか。
Thank you for the high time.
髪を触られると悪い気持ちではないのですが、なんだかその。
Oh, what's this? Are we getting more romantic action with her this time around? With meeting her this early on? Was the skin on her head sensitive or something?
いきなり第一村人とスキンシップとはやるわね。
Shut the fuck up!
何をおっしゃるウサギさん。
茶髪の男が上松様を手ごめにしよう。
Help! 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 Out of nowhere came the old lady.
濡れ衣ですよ。というかあとおばあさん、その上松様がそこで間抜けに滑って頭に大怪我を。
Why is everything shaking? She wasn't listening at all. Feeling a bit stupid for worrying so much about her, I explained what happened and cleared the misunderstanding. Okay, listen, I have no idea for how long this is going to go on. Because clearly they intend on having us meet at least 2 characters before we actually arrive in the village. And I have a feeling we're actually gonna have even worse of a chance to like find a good spot to stop unless I stop here. Like, nah. Sorry, hi. Let me do this real quick. Let me go here real quick. Because it seems like this is going to be our second route. Also, the music is gonna stop because I have so many things I need to do. Clearly something is happening. I can tell you that much. Something is happening. I don't fucking know what, but something clearly is happening. My god. Yeah. I don't trust any of these people. I can tell you that much. I don't trust any of these people. At all. Like, none whatsoever. Let's see. Okay, let me just try and fix something real quick. I have no idea. Okay, so we got one ending. Let me turn on some music in the meantime. We got one ending, which is already impressive. Oh, that is clearly not what I want. Yay! Okay, this is gonna be fun. While I try to make the Nintendo Direct thingy show up, I'm just gonna keep talking. We got our first ending. I like that he's like actually fully aware that for some reason, for some unexplainable reason, he's now repeating everything and can remember his death and stuff. Like, that's cool. I think that's interesting, and not just gee, I wonder why that is, but he's just embracing it. That's fantastic. That is not as high quality as I would like it to be. Okay, cool. Hi DK, good evening. What I find fascinating, for one, is how while the game keeps pushing for us to, you know, go back to the city, they're clearly not very I keep saying city, it's a settlement. They're clearly not very intent on actually letting us fucking in there. Like, there's so much happening and we're not getting anywhere at all? Like, come on. Like, thank you for the fan. We're not getting there. we're not fucking getting there. And that's what I don't understand. Like, let me in. Please let me in. Hello? But also I guess at this time around we're gonna well, they're not gonna treat us as a complete stranger. Clearly the grandma is still going to be like, hello? What did you do? She doesn't like us. She obviously doesn't like us. But now that we have a completely different backstory in their eyes, maybe they're gonna treat us a little differently. Be like, oh, you're planning on moving here. You're from the city. What I hope is going to happen though is that the wolves are going to be different. Because if it's a game that features, oh, we're you know, doing funny things with the time and he can remember stuff, it would fucking suck. Like, he just goes back in there and it's still the same wolves. He would have a very unfair advantage over everyone. I don't think that's going to happen. I hope that's not going to happen. That would not make for a very interesting story. So I think the roles will be different this time. Because this time around he is supposed to be, or he wants to participate in the feast as well. So we could even keep in mind that he might turn into a wolf. We don't know how people become wolves yet. Like, I'm keeping everything open. Well, I'm where my music? Why is my music not repeating? How dare you? Okay. I don't know. I like where the game is going though. I can definitely say that, you know, back at the start I was like, Certainly those first two streams really had nothing of much interest happening, but now I feel like we're getting somewhere. Hold on. Now I just need to fill the time before the Nintendo Direct is starting. Ha ha ha. You are over the daily limit for sending tweets? Excuse me? I can't send another tweet? What? There's a daily limit to how much you're allowed to tweet? Huh? I've never heard that before in my life. I can't even tweet. I can't tweet that. Hold on. Let me see if phone... What? The fuck? Maybe it's a new chat. I can't tweet. What the hell is happening? Are you kidding me? I didn't even tweet that much today. What the fuck? What? There is no way. Man, I can't... I can't even... I was planning on tweeting a little, hey, you know, we're going to wait for the Nintendo Direct to happen. Join us. Because I can't. Wait. Hold on. This is an intervention. You're addicted to Twitter. I'm not, though. I'm not. I haven't tweeted. Hold on. I'm sorry. I have to. Oh god. Okay, everything is breaking. Okay, 1 second. Oh no. 1 second. Because I can't. I'm just gonna. What the fuck? 2,400. I tweeted like 10 things today. Huh? What the fuck? This is so stupid. Thank you for the hydrogen berry. What the fuck is going on? Like actually. What in the hell? Oh my god. I've never had that happen. I've been using Twitter for... It's a glitch? Okay. Like, frankly, oh my god. Oh my god. Oh yeah. Would you look at the... Now you can see my Discord. Great. Oh my god, this is fucked up. I've been using Twitter like privately ever since 2012. I made a Twitter account back then for like following people. Like when I first got online, I was actively following lots of people on YouTube and watching them, and those people were like, oh, I'm using Twitter, blah blah blah. So I made a Twitter back then. I've had my own personal account ever since 2012 actually. And over the course of many years, I've amassed many tweets. More retweets than just my own tweets basically, but still lots of stuff. I use Twitter daily basically. I've used Twitter for many years. You do? You had the tweet limit. It's bro. Oh, okay, it's all of us? Okay. Well, whatever. Remember Twitter jail? Yes, it's so funny. I was never in Twitter jail, funnily enough. Like, even for how much I tweeted, I never hit that kind of limit, which is why I'm so surprised right now, because I am aware that on the newer account, which I try to limit to really only the VTubing stuff, sometimes some retweets for games we've played, but if I started retweeting all of the art and stuff that I follow like on my own, that would just be a mess, which is why I'm trying to keep it separate. So I cannot, I don't see how I would hit a limit, right? This is so stupid. Why did I give this guy this website? Oh my god. Seems like no one can tweet. Oh fuck yeah! We'll just hang out here then. This is so good. They were like, oh fuck, a Nintendo Direct is happening. Everyone's gonna live tweet it. Lock it down. Oh my god. This is so messed up. Okay. Whatever. It's probably why. Oh, you know what? It's a good thing then that I was like, hey, we could do this as a like live reaction thing, doing it together. I've been trying actually. If anyone knows of good ways how to make it work, like to stream movies, not on Twitch because of copyright stuff, but like on Discord, like as a community hangout to watch movies together. If anyone knows of a good way to like do that, please. I would love to actually organize stuff like that, because then I could have all of you guys watch the Barbie movies with me, because no one wants to watch the Barbie movies with me ever. That's not true. You're over the daily limit for sending Twitch chats. That's not true. I forced many people in my life to watch Barbie movies with me, and I will keep doing it, or other movies as well. But I would love to do some community hangouts sometimes. But I'm like unsure of how to do it. on Discord where it would be like, okay, someone puts on the movie and you can join, but no one can like talk or interrupt the movie. The movie's just playing. That kind of thing. Because I've seen many other people make that work. They're like, oh hey, community hangout this Saturday, we're watching this and that movie, or Sunday, this and that movie. So Amazon is good where everyone needs an account, never limited. That's stupid. Also, Amazon doesn't have the Barbie movies for free. You can't change the permission. Yeah, I was thinking I probably need like some kind of like just an extra voice channel where the permissions are set so that only I can share a screen and no one can talk. Something along those lines, maybe. Maybe that would work out. You would watch Barbie movies again? Fuck yeah. I mean, I just recently watched the very first Barbie movie in English. Because all my life I've only ever seen the Barbie movies in German. So, that was also fun. You've watched enough Barbie movies with your videos. No, you haven't seen all of them yet. Or you've not seen all of the ones I like yet. So, you haven't seen enough of them yet. Gotta not crack in English for the first time. We watched Barbie and the Nutcracker. Yes. The way Cindy just said it was very cursed, but we watched Barbie and the Nutcracker. But yeah, the service you are and do it anyways, yeah. That should work out. Oh, you know what? Actually, I'm gonna change up game name up there and make it so it doesn't say Ranging Loop, but it says Nintendo Direct. I'm interested in what they're going to show this time. Like, I'm not setting, like, I'm not expecting anything, so I can't be disappointed, but special event, I guess. Oh man, I can't. I wonder if it's gonna be fixed, like, actually at midnight. Because, like, oh, you know, daily limit. Or if it's just gonna stay broken. This is so funny to me. This site becomes more unusable each and every single fucking day. It's so good. It's so good. Oh, God. You expect all your favorite games and you will be mad if your ones are not mad. Oh well. I'm not sure how that's going to work out for you. You're not expecting anything because you don't have any Nintendo things you'd currently like. Yeah, like that's exactly it. The only thing I'm kind of expecting, but not in this direct, is going to be some more Splatoon news, because there's always Splatoon news where it's like they're gonna give us a DLC, or they're gonna be like, hey, we're adding more content, but I don't think they're gonna do that today. I just don't see that happening. Oh, goodness me. You never set expectations for directs with that mindset. Not a single one is ever disappointed. Yeah, right? 5 tweets per day by Twitter Blue to get unlimited tweets. Don't say that. Don't give him more ideas. Don't give the rat more ideas. I swear to God. I really don't want to move away from Twitter. I don't. Your idea for Twitter would be oh man. Twitter needs when people be able to use custom emotes, fancy profile customization. I mean, funnily enough though, Twitter had profile customization many years ago. Like, in the sense, you could choose your own background on your Twitter profile. Not just the header, but the entire background of your page. Stuff like that, and then they made away with it. We had animated profiles. At the time, people could use GIFs as profiles. If you had set a GIF back then, you would, and didn't change it. There's some accounts that still have those. Like Nami, the artist, Nami, for example, has had a GIF profile for all of those years because she never changed it after that. Probably set this got on full screen, your third monitor, you find something else to put there.
Peggy 16.
Peggy 16! Oh yeah, okay, because of COVID. Oh god, I don't know how loud this is going to... I don't know how loud this is going to be. Alright, let's go. Prepare to be disappointed. What the fuck is that? Oh! It really is Pikmin! No way! And Pikmin 4 is the first release and I can't even go wild on Twitter about it. I've never played a single Pikmin in my life, by the way. No way! No way! Because I had someone also say like, oh yeah, Star Boutique, I'm waiting on Pikmin 4. I was like, oh, I don't know if that's going to happen. Well, congratulations! No way! I've never played Pikmin. I don't know what you do there. I just think they're very funny. I know they've teased Pikmin before, but... Aww! But that's cool. We're actually getting it... Oh my god. You get little guys, yeah! I couldn't play that. I couldn't play that. I would just go, oh no, my guy! Oh my god, they look so stupid. An ice Pikmin? Get to throw little blue guys and stuff, yeah? Yeah, look at them. They just murdered that dude. They just murdered that guy, what the fuck? Murder! They just killed him? What? What? There's a lot of murder in Pikmin. There is? Why is there murder in Pikmin? Yeah, I wouldn't enjoy playing this for myself, but it definitely looks like fun. Oh my god. Oh my god, what the? Oh, goodbye. Still an action game of sorts. And do we also get a release date, or do we just get, okay, Pikmin 4 is coming?
Minasan, konnichiwa.
Konnichiwa.
Nintendo Direct の案内役を務めます高橋です。
This year, summer.
最初にご覧いただいたのはピクミン4です。犬のような生き物が確認できましたが、どのような活躍を見せてくれるのでしょうか。
You're really still waiting on another Metroid?
ご期待ください。
Metroid Prime? Yeah.
続いてはヘッドラインをご覧ください。
Oh, I love the little
This
snipping.
new hero is a real gem. Introducing Volume 3 of the Xenoblade Chronicles 3 Expansion Pass DLC.
Wait, there's still new stuff coming for it? I thought this game was finished.
Say hello to Masha, the newest hero and a refined lapidarist. She can use special ore to craft accessories that can bestow various effects. Challenge battles with roguelike elements are also being added. Select only one character and battle wave after wave of enemies.
I've never played the Xenoblade games, I'm sorry. This is not for me, but hey.
Rack up victories with your heroes and set your sights on the final stage.
The season pass is not done, so I'm not really finished.
As a reward. And coming in Volume 4 later this year.
Tell me why! Is this really what you want? Nothing's gonna get through to him. He's a heartless machine.
Bro, I have no idea.
Like killing Granddad wasn't enough for you?
Volume 3 of the Xenoblade Chronicles 3 Expansion Pass launches on Nintendo Switch February 16th.
Volume 4 will be released by the end of 2023. Alright.
Shake it, amigo!
No.
Move to the beat in a brand new Samba de Amigo game. Grab your Joy-Con controllers and gently shake them like maracas to match the targets during a song. Follow the instructions on screen to
what
pose and
is that?
Dance. But the unexpected might happen, so stay on your toes.
Okay.
Why not dance with a friend to predict your compatibility in Love Checker? Make sure to show up in
I mean,
style
I have
too.
no idea what the original of that is, but those guys surely have some all the Sega IP.
Those with the lowest scores in each round will be
Internet
eliminated.
connection required during
Keep the
online
beat
play.
and aim for first place. 40 songs are included, spanning a multitude of genres from around the world. So grab those controllers and get shaken when Samba de Amigo Party Central
Summer
shimmies
2023.
onto Nintendo
Okay,
Switch
well.
this summer.
Have fun with that, Sega. No!
Passion for fashion?
No way! No way!
Dreamer. This is the
No, that's-
place to glam it up and express yourself.
No!
You'll aim to become a stylish influencer.
Wait!
And you're in luck.
That's
Tons of people are seeking the latest trends. Give 'em
It's a
like
marvelous
if you
game, so it's
dig
the
their
actual.
style. Or suggest new outfits for them to grow as an influencer.
It's a marvelous game. So it's the actual thing. It's not just
Now it's time
a
for
weird
fashion design.
rip-off. This is an
Choose
actual.
from over 1,000 design options. Then add a personal touch to give your item a final flourish.
Huh?
You can get the items other people are wearing by liking them.
Huh?
Mix and match your
Because
favorites
there
to
are
create
there
new
there
looks.
is actually a few kind of style
connecting
boutique-ish
online,
games
you can
on the
expand
Switch,
your
but
friend
they're
circle
all only in
and grow
Japanese.
your
The
brand.
Nicole games. The Nicole games. And they're not that
An eye
good.
for fashion? Then get styling when Fashion Dreamer debuts exclusively on Nintendo Switch this year.
Okay.
Delve into these dark worlds.
I'm going to buy
Dracula's
that.
Castle beckons in this new paid DLC for the roguelite action platformer Dead Cells. Venture through the castle's hellish halls and outskirts alongside Richter Belmont and
We're getting
Alucard,
what
leading up
looks
to a
to be
showdown
some
with
kind of style
Dracula
boutique-ish
himself.
game.
Wield
I'll
the
take
vampire
it.
killer and other iconic weapons as you vanquish legions of monsters in frenetic combat. 12 original covers and 51 songs from the Castlevania series accompany you during your
So
quest.
this is an actual-
in
wait.
Dead Cells.
No, I'm
Return
confused.
to Castlevania, sinking its teeth into Nintendo Switch March 6th.
Dead
Pre-orders
Cells
begin
is-
on Nintendo eShop shortly after this presentation.
Something Eh?
Enter a new grid in this narrative puzzle adventure
Tron!
set within the Tron universe.
In
Uncover
2023,
dangerous truths and
Tron.
retrieve what was lost as you navigate through a perilous world.
Okay.
Your decisions and the
Tron.
alliances you forge will
Tron
impact
is
your
still a
journey
thing?
and the entire server. Tron Identity
Tron!
launches first for consoles on Nintendo Switch this April.
Yeah.
Who's there?
No!
Wait, is that? Well, that can't be good. The time-bending murder mystery Ghost Trick.
I can play Ghost Trick!
After kicking the bucket and becoming a ghost, you can possess and control objects. With your powers, you can even help others, like this woman.
Fuck
and change
yeah!
Any ill-fated,
I've wanted to play that for the longest time, and I was always like, oh, do I just buy the mobile version? Do I play it on an emulator? But I'm getting that.
2 connected worlds, 1 suspenseful thriller.
What's that? Ooh! They got police. Okay. I'm not gonna lie, that looks like something I would like. The art style is very cute. Puzzle solving game. Oh yes! Oh, I'll be getting that. Ooh! Oh no, it has fighting though. It's not just he. This looks like something I would like. Mysterious hacker. Why is his name Harvard? What the fuck is going on there? Oh, I like it. I like it. Mega police. Oh, sometimes it's a level 5 IP, and it's coming out. Oh yeah, the Bayonetta thing. It's a level 5 IP, and it's coming out over here as well. I'm holding out on those Professor Layton ports. I swear to God, level 5 is not dead. Level 5, I believe in you. I'm going to give you all of my money.
There, she'll encounter the otherworldly demon Cheshire. You'll control both witch and demon at the same time. Harness Cereza's magic and Cheshire's ferocity.
This looks really cute.
This mysterious and dangerous forest. They'll need to work
I don't know how it
together
fits
in
into the
battle as
Bayonetta
well.
universe. I have no idea about Bayonetta overall, but it looks really
Cereza
nice.
cannot attack and can only support Cheshire by magically binding enemies.
Oh.
Hold an enemy in place while Cheshire attacks. Or stop
Okay,
an
that's an
aggressive
interesting
one to
move.
focus on another. Strategically use each character's abilities to win battles.
Please, Fantasy Life, please, Fantasy Life. No,
The
no,
duo
no.
will gain strength as they
No,
continue
do
their
not hope
journey.
for things. If you hope for things, it's
Obtaining
not gonna
more
happen.
powers, New paths can be opened, and battles can be more easily swayed in your favor. Can Cereza
Bayonetta
and
universe
Cheshire
doesn't fit
find
into the
their
Bayonetta
happily
universe.
ever after?
If you say so, you played all 3 of the games.
Bayonetta Origins, Cereza and the Lost Demon prowls onto Nintendo Switch March 17th. Pre-orders are available now on Nintendo eShop.
Aww.
いかがでしたか？続いてはこちらをご覧ください。
Okay, what's that? What else? Yes, Splatoon! Yeah, when's the next big update gonna hit us? Come on. Oh, what's happening? The subway. DLC? Right rail. Where are we going? Where are we going? Oh! Oh!
Introducing the Splatoon 3 Expansion Pass. This paid DLC includes 2 waves of content. The first wave is Inkopolis, Make this splat-tastic place from the original Splatoon your stomping grounds. This is Booyah Base. It's got some pretty nifty weapons and gear. You might spot a few familiar faces alongside new shopkeepers.
Oh no, there's two of them.
Hello, hello. So shop wherever your vibes are strongest. Salmon Run, Table Turf Battle,
just
Shoal,
like
and
me.
Amiibo functionality
For real.
all work in the same way here too.
Do we also get some new maps with that, or it's just?
The Squid Sisters will also perform here during Splatfests. Need a mix of old school and freshness? Then head over to Inkopolis. The first wave of this paid DLC launches this spring.
Fuck yeah! Go boys, yeah, let's go. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. But really, that's all.
What's this?
What is this? What is it? Oh. Oh. Is it going to be another Octo expansion thingy? Oh my god. Side order. Cool. Nintendo, what does that mean? They're just okay. They're just gonna explain it further than that.
Wave 2, Side Order, will launch in the future.
In the future. Okay, well, Nintendo knows they will.
The Splatoon 3 expansion pack will be available on Nintendo eShop shortly after this presentation.
Splatoon 3は発売以来大変多くのお客さんに遊んでいただいており本当にありがとうございます。
25 fucking euros.
本作をさらにお楽しみいただけるようエキスパンションパスをご用意いたしました。
Well, would you look at that? I was like, oh, I don't think they're gonna drop information about this today, but they clearly did.
引き続きヘッドラインをご覧ください。
Many cares and guessing DLC is gonna be about order from the Octolink's perspective. Oh, you're right.
Adventure awaits Mickey and friends on Illusion
You're
Island.
right. I can.
Mickey Mouse,
Not gonna lie.
Minnie Mouse, Donald Duck, and Goofy. Embark on a new adventure to find 3 magical books and save the mysterious island of Monoth.
Okay, yeah, good for them.
Run, jump, and swing to explore every nook and cranny of the island.
Okay, yeah, that's all for me.
By unlocking special abilities, you can reach new places and
With
find
Splatoon 2
secret
having had so many final Splatfests, at some point I absolutely lost overview of what type of topics we had. Skip.
Each character's personality shines through in their actions. Up to
Okay,
4
good for them.
pals locally can brave the island. Share
Locally.
a hub for extra health. Play Leapfrog for
We're still
larger
making
jumps,
multiplayer
or
games that
drop a
only
rope
work
to lend a
locally.
hand. Work together to save Monoth, and you might discover new paths. While exploring the island, you'll meet unusual
Disney.
allies and dangerous foes. Study their movements carefully to figure out the secrets to victory. Join Mickey and friends on a high-flying adventure in Disney Illusion Island.
No.
Swinging onto Nintendo Switch July 28th. Pre-orders begin on Nintendo eShop shortly after this presentation. More emblems are on the way.
Oh.
New emblems are coming to
Was like, that looks
packs of the
anime-ish.
Fire Emblem Engage expansion pass. Pack 2 includes Hector, Emblem of Strength.
Ah yes, Fire Emblems.
Raise defense and
I know
unleash
nothing about Fire
counterattacks.
Emblem.
Sword,
I've seen that guy
Emblem
before.
of Acumen. Cast magic spells over a wide area.
Ah, I've seen her before.
Camilla, Emblem of Revelation.
She was part of the game where people were all over the whole "oh, that's incest" thing. I've seen him before. Yeah.
With sword and magic attacks. Veronica, emblem of heroes.
Wait, she's from the mobile game, isn't she?
Summon additional allies to fight for your cause. Challenge newly added missions to recruit these new emblems.
You okay? Crom! All of them in the mobile game. Yeah, but you know what I mean.
Who is it that's putting your world in danger now?
Watch out! Assassins!
Listen. I'm
Pack 2
listening.
of the Fire Emblem Engage expansion pass launches on Nintendo Switch shortly after this presentation.
Wow. You had the biggest crush on him? I mean, that's alright.
Control of your
Oh, what's
destiny.
this?
This is Reverie,
A
a
don't
world
not
in which
game.
deities known as
Harmony.
aspirations dwell. When a megacorp endangers the harmony between Reverie and our world, the future of humanity hangs in the balance. In this
Okay.
narrative adventure, harness your divine gift of clairvoyance to travel between worlds,
Ooh.
see the future,
Ooh.
and decide humanity's fate. Many branching story paths, along with a riveting soundtrack by Celeste composer Lena Raine, set the
Ooh.
stage for your journey. Eventually, you'll side with one of the 6 aspirations like Bond, power, or chaos to change the story's outcome. To which destiny do you aspire? Harmony, The Fall of Reverie.
Oh, that looks cool.
Launches first for consoles on Nintendo Switch this June.
Technology and companies versus
These games will
nature.
have you
It looks cool though.
Octopath
Wait, Octopath Traveler 2 is
just
coming out this
around the
month.
corner. Shortly after this presentation, a demo containing the game's opening hours will
demo!
be available on Nintendo
Just
eShop.
like with the first one. You can
8 new
Oh
stories
man,
await.
I want to play the
Which
first
path will
one.
you take first? Who will your allies be? And where will your
I've
journey
had it
lead you?
for so many years.
Venture through a brand new world.
And I never finished
in
it.
Octopath Traveler 2, launching on Nintendo Switch
It
February
does
24th.
look cool.
Keep it rolling. Run around and collect oodles of objects in this remaster of We Love Katamari.
Reroll and
Roll
Royal
the class with
Reverie.
A zoo and space.
Yes!
New features include playing as the young king of all cosmos in 5 new challenges. And taking photos with a selfie camera.
You'll not be able to finish the first one.
We
No.
Love Katamari Reroll plus
Octopath
Royal
Traveler is
Reverie
really
comes to
long.
Nintendo Switch June 2nd.
Cool.
In addition, active Nintendo Switch Online members can play a free game trial of Katamari Damashi Reroll.
Okay,
Combine the powers
that's cool.
of the sun and moon to fend off evil in this turn-based RPG. Freely traverse a breathtaking world. Meet
That looks
characters
nice.
from all walks of life and devastate foes with timed attacks in battle. Complement your journey with enchanting melodies and retro-inspired tunes.
I
from the
cannot tell
renowned
if this is a
Yasunori
new game or if
Mitsuda,
it's
a guest composer
an
for
old
the game.
game.
Sea
No,
of
it looks like a
Stars
new game.
sails onto Nintendo Switch August 29th. A
Right?
free demo will launch on Nintendo eShop shortly after this presentation. Duke it
So
out
many
in this
demos,
free-to-play
though, that's
online
nice.
multiplayer showdown.
Okay.
Form 2 teams of 3
Ah, yes.
and challenge others to lightning-fast battles, air hockey style.
Air hockey. Anime
Use
air
your skills
hockey.
to dominate each match. Change the course
Retro inspired.
trajectory
Ah,
from
yeah, that
afar.
makes sense.
Block areas to gain the advantage.
Yeah,
Or knock opponents out of the arena.
I wish I
with
knew who the guy
explosive
even
moves.
is.
Omega Strikers slides onto Nintendo Switch
Like
April
it's
27th.
we always have the
Pre-orders for this
same few
free-to-play
people who
game
do the
begin on Nintendo
voiceovers,
eShop
but
shortly
who
after
are
this
they?
presentation.
Oh my god, Strikers better not try to go for these
Dive back into the sprawling labyrinth. A collection of the first 3 Etrian Odyssey games is coming to Nintendo Switch, remastered in HD. Many treasures lie deep within a massive labyrinth. Its paths are intertwined, and vicious monsters lurk in the shadows. A blank map is your only guide. By drawing the map as you explore, you can progress even further.
Yo!
Venture into the labyrinth with 5 adventurers. As the guild leader, you'll assign them roles, like the Allied Defending Protector or the ultra-fast Dark Hunter. But be warned,
I fucking suck at Etrian Odyssey, but HD collection coming to the Switch?
And learn new skills to strengthen your party before challenging the labyrinth again.
So good!
24 newly drawn character illustrations are included.
Etrian Odyssey 3?
Plus, take advantage of new difficulty options.
And difficulty
and a new
levels!
auto-mapping function for smoother exploration.
So maybe I could also be June 1st, okay?
Launches on Nintendo Switch June 1st.
Oh, cool!
Each game in the collection will
3.
also be available separately on Nintendo eShop.
Oh, separately.
Pre-orders
Oh no.
begin on Nintendo
Separately.
eShop shortly after
Oh no,
this
how expensive are they going to be then?
Get your tactical skills ready.
The fuck are you?
Calling all strategy fans. Advance Wars 1+2 Reboot Camp is only
yeah, that's
a
not
couple
for
of
me.
months away. Join Andy, Max, Sammy, and more in 2 full story campaigns, each one filled with colorful turn-based tactical action. Flex your strategic muscles across a multitude of modes. Design your own maps and share them with friends. Plus, go head-to-head in local and online play. Advance Wars 1+2 Reboot Camp comes
I have
to Nintendo
no
Switch
idea what that
April
is.
21st. Pre-orders begin on Nintendo eShop shortly after this presentation.
As long as you guys are happy about it, I have no idea what that is. Is that Kirby?
A new story will unfold in Kirby's Return
Yeah.
to Dreamland Deluxe.
Oh yeah!
Magolor, the interdimensional traveler from the main adventure, has lost his powers and must escape the realm between dimensions.
Oh no! Kirby!
All he can do now is a basic attack and jump. To regain Magolor's powers, you'll need to collect magic points by defeating enemies. With magic points, different abilities can
Kirby
be
knew his
restored
cousin both.
and enhanced.
It's actually a little sad that I haven't played the
Improve
Kirby
Magolor's
games.
levitation,
But I think I would
or
absolutely suck at
increase his
them.
attack range. The order in
Like
which
they
you
fit
restore
my
his
aesthetic
powers
very
is
well,
up
but
to
oh
you.
god, no.
There are over 20 interdimensional stages to explore. Up to 4 players
Kirby,
on
but
the
without
same
Kirby
console
this time.
can
See?
venture through this mysterious realm together. Can Magolor restore his powers and safely return to his world?
Woo! Master Spark!
You can access this new epilogue after clearing story mode.
For free? For free?
After today's Nintendo Direct, a demo will be available on Nintendo eShop. Up to 4 players.
It's pretty
can play
easy as long as you
specially
know
arranged demo
My
with
guy.
select stages
I
and
managed to
sub-games.
die in the very
Kirby's
first
Return to
stages of
Dreamland Deluxe
Mario.
launches on Nintendo Switch February 24th. Pre-orders are available now on Nintendo eShop.
新たなモードが追加された星のカービィ Wii デラッ
カービィ
クスにご期待ください。
カービ
続いては
ィ。
任天堂スイッチオンラインについての情報です。
Yes.
こちらをご覧ください。
You can literally fly in Kirby though. Psst. I tried one. Oh.
Game Boy games are being added to Nintendo Switch Online. On Nintendo Switch, you can play these games anytime, anywhere, just like you could back in the day. Let's introduce the games that will be available at launch.
We get some classic Tetris that is not the one against like 500 other people.
Arrange the falling
Wow.
Tetraminos and aim for a high score. Super Mario
Kirby's a
Land
big
2,
yawn if you want
6
super
golden
easy.
coins. Reclaim the castle that Wario stole from you. The Legend of Zelda: Link's Awakening DX. Awaken the Windfish to escape Koholint Island.
Oh man.
Gargoyle's Quest. Save the Ghoul Realm as Firebrand.
I have
from the
never heard of
Ghosts
that
and
game in
Goblins
my life.
series. Game & Watch Gallery 3. Play an assortment of Game & Watch titles.
Game & Watch titles.
Alone in the Dark, The New Nightmare.
Ooh.
Solve a murder mystery on the supernatural Shadow Island.
A murder mystery.
Metroid 2, Return of Samus.
Oh, look at that!
Destroy
You get
the
some
Metroids
Metroid news.
hiding on planet
Haha.
SR-388. Wario Land 3. Traverse a world that changes between day and night based on your actions.
Why is he on fire?
Kirby's Dream Land.
Kirby's
Both
Dream Land!
inhale and spit out enemies in Kirby's debut title. You can use the Game Boy, Game Boy Pocket, or Game Boy Color screen filters. Up to 2 players can play compatible games together locally or online.
Friends only. Oh, wow.
More games will be added in the future.
Pokemon trading card game.
And
Game Boy Advance? Wow. My first console was a Game Boy Advance SP.
Game Boy Advance games are being added to Nintendo Switch Online Plus expansion pack. Here are the games that you can play at launch. Super Mario Advance 4, Super Mario Bros. 3. Play 38 extra levels from the Nintendo e-reader accessory. WarioWare Inc. Mini Game Mania. Experience the origins of the lightning-fast microgames. Koru Koru Korurin. Guide the spinning stick to the goal without hitting obstacles.
They really had him
Mario
say
Kart
that.
Super Circuit. Race in the first Mario Kart game created for a
Mario
portable
Kart.
console. Mario and Luigi
Oh!
Superstar Saga. Venture
Yeah!
through a zany world and fight with equally zany attacks.
I love the Mario and Luigi games.
The Legend of Zelda, The Minish Cap. Shrink to miniature size and dive into a big adventure. Local and online play is supported for compatible games.
Fuck
And up to
yeah,
4
yeah,
players
sure,
can play
okay.
together.
Let's play this super old Mario Kart together. That's alright.
More games
Fire
will be added to this library
Emblem!
as well.
What's that? Golden
After
Golden
this
Sun?
presentation, you can play these Game Boy titles with the Nintendo Switch Online membership. Or play both Game Boy and Game Boy Advance titles with the Nintendo Switch Online Plus expansion pack membership.
Aww. Oh my god, did they give him a...
このゲームボーイで遊んでいたソフトが任天堂スイッチでプレイできるようになります。そして本日ご紹介したゲームボーイとゲームボーイアドバンスのタイトルは
After...
このダイレクト終了後
Yeah,
に
shortly
遊べる
after
ようになります。
today's Nintendo Direct. Cool.
任天堂スイッチオンライン、そして
Okay, we still...
任天堂
Come
スイ
on.
ッチオンラインプラス追加パック
We have like 8 more
今後も
minutes
ご
on
期待くだ
this.
さい。引き続きヘッドラインをご覧ください。
They're gonna have to hit us with something.
The
Metroid
original
Fusion.
Metroid Prime, remastered on Nintendo Switch.
We're getting some actual Metroid news? Isn't that fun? Ho ho ho. Original treasure, right? No, I think they're just talking about the first one. Metroid Prime Remastered. Cool.
The first Metroid Prime, originally released on Nintendo GameCube, has been remastered for Nintendo Switch. Explore Talon 4 from the perspective of Samus Aran. But beware, there's more to this alien planet than meets the eye. Visors are the key to your adventure. They'll help you discover info and clues on how to progress. Depending on the situation, a certain visor may be required. When hostile creatures attack, keep them in your sights with the lock-on feature. Then fight back with beams.
With beams!
Bombs, and more.
Fight back with beams!
This remaster adds new dual stick controls, allowing you to move around while separately changing your point of view.
Oh, cool.
You can also select a control style that recreates the feel of the original game, among other control options.
Beams.
Explore Talon 4 with your preferred playstyle.
Meta
The digital
Ridley.
version of Metroid Prime Remastered launches on
Ooh.
Nintendo eShop shortly after this presentation.
It's coming, right?
The physical version
Oh.
will launch March 3rd.
They're just dropping it right, just like this. Oh, there's
Master
the
detective skills to
not
the
Danganronpa
test.
game.
This is the World Detective Organization. Yuma, a trainee detective, and Shinigami, the spirit haunting him, will solve the strange incidents within Kanai Ward, a city ruthlessly controlled by Amaterasu Corporation. You'll investigate these incidents alongside master detectives of the organization.
Oh God.
Each one has a supernatural ability that can prove useful during investigations. Mimic body types and voices with disguise. Detect heartbeats and whispers with audio aptitude. And witness past crime scenes with post-cognition. These abilities can be shared with Yuma.
So this is post-cognition.
So use them to get closer to cracking a case.
Okay.
After collecting enough evidence, a mystery labyrinth will appear.
I don't
Spot the
know how to feel
inconsistencies
about
and uncover
this
the
art
truth.
style in 3D.
Master Detective Archives Rain Code launches on Nintendo
They
Switch.
did just shadow drop that on you, yes.
Wings of the Heart take flight once more.
What is that? That looks
A
anime-ish.
remastered collection of both Baten Kaitos games, originally released on Nintendo GameCube, is coming to Nintendo
Okay,
Switch.
I don't
After
know
a
what that
lonely,
is.
peaceful era on the floating islands above
I think
Earth,
I am too
the
young for
Empire's
that.
conspiracy looms closer. As spirits dwelling within the protagonists, you'll stand up to the Empire across two different eras of war.
I don't know what that is. Are those good?
During your travels, you'll visit various locales and team up with like-minded allies.
Very, yes. Okay.
Battles are fought using cards called Magnus. Your attack power is determined by the attributes and combinations of your cards, which are randomly dealt from the deck. In these real-time battles, you'll need to make split-second decisions to edge closer to victory. What revelations will come to light in the skies above and the lands below? Baten Kaitos 1 and 2 HD Remaster soars onto Nintendo Switch this summer. Dive into your new fantasy.
Bro! No way, dude! No!
Live the life you want
No!
in a new fantasy life game.
It's real!
Exploring the once thriving island.
It's
You'll meet a mysterious girl.
It's fucking real!
Then travel between past and present to make the island your own. Become a woodcutter, angler,
What the fuck?
cook, blacksmith,
No way! When?
paladin, magician,
when?
and more.
Oh, we're still fighting the poor little dragon.
To develop the island. How will you rebuild?
Oh my god!
This life is yours to live. After 1,000 years, the restoration is about to begin.
No!
Fantasy Life I, the girl who steals time.
Oh, sometime this year. Sometime level 5? What's going on? No! Level 5! Level fuck! What?
Wave 4 is racing in.
What?
Yoshi's Island.
How is
A brand new course is zooming into Wave 4 of the Mario Kart 8 Deluxe Booster Course Pass DLC. Birdo, who originally hit the track in Mario Kart Double Dash, is also being added to Wave 4.
We're getting what looks to be some kind of...
Wave 4 of the Mario Kart 8 Deluxe Booster Course Pass races onto Nintendo Switch this spring. This DLC can be purchased on its own, while active Nintendo Switch Online Plus Expansion Pack members can also enjoy this DLC at no additional cost.
Oh my god, there's so much coming out. What the fuck? We're getting some kind of what seems to look like maybe Sabotage? Or close enough to Sabotage. We're getting Fantasy Life. And we're getting Professor Layton. What the actual fuck? Level 5 is doing something. That's for sure. Thank you for the bet. Have a nice death.
E-baseball.
Yeah, Dreamlight Valley. Oh, Disney. Oh, Cats of Symphonia Remastered. Wait, that's also this month? There's a lot.
ここまでご視聴いただきありがとうございました。
Yeah, sure.
次が最後の映像になります。こちらをご覧ください。
I just woke up my parents with my screeching, so that's fun. Not. That's Zelda, right? Yeah, that's Zelda. Has to be.
Rise, my servants. Sweep over Hyrule.
Yeah.
Eliminate this kingdom and her allies. Leave no survivors.
Okay. What's happening in this one? I mean, I know that for some reason everything always wants to kill Link in the Zelda game, so oh.
But Link, I am not sure you'll be able to stop him.
Looks like the apocalypse again. Ooh. They saw all of those people glitching their way through Breath of the Wild with like boosting themselves up into the air, and they were like, okay, you know what? Here you go. Now you're actually allowed to fly. Link do be saving the world quite often.
Lend him your power.
Ooh.
The short hair Zelda! In May!
Did we have a release date for that yet? No, right? It's just, oh, okay, you know, there's another Zelda coming.
ご覧いただいたのはシリーズ最新作ゼルダの伝説 Tears of the Kingdom です。
Tears of the Kingdom.
通常版の他に さまざまな特典がセットになったコレクターズエディション。
Steelbook game card,
そして
pin
本
set,
作のリンクのアミー
and an
ボ
amiibo.
ソフトと同日に発売い
What's
たし
on
ます。
his hand?
再び始まるリンクの果てしなき冒険に、ぜひご期待ください。任天堂ダイレクトは以上になります。ご視聴ありがとうございました。
Cool. That's cool. Presentation is now finished. Hey. Everyone's just watching. Everyone's just watching the direct. Oh my god. This is so funny. Even Nintendo lags behind with Twitter. Oh man. Ah, oh, this is so much fun. This was so much fun. This was a good idea. This was, oh my god. How are they going to bring out so many games? How are they going to bring out so many games this year? Jesus Christ. Fantasy Life. Fantasy Life. Level 5. Also a Ghost Trick. Level 5? What is happening? Level 5, yeah, no, but also like level 5 going out there on the international market again. That's what's so surprising to me personally. Oh my god. Hot damn. Hot damn. You know, I just have one problem now. Is literally anyone not watching the direct? Because everyone I'm looking at is just watching the fucking direct. So we could go over. So we could go over and say hello. Everyone's watching it. This is very funny. This is very funny. Oh my god. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Okay, wait. So let me just hold up. Let me think about this a little more. So we're getting a Ghost Trick. Didn't want to watch the end of the direct. Valid. We're getting, where's my music? You haven't seen a thing of Zelda. That's fine. I'm not going to repeat it if you don't want to be spoiled in it. So we're getting a Ghost Trick port for the Switch. We're getting a new Fantasy Life sometime this year. We're getting Professor Layton. Even if that was 5 seconds, but we're getting Professor Layton. Oh my god. Zelda's still British. Yeah. What else are we getting that looked interesting to me? I already forgot. Some 2006. Of a just chatting screen. I do actually. I do. Oh my god. I can't believe this. I am in awe. I am in awe at these news. That is wild. That is wild. Keep on reminding me. There's so much coming out. Oh my god. I guess uses are rarely, so I thought I'd ask. And I did. I made this one. Check with me. Is it just chatting stream now? It's not gonna be for much longer. It's already so late into the night, but oh my god, I need to gather myself real quick. I really need to gather myself real quick. Like that was so much. Like they just kept coming and coming with stuff I never expected them to do. What the hell? Okay, well, there's many things I'm looking forward to. I'm not sure personally, I'm not sure what to think about the detective game by the Danganronpa creator. It doesn't do it for me yet, but I'd probably check it out anyway, but I'm not sure if I'm going to play it myself. The other police thingy though, by level 5, that looked interesting. I am probably going to download the Octopath Traveler 2 demo for myself. I want to play the first one. I didn't get very far because I got really stuck at some point. I had 4 characters, and then at some point I had those 2... I had 2 healers in my team at the same time, and because I started off with the dancer girl, and you cannot take out the person you started with until you finish their story and stuff like that. And I didn't even get so far as to collect every single character, so I never managed to get to Octopath Traveler, sadly. I would like to do that one day. Stream project would be nice, but on the other hand, it's a very long fucking game. I'm not sure. I'm suddenly reason of the whole thing with the wall. Yeah. Etrian Odyssey, the Etrian Odyssey HD collection is certainly cool. Glad they're going to bring that up. First Layton seems to have to be done sometime now. You're not kidding about it. Listen, the only reason I haven't actually done Professor Layton is just because I would have to get used to English Professor Layton. And aside from the very first game, which didn't have a German dub yet, I haven't gone out of my way to, listen to the English dub for Professor Layton. Professor Layton, and I'm not, for the first 3 games there's those HD remakes out on mobile, which I would probably play because it just looks a little nicer. Advancing, no, not kind of fancy. And maybe one day, but with so many level 5 news and them fucking, what even was that? Hold on. But what exactly was the Professor Layton thing? I was losing my mind too much about Professor Layton being shown at all. I can't even fucking tell what it is. What was that? Professor Layton and the New World of Steam. Professor Layton and the New World of Steam announced. A new Professor Layton game. Literally no news was confirmed regarding potential release timing, timeline plans, or other context, but we're quite excited. Yep. Okay, no, they just gave us those 20 seconds and we're like, take it. Take it. Oh my god, I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna play them though. I'm gonna play them. I wish there was a way. First of all, Layton looks back and smiles for 5 seconds. That's me. You know how much I've been waiting for literally any Professor Layton news with like Layton himself, because we do have a Professor Layton game on the Switch. But that one features his daughter and not him. It's not the original. Like, we have 6 games featuring Professor Layton himself, and there's no news of any of them coming to any other console. They're stuck on the DS and the last 2 entries on the 3DS, and the first 3 entries of the DS have been given an HD overhaul, and they released on mobile phones, like on iOS, Android, whatever, which makes them very nice to play because you just have touchscreen, and you had touchscreen on the DS as well, but you have it on one screen now, and all of the stuff in HD looks really nice. But that's only the first 3. And for anyone who doesn't know anything about Professor Layton, the there's 2 trilogies. The first 3 games, and then the second 3 games. That sounds fucking stupid, but the other 3 games. Those are prequels to the first 3 games, though, in the canon timeline. So technically the 3rd game in the Professor Layton series is the last one chronologically, and there has been no news at all for the other 3 games. So the 4th one is still very easily playable, seeing as it is a DS game, but the other 2 are 3DS games, which is also relatively easy nowadays, but still, there's no good way to legally play these games at this point anymore, which is really fucking sad. And then there is Catriel featuring his daughter, but I'll say it like it is. It's not a good game. It's an okayish puzzle game. It's an interesting enough entry. It looks nice. It has interesting characters, but it's not a good Layton entry, and I will stand by that. That's my opinion. I don't think Catriel was a good entry. So them bringing back, you know, Layton himself, that's cool. Maybe they have a chance to get ported, yeah. The mobile pods, I have all of them. I have all of them on my phone, and I've played them. I've played the Layton games many times. Many times. Oh my god. This was good. This is nice. Whatever it is, I'm very happy that level 5 seemed to, I don't know, have something good going on for them with those games all announced. I'm hoping they sell well. That they're gonna keep giving us more, because my latest information that I had was, oh, you know, they're making another Inazuma game, but that's cool. That's so cool. You've never played? Should I play them all? Oh, listen, I would beg anyone and everyone to play the Layton games. If you like puzzle games, at least a little bit, like you do need to like puzzles, because that's the entire thing. Like, you walk 2 meters and our guy out here is like, oh look, this reminds me of a puzzle. He doesn't sound like that, but I can't do his voice. Also, I have cried several times playing several of the titles, so they're good. There's also some spin-off games to the Layton series. Some of them have never made it over here. One of them has made it over here though, which is Layton Brothers Mystery Room, which is a mobile exclusive game from 2014? It's been a while. Which also doesn't feature him, but completely separate set of characters. Where for the longest time we weren't even sure if they're canon to any of the timelines, and then Catriel came out, the Catriel anime came out, and they were like, actually, look at that, here's a slight nod to this one spin-off game that no one fucking remembers, where they were made canon. They interact with Catriel, and Catriel is a canon entry to the Layton universe, and the Catriel anime also brought back the actual Professor Layton, so it's all coming together. And as I just found out a few weeks ago, there was an entire new manga made for Mystery Room again. So level 5 is certainly doing something with their stuff. I was hoping to play that one on stream as well one day. But I've been putting it off because it's one of those, oh, it's only on mobile, how do I stream mobile stuff? But we're gonna make it at some point. Because that one doesn't actually need any previous information from other Layton titles. You can play that one just fine without knowing anything about Professor Layton. Oh my god, there's so much stuff. Nah, oh my god. I'm going to sleep very well today, that's for sure. This is so nice. Thank you for the fan. This is so good. Oh my god. I'm so happy.
Happy, happy, happy.
Oh my god, I cannot believe this is real. I'll tell you that much. No, it's all just setting streams. Yeah, it really is. It really is. I'm trying to see if anyone is, you know, doing something that is not that, and not just chatting. Like, it is perfectly fine. I did the same, but okay, yeah, no, I know who we're gonna go to. Oh my god. Well, I'm looking forward to everything that's coming out, that's for sure. There's certainly stuff in there that I never would have guessed. Maybe fucking Twitter is gonna work as well. Everything, well, you know, everything that's of interest to me. Everything that's of interest to me. There's lots of stuff in there. Oh my god. Nah, I'm gonna get some sleep now though. We're gonna thank you for a nice stream. No, thank you for going. We're gonna see each other again on Friday with more Atelier Shelly. Hopefully actually with a non-scuffy setup again. That's the plan, at least. I don't know how well that's gonna go, but it's the plan. Was fun watching? Absolutely. I am very willing to try this again. Oh my god. Thank you for streaming. Have a good rest. Now thank you guys for coming. Have a good morning, day, night, everyone. Yeah, we see each other on Friday. I'm gonna have to clean up my room actually. And then I'm gonna go to sleep. Have a good night, everyone. Let me set up a raid to Artie. We haven't said hello to Artie in a while, I think. Yeah, I wrote it correctly. Okay. Here's the raid message. Thank you, everyone, so much for coming. I hope you also have some great days, evenings, nights, whatever. Thank you for coming. Bye. Good night.
And bye bye. Bye bye bye.